Hey, what is going on, everybody? You already know it is Thursday night. It is draft time. We are ready. It's the NFL Live Draft. My name is Paul Spencer, the man next to me.
What's up, everybody? Danny from Big Blue Power Hour. Here for the Giants here. The Giants are going to draft. They're going to trade up. They got a wide receiver. So welcome, everybody.
The draft guru, Eddie Prather.
And rounding it out from Commander's Gridiron, I'm Steve Lockman.
And my name is Paul Spencer, of course, from the 215 Boys. Guys, stay tuned. We'll be back in about 50 seconds here to get this show started. Get your popcorn ready. Get everything you need. Stay with us for the next couple of hours, and we'll be right back right after this opening video. So get ready. All right, everybody, are you ready? It's the NFL Live Draft. As we already said our names here. Guys, let's get this party started. We got about, let's say 25 minutes till the draft starts. Let's talk about some things real quick. Dan, I'll start with you because, you know what? I'm not even going to start with you because I don't even like your team anyway. I don't even like Steve's
your team
anyway.
either.
Well, you know what? I don't care. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you.
I don't like that shirt either. Burn it.
But we're going to start with Steve first because, he holds that number 2 pick, and everything is based on we know what he's going to do, oh my God, there's an goddamn eagle just flew in the damn crib here. What the hell's going on? Joe, what's going on, Joe?
Chilling, man. How you guys doing?
Doing good, brother. Welcome to the show. We already said where we're from. What show are you from, Joe?
Sully Squad on Monday nights at 6. We do 4 for 4 Philly, plus I do a baseball show on Tuesdays, extra innings. So
definitely. Well, welcome to the group. One of our hosts here, one of the proud members of Out of the Box here as well. But let's start with Steve here because we think we know where we're going here, Steve. But, brother, I don't even know with this draft because I don't know who's going to move up, who's moving down. What are you going to do with your Commanders at number 2?
Hey, thanks, Paul. And, I think it's kind of, I don't know what it may be in other parts of the country or, if there's NFL fans, that tune in, especially now being draft day, draft night. But, here in D.C. area, especially for my team, the Washington Commanders, I think it's kind of the world's worst kept secret, right? We're going to be taking Jayden Daniels, number 2. First off, we're not trading up to number 1. Get that shit out of your head. Number 2, we're not trading down. We're not getting more draft picks. Adam Peters, new GM, already has 5 picks in the top 100, plus a couple more in later rounds. We don't need more draft capital for this season. In fact, the hot take for tonight is the fact that I think the Commanders are going to bundle something together, trade back up into the bottom third of the first round to secure an offensive lineman and, kind of go from there. But I think the number 2 pick, solid. Put your booking bet on FanDuel or DraftKings. Jayden Daniels coming to D.C., Heisman Trophy winner, excited for the new era.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I agree with you there 100%. Let's move around the room here. The next pick is going to be those damn New York Giants sitting at 6 here. Dan, I hate to say this, but I think you guys are going to get the weapon that you need. Maybe a Neighbors, maybe a Harrison P. Falls. What are you leaning toward?
I would like to get a weapon, but I got this sneaky suspicion the Giants are going to try to trade up for Drake May.
Ooh, you're willing to give up the farm?
I can't say I would love it, but he's got a lot of talent, and if they like him, they love him. I could see Arizona trading their pick, to be honest. Great. And I've heard they don't want to go lower than 6, and if they can get their weapon and say, but I don't know. I think it's going to be a wide receiver at 6.
Okay.
But they may love a quarterback. I've heard Rumgusa McCarthy. I don't know if I like that. I heard a crazy rumor about Penix at 6. I'd say no way. I feel they get a weapon, but is Joe Schoen going to love one of the quarterbacks and trade up?
Okay, well, let me ask you this, Dan, real quick. If you're willing to move up to 3, let's say with the Patriots, because Steve ain't giving you up that number 2 pick.
No,
you know?
that's where it would have to be. It would have to be the 3 pick. It
All
wouldn't
right,
be
so
the
if you
4
take
pick.
that 3, you're on the horn with the Patriots here. You're talking to Gerard Mayo and Robert Kraft there, and you want to say, hey, we'll give you our 6th pick, but you got to ask for something else. What are you willing to give up to move up 3 spots with that flipping
I would guess you would have to give up 47, but I would give 70 in the first round next year or something. It's only a couple of spots. It's 3 spots.
Okay.
So if I could keep that 47th pick, I'd love it.
Mhm.
But I think Drake May would be a good pick if they love a quarterback and love a quarterback. You take him.
Mhm.
But I would rather, me personally, I'd stay at 6 and select the weapon.
I would too.
But you're risking it also because what if Arizona and the Chargers don't trade? They take both the weapons that you want.
Well, then you get your quarterback. Then you get your quarterback. Then,
exactly.
For. So
I feel it's going to be 1, 2, 3 quarterback, but we'll see what the Giants do. I think they stay pat, but I don't think it'd be crazy if they trade it up if they love a quarterback.
Agree. Well, let's move on to another team here. The team that's basically routed the NFL here with picks and everything, taking everybody from their damn teams. They took your running back Saquon Barkley. They got Gardner back from last year. They're just grabbing people right and left. And I you know what, Joe? I see you over there.
Hey, Dan, does this number look familiar to you?
Wow.
Yeah, I don't like it anymore. Yeah,
Hey,
I don't like
I'm
it.
not worried. I'm not worried about
in the jersey. I'm gonna hate it.
I'm not worried about the Barkley shoes. I want to know if he still has the Barkley jersey. I want to know if he still has the Eagles shoes on.
I do. Here,
look at them threads.
Banging, dude.
Damn, Joe. Damn. Well, Joe, what are you going to do at 22 here? I mean, a couple holes, of course. We talked about that. Everybody's basically locked up for your Eagles here. Devontae Smith's locked up. All your offensive linemen basically locked up. A lot of depth talk here. A lot of positions to fill. Where are you going to go at 22, Joe?
Okay, so I don't think there's any way they pick at 22. I think there's. I'd be shocked if they don't move up.
Mm-hmm.
And I was watching Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft last night, and some people are saying corner, some people are saying offensive line. Knowing the Eagles, it's probably offensive line. Mm-hmm. Can I tell you what I wish it would be? Listen. I know the Eagles need O-line help. I know they need defense help. Let me tell you something. If they moved up and got Brock Bowers, I would friggin' do an Irish jig, bro. Now listen, I know they got Dallas Goedert. I know they got tons of weapons. But let me tell you something. If you put Brock Bowers, if I'm sitting there, if you sit there and there's a rumor, I don't know how true it is, but like the Eagles actually really love the kid. And you may have needs or whatever, but if you're telling me you could get another George Kittle or Travis Kelce and add him to AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, Barkley, that offense is putting up 31 to 35 a week.
The great thing about that, Joe, he's not really just a tight end. He's a hybrid wide receiver too. Pass blocker, run blocker. He is the full package there. If you guys can get him, I understand best player available, but sometimes a roster need is not guaranteed there when you have the best player available, like a general player like Brock Bowers as well.
Yeah.
So
but honestly though, what I think is going to happen, I think they move up to maybe like Seattle and maybe and they get a maybe like the guard tackle from University of Washington. He could play right guard for a couple years, maybe slide out to right tackle in like 2-3 years when Lane Johnson retires. That's what I think is going to happen. Okay. But wishful thinking. I'd love to walk out of here with Brock Bowers. And I know, and I've a lot of Eagles fans are like, no, we need a corner. No, we need this. Tell you what, you think you get a star weapon like that he's going to be. You look back at this draft 5-6 years from now, he's going to be one of the top guys you talk about.
And the funny thing you mentioned that, Joe, best player available that doesn't fit your team need. Look, a couple years ago with CeeDee Lamb, we didn't need a wide receiver that year. Took him, and look what happened with him. Blew up the world. Great position player that we have him now. But if you sit at 22, Joe, and you don't move up or down, what are you taking at 22 here? Still have the option of offensive lineman. Brock Bowers, I believe, will be gone at that point. Where are you going then?
Maybe the corner from Clemson if he's there, Wiggins.
Okay, solid.
He could be a possibility because they do need a corner. I mean, they do need secondary help. Another hidden need is I know they took 2 D tackles the last 2 years with Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter, but they Fletcher Cox retiring. They if they had a chance to get the kid Murphy from Texas, to play defensive tackle because I think they're going to go to a 34. So I mean, if you could put him up there with on the opposite side of Jalen Carter, they could wreak some havoc in the middle of that line.
I agree. With Gardner coming back playing safety there, roaming that back end too. If you get another solid corner, that could be lights out on defense as well there. But Dan, I mean, excuse me, Eddie, I'll let you go first since we root for the same team here. The Dallas Cowboys with no money at all to pay any players. Where do we sit at 24 here with a lot of needs since, Mr. Commander over here took half our damn team?
First of all, I think we would have to take maybe a Graham Barton, the Duke.
Duke. Okay.
The utility offensive lineman. He can play all 5 positions.
Mm-hmm.
I just have a feeling that there's not going to be a tackle I would want to take there in the first round. I think we can get maybe a Jordan Morgan in the second round.
I agree.
But I do not want guidance from Oklahoma. Those Oklahoma offensive linemen are softer than great value toilet paper.
Hey, I use great value toilet paper. Don't knock it, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you want your offensive lineman to be a complete stud that's not soft.
Sure. I agree with you. I think the first round, what's great about Barton, is he can play all 5 positions, but he's not a lockdown left tackle for me. That's the only issue with me losing Tyron Smith, going to the Jets there. To me, I want to look at if a solid left tackle is there, I want to go there. Otherwise, I want Jackson Powers from Oregon. That center to me is a true staple point. If he's not available, I can go with the Barton playing center because he's played that position before. But I think we have to go first round here, either left tackle or you know what? Now, hear me out with this one. I want all your opinions of this one. Tyler Smith can play left tackle. He played it last year when Peters popped in. That could be a possibility where if a left tackle's not there, but there is a solid left guard there, we could take that left guard and pop Tyler Smith outside of left tackle. He's played that position before.
I have a question for you.
Well, I have an answer, hopefully.
What's the second round pick you have?
What are we at?
60-something?
60-something, yeah. And I don't think you're going to get a solid first round starter there at offensive
line. What about the UConn guard?
Which one are we talking about?
Would you take him over Burton?
Christian Haynes.
I don't know. I have Barton over a lot higher, graded a little bit higher.
I think Hayes is a second round guy. I'm saying if he was there for the Cowboys, I know it's maybe not, but if he was there, your second round pick, that would be a good pick if you needed a guard. But I'd go tackle if I was the Cowboys first round.
Oh, that's what I want. I definitely want a left tackle, but I don't know, sitting at where we're at 24.
Who's going to be there?
That's what I mean. Next best thing, of course, would be a center. And center, you do have 2 options. You have
Jackson Powers. Yeah.
Or Jackson Powers. That's who I really want.
Johnson or something like that.
Yeah, Jackson Powers.
Jackson.
Yeah. I want him. He's a true center. He's a true center.
Yeah,
That's
good.
what I want.
Yeah.
If not, I can go with Barton because he is that guy that I can either go center or I can kick out the guard if we ever pick up someone like in the offseason after OTAs, whatever. That's fine with me. But I don't know. I'm just a little scared being at 24 and being the Cowboys here because I'm hearing a lot of rumors possibly trading up, but you have too many holes to fill, and you don't have a 3rd or 4th round pick, so you need these picks 1, 2, 3, and 5.
The dream scenery for the Cowboys would be if the Penn State left tackle drops to Dallas. But
Fanshaw's not dropping to 24 though from Penn State.
I just don't want to reach on a guy like Guyton. I do not like Guyton at all.
True.
Period.
What I'm looking
to the right spot would be okay, but you don't want to pick him in the first round.
No, what I'm looking at Joe Alt. I heard this rumor about Joe Alt. If whoever's staying in Joe Alt to the Cowboys, you better get your head examined. Number one, because
how's that going to happen?
No, I don't even care if we had the chance to get him, Danny. I won't take him. I love Notre Dame. I do the Notre Dame show, but I can't take him because he's right tackle. I don't have a need at right tackle. He's right tackle only. I have Terrence Steele playing right tackle, and I'm not getting rid of him. Another puzzle piece. I can't do it. So Joe Alt's off the board. I'm looking at either Fanshaw, maybe. What do you think about this one? Excuse me, Eddie. What do you think about Mims? Amarius Mims from Georgia.
To me, he's a project. He's not. I think he's too tall to be. Those 6'8" tackles don't do particularly well. Usually.
Yeah, but that left side, man, that's pretty much what you need over there.
I think he's going to be a guard. I think he's going to probably be better as a guard in the NFL.
Okay. All right. Well, I can't wait to see. We got about 15 minutes before the live draft here starts. Let's go through some comments here. Eileen checking in saying, hello, you handsome men. I know she's not talking about me or probably you three. I know that for sure. How you doing, Eileen? She said, the draft is finally here. Yes. let's talk about her Jets real quick. Boo all your teams but my New York Jets.
Yeah.
Talk about the Jets real quick. I'm going to throw this out. Joe mentioned a guy by the name of Brock Bowers. I don't think he goes anywhere. I think he goes to the Jets because, hear me out now, Aaron Rodgers coming back to injury. I know you got to keep the guy upright. Don't get me wrong there. I understand that. But he has a 1 to 2 year window, if I'm correct, to play in the NFL, correct? Why not go out here and get the best player, just like Joe Sullivan said, a hybrid guy, a utility guy that can play every position? Why not go out and get Brock Bowers? At Green Bay, he loved his tight ends, correct? He loved them. So why not? Does that make sense?
That's where I have Bowers going to the Jets. I don't see there's no way he's going to drop by the Jets, especially if the left tackle from Penn State is gone.
Agree. Yeah.
I guess the biggest question that you got to pose to the Jets, right, is do they put a higher priority on grabbing somebody? And it kind of goes back to the discussion: do you grab off a need or do you grab best available? Right.
Right.
Let's say Brock Bowers is sitting there at number 10 for the Jets, and they're salivating
for them,
right? Or do they try and pick up the next best available lineman to help protect Aaron Rodgers?
Brock Bowers would help Aaron Rodgers tremendously.
That's what I mean. I mean, the defense is solid. The defense is solid for the Jets. They're solid.
The defense is solid,
offensive line
but their offensive line is solid as it needs to be to protect Rodgers the entire season.
That's the thing.
Who's the tackle?
Do you want to keep Aaron Rodgers upright and have him 17 games, or do you want to score 40 points a game with a solid defense that can win games easily? You know what I mean? It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard there.
They could get their left tackle in the second round. That might be a little bit of a
in the draft at that position.
Here's a question real quick. Eileen says, I heard the Pats are locked in on Drake May. I think they might trade this pick. I really do.
I think they might. I've read and heard they're not as high on Drake May. They like McCarthy better. The Patriots do.
Well, that word McCarthy is showing up everywhere on every damn team, man. I'll tell you what.
The kid's a winner. He's got a great pedigree. I haven't seen him throw the ball a lot in college.
If he goes to a team with an lineman with an offensive, stout line, I think he'll be pretty damn good. He doesn't have to showcase that arm.
Yeah, it's all about where he fits. But like I said, I could see Drake May easily going to the Patriots if they like him.
Gotcha.
But for whatever reason,
could somebody like
players like we do.
Somebody like Drake May flourish under Bill O'Brien, who's been a successful college head coach as well as offensive coordinator at the college ranks.
Yeah,
agree. Terrell Dizzle checking in. Go Chiefs! Hey, we got a Super Bowl return, champion here. Dizzle saying, "Go Chiefs!" Here. I thought we had a long way to wait. You guys got to wait till 32. I hope you're staying in tune for the whole show because we might be here at 11 picking your team. So let us know what you're picking there. But get to some of the comments here. Eileen says, going to Joe Sullivan here, the Eagles and star A.J. Brown agreed to terms on a 3-year, $96 million deal.
Oh.
Wow. Joe, I'm just going to say one word to you, and I'm going to take this in respectful to you. God, I hate Howie Roseman, but you got to love him, don't you?
I love Howie Roseman, bro. In fact, you know what? Actually, you know what? I should go upstairs. I mean, I should put on my Howie Roseman T-shirt. I should rock that for the draft.
Please don't take me back, Joe. Joe, you and I did that show about Howie Roseman, and I had to look at that thing for an hour looking at you wear this shirt, Joe.
No, I had to go upstairs because you know what's messed up? You would think obviously the Sixers are on right now too. So I would think they would have a multi-view with like the Sixers in the draft, but they didn't. So I had to like bring down the TV. So I got the Sixers on one and the draft on the other.
That's crazy. Damn Philadelphia people, man. They can't get it right.
Torturing me with the Sixers playing the same time as the draft,
Joe, the one thing is you guys got everybody locked up. You got Devontae Smith locked up. You got A.J. Brown locked up. It's not even fair to the teams in this league. I think Howie Roseman, the best person he can sell the books to would be the GMs for the other 31 teams, honestly, of how to negotiate this cap space.
Yeah, can I tell you who deserves some credit though? Because I heard this on the radio today. It's actually the owners never get credit, but actually one of the reasons Howie Roseman and the Eagles are able to do this is because Jeff Lurie writes out money ahead of time. A lot of owners don't like to do it. Jeff Lurie writes out the check ahead of time. You know what I'm saying? Like he pays money up front. A lot of owners don't like to do that.
Well, what you said is a lot of credit don't go to the owners, but let's keep Jerry Jones out of that because that son of a bitch ain't doing crap right for us. So let's keep him out of that category, Joe, because he sucks. He sucks. Very bad. Very bad. Let's go with
I
comments.
kind of like Jerry Jones.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you do. I mean, what's the level here of Jerry Jones versus Howie Roseman? It ain't Jerry Jones, is it? No.
Yeah, Jerry Jones is too busy wanting to put up concerts in the Cowboy Stadium.
It's all
That's
about
all
jersey sales and ticket sales and concessions for him. That's all he's doing. He wants to sell out every other sporting event in the world to make him money. The Sports Addict Network checks in. What's going on, guys? He says, "What's up, fellas? Thanks for tuning in, brother. Appreciate that, guys. Give them a like too. We follow each other on Twitter and YouTube, so give them a follow as well. Great group of guys there as well. Also, Ken Fry, the host of the Silver and Black, the Bat Cave, Silver and Black Kings edition, and the Raiders edition, who are drafted tonight. If the Raiders don't move up, they will take Terran Arnold, quarterback, Alabama. What do you guys think about that? What are the Raiders' needs before we get into the draft in about 7 minutes here? They sit at 13.
Quarterback is one, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get one. Offensive line, I mean, I don't know as much about the Raiders, but I wonder if they would take a Penix or something down there.
I think Bo Nix and Penix will be dropping to him if they want him. That's in their lap. Do they take a chance on them? I mean, quarterbacks.
If they really wanted them, like I said, Penix wasn't injured, he'd be a top 3 quarterback.
Agree.
He would be
So-
to me. Penix would be the number 1 quarterback if he did not have his injury history. He's the most accurate quarterback. He's the smartest quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Okay.
and he's definitely a million times the leader than Caleb Williams.
Yeah. I don't know. I still think Caleb is just that generational type. His mobility, his size. I think what he's done. I'm going from Oklahoma to USC. I think he would be the number 1 though. But you can't knock Penix, man. 6-year starter, Indiana. Washington. You can't knock him. I think he would be number 1, 2. Flip flop in a lot of different categories. But I heard a rumor. I talked about it last night. Of course, you can't read everything on the internet. It says Paul's the greatest guy in the world. We know that's not true, so everything's not true. But there's a rumor that Raiders, Cowboys, Dak Prescott. Do you guys see this even being something? I know, Eddie, you're praying that this does happen. I am in a certain way as well. You guys are not Cowboys fans. Joe, I'll start with you. What do you think about that move if it did happen?
I don't think that happens. I think when push comes to shove, I think Dak and Jerry are just in a stare down right now. I think eventually, I think Dak's going to wind up staying there. I don't see that happening.
Oh man,
I just saw. I not to change the subject on you, but there's another rumor. It says Tom Curran of he's a big guy up in Boston. The Patriots are working on a potential trade for Brandon Ayuk.
Okay. I mean, that gives you a weapon there. But because I did hear that they're looking for. I heard the 49ers are looking for a first round for Ayuk. I don't think he's worth the first round though, because you're not going to give up that pick that you have for him. Maybe something next year or consensus maybe 2 years down the line. I couldn't do that this year.
Well, here's a thought. If the Patriots are trading for an Ayuk, it might be a second rounder possibly. So that kind of lends credence that maybe they take Drake May because you want a veteran receiver to go with the young quarterback.
Very true. Very true. That is true. Dan, what do you think about if it's possible, or can you even see Dak moving on from the Cowboys here to another team? Because the thing is,
nope,
it's $30 million dead space for the Cowboys this year, regardless of what you do. $25 million he's already paid on the contract to another team. So basically, you're renting him, which is very cheap for a team.
it is.
But the opposite side of that, he's on his last year, and that could be a $60 million a year contract if he plays for your team the next year. Is it worth it?
That's what it's going to cost to pay a quarterback, unfortunately, because the market keeps getting reset.
Very true.
So
Very true.
eventually it's going to be that anyway.
That's
so I don't know if there's any avoiding. You could draft another quarterback and move on, but Dak has been pretty good. So
we do have Cooper Rush. We have Cooper Rush.
I know, but like I said, I think he stays there.
You got Trey
But
Lance.
it is a lot of money.
But you know what the funny
agree.
thing is, Steve, you've mentioned Trey Lance. That guy's owed $20 million if we keep him next year, still on his rookie deal. They back-ended everything on his contract. $22 million Trey Lance gets next year if he's on the roster.
Oh,
On any roster.
that's yeah, but trading for Lance, I think is more unless they think they could do something with him. But
I think he's going to play a lot of
That's a lot of-
OTA this year. I think he's going to
that's
audition in OTAs this year. I think that's all it is.
it's a lot of money.
But it was worth it, a
Next year.
fifth-round pick to get a body like that. Fifth-round pick for
No,
Trey
I
Lance.
agree with that, but you don't want to have to pay him $20 million.
I think the biggest question for you and the Cowboys becomes this, right? So if you know that you can either draft a quarterback or roll with somebody you have in house,
Mhm.
I'm going to throw this hypothetical out there. Is it worth moving Dak in order to have the cap space to sign CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons and whoever else you need in place of that?
Might have to pick one.
So you're kind of giving up a lot, but in return, you could have potentially being enough space to do what you need to do.
But I look at it two ways. If you get players through the draft here, your position players, your center, your left tackle, a little depth on the defensive line, a linebacker, which is asking a lot with our picks here. But if you can get those, it's not really a tank year or a bad year. Our defense is suffice. Our offense has the weapons. We have the quarterback we know we can play ball with. But if you don't get those players, is it a time to say, maybe it is that let's hit that reset button. Let's hit that reset button now and take what we can or take what we can get out of it and move on from that. Play Cooper Rush, who can get you 9 to 10, possibly 12 wins. I don't know. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to, because next year, the worst thing is Joe's team is setting the market here. They're smart. They signed Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown to smaller deals compared to what St. Brown just got, one of the highest paid players. They're setting the market. When Lamb gets this contract, he's going to set that market with Justin Jefferson. And it's going to be so high, Dallas is not going to play him. Parsons, same way. Same way. You need money somewhere. You need it. So I don't know.
I think the other thing that kind of hurts your Cowboys, and I don't think a lot of people realize it, is that Dak also has a no franchise tag clause in his contract.
No trade clause.
And a no franchise tag
exactly
clause in his contract,
Mhm.
So, they could, perhaps, go the franchise tag route, but oh, by the way, your starting quarterback has that built into his contract that option's not available.
It's funny. I was talking to my buddy today. When I was up in Pittsburgh, I was talking to him. Went to visit him, and he's a Chicago Bears fan. He was like, "Man, Paul, what if the Cowboys traded Caleb, the number one pick to you, and we took Dak Prescott?" And I was like, "Why would Dak Prescott want to go to a team that's basically down and out, lottery pick every year? He has a no trade clause.
Yeah.
He controls that, saying, I don't want to go there. If it was the Eagles, he'd be like, pack my bags, I'm out of here, I'm gone. But to a lower team, he controls his own destiny of where he goes. He has the handcuffs on Jerry Jones.
How about if the Bears traded their 9th pick for Dak, and then Dak knows that the Bears can draft a Marvin Harrison Jr., but they already have a couple of real good receivers there on the Bears.
Well, here's the deal, Eddie. If anybody gives me a top 20 pick for Dak Prescott, I know you're in Arizona. That's where you live. I'm in, near Pittsburgh. I will drive and meet you halfway. We'll go get Dak in Texas and take him wherever he wants to go, wherever he lands. Okay, we will do that and buy him dinner, a big Kobe steak if he wants it. Okay, that's what we'll do. All right, real quick, we got about 2 minutes here before the draft has already started. It's on at 8:00 there. Who has the live draft on? Anybody have it on? Joe, I know you have it on your TV, correct?
I do, and actually, the NFL commissioner is about to make his way to the podium.
All right.
I'm on my TV. I'm streaming it.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's consensus and go around the room here. I'll start. I think the Bears definitely take Caleb Williams here. I think they have to.
Yeah.
Why not? Dan, what do you think?
I think it's going to be Caleb Williams. It makes the most sense. I'd be shocked if it was someone else. If it was Penix, and he wasn't hurt, I'd say him, but he's got that ACL and those injuries. So it's probably going to be Caleb Williams. It makes the most sense.
Joe, where's the Chicago Bears going?
It's Caleb. It's Caleb. I mean, I think they already told him that he was going. So I mean, it's
obvious to everybody.
Yeah, Steve.
I think it's going to be Williams. I mean, look. In all honesty, there had to be some kind of an agreement already beforehand between him and the Bears. Because the NFL doesn't want that kind of stuff leaked out before draft night. But in the event that it's not him, with him only making one visit, and that was to the Bears. Let's see what happens.
Eddie, what do you got? Caleb?
Yeah, Caleb. But if I had ran the Bears, I would have had kept Fields, and I would have used that first pick. I would have used that pick and traded down a few spots and added more picks because they only have 4 picks for this draft.
Agree, but would you give up a generation of talent like that when you finally? I mean,
I don't blame them.
But here's the thing: can we see a a sign here, and then all of a sudden I don't want to play for Chicago. Eli Manning maybe. I mean, what do we see that? Because listen, we know the word thrown around with Caleb Williams, the diva mentality, right? That is diva-like for somebody to do that. Go up there, shake hands, give a bear hug with Roger, and all of a sudden go to the back room and say, I'm not playing for this damn team. Think so? No, I don't see it happening, but
No.
I can see him doing that in a couple years when he sees the Bears are not winning because Caleb is not a leader.
Agree. All right, so we're waiting for the first pick here, guys. I think it's going to be Caleb Williams. I think he is the obvious choice here, the unanimous consensus number one pick. If they go outside the box here, what do you think they do? What do you think it would be, like the outside the box prediction? If they don't take
Daniels,
him, you think so?
Meg, who knows?
What if they shock the world? What if they shock the world and go somewhere
Marvin
else
Harrison
here?
Jr.?
What if?
Joe Alt.
They do need a right tackle and actually a left guard, so that was one of the positions they need too.
They have absolutely no quarterback, but
that's the problem, though. They have no quarterback, so they can't really shock the world and go MHJ or Neighbors or anybody like that.
They have a nice pick unless they like somebody else. I don't know.
Well, that's true. They do have a nice pick. Maybe they go McCarthy. If they can stay ahead of Minnesota or Denver, they could get him. Or you know what? Hey, it's Chicago. Maybe that Bo Nix falls into that category. I don't know here, but we'll see here, guys. Man.
The Chicago sure loved Jim McMahon back in the day, so next could be their Jim.
That's true. That's true.
I guess the bigger question than the Bears not taking Williams, do you see anybody shocking and trading with the Bears at number one?
Denver and Minnesota. I can see that. They need a quarterback. Why not go out the consensus number one pick there? Go out and get Caleb, or Washington wants Daniels. Patriots, we don't know what they are. If or miss Drake May, we don't know that what they're going to do. Trade back. You want to get in that top two. Well, really number one, because you guys want the quarterback, Steve.
Yep.
So the best position to go number one. Sell the farm if you believe in Caleb Williams. If you believe in him, pull the Houston Texans, or the Carolina Panthers. Jump up and go get him. Wouldn't that be surprising? Just like the Carolina did with Chicago last year, somebody else does it to Chicago this year. To sell the farm to move up to that spot.
It would definitely be a big surprise to me, to be honest, being that they have no quarterback. They trade Fields. That signals that's what they're going to do to me. Mm-hmm. If they did trade Fields, maybe you could say they could take a Joe Alt or a weapon, but they didn't.
I agree.
That was the signal right there.
If the Bears wanted to, I would take a one or two fourth round picks for Dak.
Man, you're really pissing me off with this Dak stuff because I want to get rid of him for a bag of chips right now, honestly, or maybe a $2 million release on his contract. I'll take a $2 million release, Sean, you can check him out with Joe Sullivan. Joe Sullivan will be back in a little bit. He has something to do. Sean Kilby, one of his co-hosts, said, I see the Chargers and Vikings making a trade, swapping first-round picks. I could see that because what do you guys think about the Chargers real quick? Because the pick's not in yet. I can see the Chargers either going – maybe they go after a Brock Bowers or they go all at the offensive line because Harbaugh loves to run that ball. And he's very familiar with, running all offensive linemen. Makes sense to me. Do you think they would get out of that 6 and go down to the 11th spot? Makes kind of sense, though. You're gaining a pick, plus what you can get to move up 5 spots, too.
I think the Chargers could get both first-round picks from the Vikings.
Ooh, wow.
I mean, Eddie might not be far off, right? If
the
Vikings want to move up to number 5, and you figure that the Cardinals are not taking a quarterback, so I think it's all going to depend on what happens at number 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
If the top 3 stay the top 3, then I could honestly see Eddie being right that, hey, look, Minnesota is going to trade up with the Chargers, and oh, by the way, Minnesota, we're going to give you both of our first-round picks to move up to number 5 because – because I don't think
you got a weapon at 11 and a tackle at 23 or something.
Because let's be honest, it's going to take more than just swapping 5 and 11 to make the Chargers move, right?
Exactly.
You're gonna have to throw something else in. I don't know what else what else the Vikings have besides the second first round pick, as far as like second round or third round, that they can kind of sweeten the deal. Mm-hmm. But it would obviously be 11 for 5 plus 1 or 2 more picks.
Agree.
Well, the
Yeah,
Bears have. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go
I,
ahead. Go ahead.
I don't.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Oh, I don't think the Vikings have a second round pick. I think their next pick is either a third or a fourth. I
They
think they're
traded
kind of.
it.
Yeah, they traded it. They traded it actually out. Yeah. Sean says also they need a quarterback. Vikings and Chargers get Odunze and Bauer. That makes kind of sense right there to me. Or you know what? Even if you drop down to 11, you're still going to get that stud offensive lineman that Harbaugh can work
At
with
11
as well.
for sure, you will.
You know, Fanshawe, Segula from Oregon State. Oregon State's going to be there.
You'll
One of those
get
two
one
guys
of
will be
those
there.
tackles will definitely be there. I
Exactly.
can see that.
Exactly. Mhm.
So I know you guys were talking about the Chargers and their needs, but and Brock Bowers is kind
A
of
weapon,
tight end,
offensive
wide
line.
receiver, but the Chargers just unloaded all of their wide receivers.
And their running back, too.
Yep.
So do the Chargers go after MHJ or Neighbors?
It makes sense.
Or somebody else and just stay put at number 5?
It makes sense because it makes sense. You have Herbert, that's a gunslinger too. I mean, he was injured last year. You know, the same category with like Daniel Jones staying upright. You know, same thing with Aaron Rodgers. Do you want to keep him upright or do you want to score with wide receivers? Because you need wide receivers. You got rid of everybody basically. New OC coming in. Kellen Moore's not there anymore. So it's all about what scheme you want to run this year. It makes sense. I mean, it's kind of hard, man. If I was in a war room now with them, I'm even thinking like, do I gain assets? Do I move back? Do I get the position player I want? Or I can move back, gain assets, and get another position player that I need? I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think if the Chargers get those 2 first round picks, they could go the Penn State left tackle first, and then they can draft Donovan Mitchell from Texas as the other first round pick.
Makes sense. I mean, they have all the options there. I mean, a lot of teams, if you have so many holes to fill 1 through 5, you know.
What the Patriots do.
Yeah, exactly. They have so many holes to fill here. Why not? You're not going to be a Super Bowl contender this year with a rookie quarterback and 1 weapon. Why not gain your assets and look 2 to 3 years down the line here, gaining all the assets, and then coming back with a better team for next year? Because who you trade with really falls like you look at their schedule. You know, the Vikings, they play. Chicago's going to get better. Green Bay's a lot better in our division. So you might finish second, third. You know, you never know what you're going to do.
Yeah.
So you're going to be mid-range for that first round pick next year. You got to look at that too. You got to look at those options as well. You know,
the Bears have the nice pick. Would the Bears use the nice pick and move up a few spots if they see a player that's targeted? You know, with that nice pick.
I don't think they do. I think they stay put. I don't think they want to give up anything. They have the assets right now. They can still. They don't control it at 1.
They should trade with us. They should trade to 6. Give us 1.
Oh,
and then
God, Dan,
keep pick
stop
9.
It. Stop it.
So for those fans that are watching us,
That'd be insane. That'd be crazy.
For those fans that are watching us hit live here at Out of the Box Sports, hopefully you're simulcasting the draft on top. But for those that are not,
hey, Steve, real quick, we have 254 live viewers right now. And guys, I know you're watching on Twitter. You have 250 on Twitter. All you got to do is click that little icon right there, the actual screen that you're watching. Click it one more time. A chat box will happen at the very bottom. Let us know what you're thinking. It's 250 people watching right now. Let us know because I know you guys are sports fans out there. Let us know where you're picking.
But how much more Detroit can you get than Detroit? Hey, look at it. Commissioner Roger Goodell walks on stage, joined by Eminem first. Then, lo and behold, we have 6 Detroit Lions walking out, including former wide receiver Hall of Famer Calvin Johnson. As well as running back Barry Sanders. Wow. You know, hey, look, I love it. I love all the pomp and circumstance, but in all honesty, if we're going to start the draft at 8 o'clock,
I love that jacket. I love that jacket that Barry Sanders has on it. It's nice, old school.
Is that Aiden Hutchinson that's up there?
Yes, it is. Yes, Aiden. Jared Goff is there right now in the screen that I'm looking at behind.
Man, he was so good, Calvin Johnson, man.
Yep.
Yeah, he was. You know, the funny thing about, I know it's off topic here, but the funny thing about Calvin Johnson, he played in a running offense at Georgia Tech. They never threw him the ball, and how he progressed through his NFL career is amazing. Going from Georgia Tech, basically like just a running attack offense, you know, like a Veer wishbone, basically, to where he's at today. What a progression for Calvin Johnson.
Yeah.
Insane.
You know, and it's so scary, but like you got to wonder, not just like Calvin Johnson, but we're going to talk about him since he's on TV right now. What kind of numbers and career would he be doing right now if he had the pass happy offenses that we have in today's football? And, you know, I mean, look, he already piled up gobbles and gobbles of yards and touchdowns, and became a prolific Hall of Famer. But, what kind of career could he have if he was playing in today's era?
And the other thing is the rule changes. You can't even breathe on a wide receiver now is playing
He
corner.
used to be able to drape them and grab them and do all kind, be very physical. Now,
Yeah.
he'd be way more prolific now. And like, you see how wide open receivers are like in games these days, like within like 15 yards of them.
Exactly.
He'd
And
be
he
awesome today.
He was one of those wide receivers that can play end zone routes, this high point of ball at any time in the world. Just go up and get the ball anytime. Nowadays, the only thing a corner can do, because he was 6'4", 6 something like that, high point the ball, and these corners are 5'11", 6 foot, 6'1" top. They can't high point that ball, and if they do, they're going to smack that arm, and that's just a PI right there. Calvin Johnson's number would be, my goodness, it would be so amazing to see right now in this kind of league.
And let's be honest, Calvin Johnson didn't have, at least that I can remember, a stellar quarterback playing in Detroit.
Until Matt Stafford, but that was like what
Right.
he only had him a couple years.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. Just can you imagine what my boy Drew Pearson had done in today's NFL?
True.
Yeah.
He was good.
Oh, let's throw out some old names there, right? What happened?
I know.
What if you bring back the posse from the 80s and 90s?
Yeah, it's the 80s.
Who in today's NFL of these three receivers would have had a better career? Jerry Rice, Calvin, or Randy Moss?
Wow.
Calvin.
I'm gonna go out of the box. I'm gonna say Randy Moss, actually. In today's league, speed.
Well, I mean, you got to be honest. So, let's be
I
honest.
love Calvin Johnson's style of play.
2017, Moss set the single season record for most touchdowns at 19, right?
Yeah, he did.
So, you got to wonder, just makes you think, hey, what kind of season would Rice or, Johnson have in today's passing era?
With a guy like Montana and Young throwing to him.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. Let's think about this, just in your head. What would Rice be like in his prime if he was playing with, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen?
Oh my goodness!
Any of these gunslingers in today's league.
Wow.
Jerry Rice used to be killer with that slant, and no one would stop that today.
I call him the Hakeem Dream, Elijah Dream shake off that line, just one step shake, inside slant, and it could be a touch, a pass right there to the end zone, to the house every time. That slant was insane. Him and Montana, it was just like it was the best thing since sliced bread I've ever seen in my life. That first move.
Jerry Rice might be the smartest wide receiver I've ever seen play.
Well, let me ask you, we're going to cut you off here. What do you guys think about, Brendan Rice here? I like this kid as a 4th to 5th round pick,
like him
as a wide receiver. And I know this doesn't go to really saying Caleb Williams had a high praise for him. He said that he's probably one of the best wide receivers he's ever thrown to, off the ball, speed-wise, IQ on the field. What do you guys think about Brendan Rice? I mean, does that have to live up to your father's name, Jerry Rice, Hall of Famer? Brendan played at Stanford. He left there to go to USC, had a mediocre year. But what is the expectations of a Brendan Rice compared? Who's your dad? Oh, my dad's Jerry Rice. Oh, my God, Jerry Rice. How does that play in your head? Like Brendan Rice, Jerry Rice.
I don't think it's as high. The pressure's high on him because he was never like a top recruit.
True.
Unlike somebody like a Bronny James, everybody was making Bronny James out to be the next big thing and all that. But Brendan Rice, I didn't even know he was Jerry Rice's kid until.
But I mean, I think you're absolutely right, Eddie. That Rice has less expectations and pressure on him than say MHJ, who played at Ohio State, who has to live in his Hall of Fame father's shadow. Marvin Harrison Jr. So there could be some positive to Rice not being that 5-star blue chip recruit with a shoulder of expectations because he was Jerry's kid.
That's a great 100%. I had the privilege to watch Marvin Harrison play at St. Joe's Prep. He played with my older son for 4 years at Prep, and I talked to his dad quite a few times. Very humble gentlemen, both of them. Honestly, you go up to him, he would never sit near fans. Marvin Harrison, Senior, he would never sit near fans. He would always stand in the end zone by himself. And I tell you what, the funniest thing, I would love to have him on one of our shows. He used to actually carry a notebook on his pocket. And during every offensive play or every set, he would write something down. And it would always be criticism toward his son. Route was wrong. First step back. This. And I remember hearing him one time. He was like, "Yeah, my dad used to write a little notebook for me. And the day after the game we play on Friday night, Saturday, that inside the house wasn't the greatest because my dad was not my dad. He was my coach." And I was just like, wow, look where it got you, though, kid. Seeing his progression from his freshman year to where he's at now, arguably a top, could be a top 3 pick, top 4 pick, wherever he falls scheme wise. But, kudos to him. I've seen his kid progress, throughout Roman Catholic High School to St. Joe's Prep, where his dad played, at Prep. It was insane watching this kid. So kudos to this kid. But yeah, you're right about the ceiling. Bronny James versus Marvin Harrison Jr. versus a Brendan Rice. It's not comparable.
All right, fellas, halfway through their time.
Wait, we're at 8:18.
I was going to say that. Stop wasting time. Just pick.
I know. We're at 8:18. The damn thing started at 8 o'clock. At 8:15, I want the pick. If it's in, just get the card up there so we can move on.
So if the Bears know who they're taking, why can't, and I forget what year it is, you guys can correct me here, why can't we have Mike Ditka come out like he did with the New Orleans Saints and say, he was like 1 minute into their clock. He's like, the hell with it. We're taking Ricky Williams. We're done, And why take all this time?
But you know what, Steve? It's Roger Goodell. It's all about the NFL's money. They want to milk that clock and get all the PR for all the advertisements, all the commercials. We got 15 minutes of commercials to BS that you want to pay $1 million for 30 seconds. It all goes to the NFL and whoever's on there. Yeah. So, man, I agree. If the pick is in, it's consensus. Get the damn card up there.
The Bears draft room is high-fiving each other, so...
Well, they took J.J. McCarthy. They got J.J. McCarthy. They got their man. They got their man.
Oh, if this isn't if you don't see Caleb Williams scrolling across the bottom of your screen here in the next 30 seconds, wow.
Well, you know what? Here at Out of the Box, we do a lot of things where we have a lot of people hop on the show and things like that. We're waiting for that consensus number 1 pick, but we got our consensus number 1 pick right here. The Bat Fry himself, Mr. Ken Fry. Kenny, what's going on?
Nice.
I am numero uno in everybody's heart, no doubt about it. What's up, fellas? How you guys doing? The pick is in here for the Bears. Let's see where they're going to go. Offensive lineman, probably, right? Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, they're going J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy, right here.
JJ.
There we go.
Caleb Williams.
Guys, at the bottom of our screen, we will be having a live update there, a little banner scrolling for all the picks. After their pick, we will have them up there. So no need for ESPN. We got you covered here at Out of the Box Sports. We got everybody. And guys, the pick is in. And you know what? We have it scrolling at the bottom already.
Nice. Fantastic.
Yeah, just hold off for like 5 seconds as I'm streaming it. So
okay. See, Out of the Box is already out of the box.
I'm going to mute everybody.
We are
when my team is going, or if I see a trade alert at 3, I am muting everything.
Well, the pick is in. The pick is in, guys. Correct. The pick is in, right? Is the pick in?
Yes. See if Washington takes it. They'll take all their time. Like, we're going to take almost all our time too.
I would find it hilarious one day if somebody, whoever they call to write down the name, if somebody goes rogue and puts somebody else's name on it.
I don't know if this is true. Wasn't there a time in the NFL where somebody they turned in their card, but they didn't make it up to the podium or something?
The Vikings.
Was it the Vikings back then?
Mm-hmm. I think they did it back-to-back years, too.
Did they really? Oh, my God.
I tell you what. Wrong, though, but I'm pretty sure they did it back-to-back years.
But with modern technology, you're sitting there thinking you don't need a card anymore. All you can do is just say, send, pick is in. Oh, the pick is in, guys. Here it is on a phone. I don't need a card. The guy going up there, running up there, Roger, we have it. We don't need that anymore technology.
It's funny that they still have I want to say they still have double phones in every draft room, like handheld, handset phones,
rotary style.
Redundancy, yes, just in case your electronics goes down, that you have to call the league office in New York.
Isn't that if you're watching that show live and they show that on the War Room? Isn't that the time where your kid next to you says, "What the hell is he grabbing? What the hell is that thing?"
Yep.
That's what we grew up with, kids.
Yep. So we are roughly almost halfway through the time for the second overall pick for the Washington Commanders. So it'll be interesting to see, what Adam Peters in his first season as Commanders GM does with his first pick in the 2024 draft. Is it going to be, as expected that we take Jaden Daniels? Do they shock the world and take another quarterback? I honestly don't see them trading out of it. So they're going to take a quarterback. It's just a matter of which one.
Steve, I just want to ask you real quick, how pissed off are you going to be? You know, I know you're at the firehouse. I don't want you to set it on fire because you put out fires. You don't set them. Okay, number one. You know, thank you for doing what you do out there in your great, city out there. But how pissed off are you going to be if they come up there and say, with the second pick in the 2024 draft, the Washington Commanders take quarterback, you're happy, out of Michigan University, J.J. McCarthy.
Man, I'll tell you what. So here's the deal. I won't be happy that we picked him, but I will proudly support whatever quarterback we do take, right? So that's the fan side of me.
You said that under your breath. You said that under your breath, Steve.
Right. On a personal level, like I certainly, I'm not a couch GM. I don't watch a ton of tape like a lot of these fans on social media do, but I would really have to scratch my head and try to figure out what they see in anybody other than Daniels that best fits Kingsbury's offensive system. When you look at every quarterback, and I think, aside from JJ, aside from the injuries, I think Penix is probably the next best fit after Jaden Daniels. Just that running mobile quarterback who's still accurate, can make the throws, has a good solid arm. I just don't know if JJ fits that mold for Kingsbury as much as, Penix and stuff like that. To me personally, I would rank it as Daniels, Penix, JJ, Drake, and then, probably even Bo Nix down in that rank. Now here we are, we're looking at it that, Adam Peters is actually calling in the call right now to the NFL office in New York for his first selection as the Commanders GM in the new era there. So I imagine within the next 30 seconds, you're going to see across the screen that the pick is in for my beloved Commanders.
Ken, what do you got, Ken? Can you want to say something?
So yeah, guys, I got a quick question for you. So early on in the draft process here, Bo Nix was getting a lot of attention. Not as the best quarterback, but definitely top 5. You haven't heard much about him. I don't understand what the issue is. Like the dude out this past season, over 4,000 yards passing, 40+ touchdowns, single-digit interceptions, 70% completion percentage, and is mobile. Like, what's the issue? How come people don't view him as one of the top quarterbacks?
He had a real, I think it was the Senior Bowl or one of those college bowl games where he had a real lousy week where he was inaccurate and did not have a good game. I think that he really dropped because of that.
I couldn't imagine one game makes a draft process.
But he was very inaccurate that whole weekend during practice and stuff.
But you look at the whole season as a whole, though. You look at the whole season and last season, he's very accurate quarterback.
Yes.
Since he's been a Duck. I mean, a lot of people say system type stuff, but even so, he still put the ball where it had to be.
Yeah, I agree with that, Ken. It's neutral on both sides there. I agree. He is, very accurate with the ball, 70% for the entire season. What he put up numbers-wise, TD versus interception, I get that. But the only downfall I see, and I'm not a genius about it. Just like Steve said, we're not the GM here. We're just fans loving the game. But when I seen how he played at Auburn, his first 4 years at Auburn, he was a very limited quarterback, not the strongest arm, accurate but not strong. Like to run the ball. But the system, I think he is a product of the system. Going to Oregon, showing what he did there, I think that it boosted him up too. That's why I think the bugaboo with him is the product of the system, honestly. So many weapons. You have Polk, you have Rome, or I'm sorry, not Polk.
Troy Franklin.
Thank you, Troy Franklin as well. I think he's a product of the system there as well. So I would take a flyer on him. I really would. I like the kid. Winner like J.J. McCarthy, same way.
So
Steve,
quick,
this is to you.
Before I answer Ken's question, to answer Fantasy Football Girl, Commanders have the 36 and number 40 in the second round. Number 40 is via Chicago from the trade last year in Montez Sweat. But to answer Ken's question real quick, me personally, I think it's mainly because, the Pac-12, even though they're a big conference, isn't one of the big super conferences that everybody thinks about. 2, it's a West Coast team. Not a lot of people are watching their games. Games.
No defense. No defense, Steve. No defense. They play no defense.
That's true, too. And, as well as Oregon did overall, he just wasn't the team, not necessarily Nix himself, wasn't necessarily one of the top 6, 7 teams, that were vying for the college football playoffs. And unfortunately, unless you're one of those top teams, you kind of just fall by the wayside. So it'll be interesting to see who who we pick here at number 2.
Here comes
So
Raj.
LSU
the pick is in. The pick is in, boys.
coming to DC. There you
So,
go. Heisman Trophy winner coming
So
to DC.
I'm going Jaden Daniels. I'm going Jaden Daniels here real quick.
Joe Alt.
Daniels.
I'll play spoiler. They selected Jaden Daniels, Heisman Trophy winner out of LSU.
All right. Well, since this is your team, Steve, hey, we want to welcome him here. What are you going to say about your pick at number 2? What are you happy? Let us know.
Oh man, I am ecstatic. And look, I get it. We've been doing the quarterback carousel for the last 20, 25 years. I hear all the talk about how successful Heisman Trophy winning quarterbacks can be in the NFL, but I'd like to think that at some point in time that mold has to break, right? And this young man is the man to do it with a new head coach, new offensive coordinator, and a system that's going to fit him, what I think is going to be fairly well. He's got a good, solid base of weapons around him. We can always add more. But, when you're throwing to guys like Terry McLaurin and Jahan Dotson, among others, we expect great things out of this kid in DC. Look, are we going to win the division? No, but we're probably going to be a lot more competitive this year than what we were last year. So, I'm easily looking for us to finish second in the NFC East. Sorry, fellas. You guys can fight for tops in the NFC East. So,
Hey, Steve, I got you ahead of me. I got us finishing third. You guys finishing second. We're going to be fighting with the Giants this year.
Dallas be lucky to finish third.
We'll be last, maybe third. We'll see.
Steve, don't sell
have
it
a
short,
good
man.
season.
You never know. You get a quarterback like that. You look at the Houston
Who
Texans
knows?
this past year. You get a quarterback that could change the whole culture. You get an explosive offense. All of a sudden, the defense catches fire. Everything starts clicking. You never know. I mean, maybe not a division win, but but maybe absolutely in the mix.
Yep.
Yeah, the problem is the Eagles, the Commanders, and the Giants have gotten better, while the Cowboys have gotten worse.
At least you still have Dak there, Eddie.
Yep.
What's up, guys?
Well, we got a new
what's
guy.
up, fellas?
Welcome to the show here, Evan. Here, he's part of the Big Blue Power. With co-host with Dan here, talking to his New York Giants. Welcome to the show, brother. How you feeling?
This is where things get interesting. We knew what number 1 and number 2 were going to be. We kind of knew it. This is where things can get really drastic.
Yes.
We've had talks about everybody moving up to this spot. I'm excited to see what my G-men do. I'm just excited for the draft, guys. I really am. Yeah, exactly, Eileen. This is where the fun begins.
Great.
I know I wasn't able to make it for the Big Blue Power Hour yesterday. The other day I tried to chime in the best I can.
Sorry, man.
But I said this before. I'm going Malik Neighbors 6. I do not want JJ McCarthy. I do not want him at 6.
You don't want Drake May? You don't want Drake May? No?
Drake May, if they don't trade out, Drake May could be gone in the next
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Oh, he ain't going to
Drake
Arizona.
May
I agree.
at 6.
He ain't going to
yes.
the Chargers. He'll go 3.
But I'd
Or
rather
3.
have Malik Neighbors and Michael Penix. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's talk. Let's move
Yeah.
forward here to the New England
It wouldn't
Patriots
be
here.
horrible.
The greatest question, just like now, Eileen said, the fun begins now. Does this fall into place as we talk pre-show here? Do the Vikings, is this a spot for the Vikings, the Broncos? Is this the prime spot? Because you got to get ahead of certain teams that still want that quarterback, right?
I think
Is
there's one.
It says their picks in the Patriots.
Yes, so they only took 4 out. They only took 4 minutes out of their 10. That was a
That
lot
makes
of
me think
minutes.
that makes me think it's Drake May.
All right, so where they go? Let's go around the room. Eddie, you go first, real quick.
Listen,
Give me the name.
I have this is my wild card pick. JJ McCarthy. They have had success with another former.
I've
Michigan
heard they
quarterback.
like him.
Okay, Steve, where are you going?
Man, I got to ride the popular vote. I think they're going to do Drake May.
Evan,
They
Drake
like
May.
JJ, though.
Kenny.
Drake May, or it's going to be a Minnesota trade.
Gotcha.
Two
Dan.
picks.
I think it's going to be May.
Okay, I got May too. I think they stay with May.
I know
because
they like McCarthy.
You know,
I
another
they
team
like
I heard
McCarthy, too.
looking to move up were your Raiders. I heard your Raiders were interested in moving up from 11.
No, they're getting Dak, so don't worry about it. Let's get that out of there. They're taking Dak. They're taking Dak from us.
They're taking the fastest kick returner they can with their first pick.
Back in the day, the fastest guy out there, right? Who runs the fastest 4.4? What was that guy this year? What was his name?
I was
Wide
actually, to be
receiver.
honest with you, I found it the other day when I was doing my Raiders show last week, and I'm like, oh, there's that. The Raiders are definitely going to take this guy. But I mean, the perfect example, Darius Hayward-Bay. I don't know how many years ago it was now. Took him in the first round. They could have got the guy in the 6th round, 7th round. but because he ran a 4.240, whatever the hell it was, enough to make you.
Let me ask you something. Are you more pissed off that the Raiders used to take the fastest guy in the world, every year for wide receiver, or the Jamarcus Russell pickup? Which one are you more pissed off about?
The fastest thing. The
Okay.
fastest thing. The Jamarcus Russell thing.
had a reason to go number one.
I can't tell if they
6'6",
took Drake
great
May
arm.
because his
If
face
he had a
is.
better work ethic, he would have worked out. And he was
Nope.
the only QB I know of that didn't really get a second chance.
The other position that the Raiders like to take in the first round? A place kicker.
Well, I'll tell you what,
Once.
those place kickers were pretty good. I mean,
Janikowski was a pretty bad dude. He was a bad dude, man.
And what's his name? The punter. What the hell? I can't think of his name right now.
Roger Goodell is coming to the podium.
I can't think of it.
Ray Guy or what the hell was
No,
it?
no. At the same time that Janikowski, the Raiders sucked, but they had the best special teams in the league.
They did.
All right, fellas.
Here we go.
New
All right,
England
so we-
Patriots
Yep.
select Drake May, quarterback.
Drake
North Carolina.
May. Wow. Drake May, guys. Wow.
Well,
Okay, so
that-
1, 2, 3. Quarterback. The board is falling down like it should right now. So we're good. But this is where more fun begins. The Cardinals here, they have a lot of needs, man. They have a lot of needs. Second-year coach is
Please,
Steichen. Which way does he go?
This is where I want the Vikings to move up and take J.J. McCarthy. Waste those 2-3 draft picks you're going to use. Because I think the Cardinals, you said last night, have what, like 7 or 8 picks within the top, like, 120?
They have a lot of picks. They have
They
a
They have
lot.
Seven in the
two
top
first
104.
round picks.
7 picks in 104. That's a
In the
lot
top
of prize
104.
possession.
104 is their
That's a lot.
7th pick.
Okay, do you trade that 4th pick and let's swap down to Vikings at 11 or down to the 12th spot with the Broncos?
For
Gain
Arizona,
that-
it makes sense.
It does make sense, does it? Because you flip
You
that
get a
there, you
haul
move
for
to
that.
12. You move to 12. You're still picking, late in
Yeah.
the first round as well. So why not? This makes sense and gain an asset, a second, third
Yep.
this year, plus a first next year. You're not winning the division this year. Get your points
No.
now, your assets, and move forward for next year. You agree?
Have you guys seen besides me, seen the reports about maybe Viking Chargers trade involving Justin Herbert?
I did see that, but why would
Yeah,
you
I
give out
don't
a
think
guy
they'll
that's
go
never
into it.
he's
You
never
don't
been
sign-
healthy. He's never been healthy. You can't say that he's tradable, but he's not been healthy.
Desperate move to make Justin Jefferson happy.
Yeah,
Guys, real
but
quick, Steve-
you're not
yeah,
going
real
to
quick.
sign a
Real quick, Steve will be back for a minute. He got called. Steve will be right back. He got called on a fire call, so let's all pray for Steve to be safe out there as well. He's doing his diligence and putting out fires, so make sure you stay healthy out there, Steve.
I think the Vikings would probably be, if they could get Herbert. I think Herbert would be I think Jefferson would be more happy with Herbert than he
not
would
gonna
be with
trade
JJ
a
McCarthy.
top 5 quarterback. You're not going to do that. You're not going to sign a quarterback to an extension and then trade him.
I hear
Well, he just got paid too.
That's what I'm
It's a
saying.
whole-
He
it's
just
a whole
signed
new
an
regime,
extension.
though.
They're not trading him.
True. It's true, Ken. It's true.
I wouldn't trade him.
No.
I'd keep Herbert.
No, I
No,
know.
injury
That's
history or
because you're
not.
a Raiders fan. Of course you would trade him. You don't want him in the division anymore.
As a Raider fan, yes, I would. But if I'm a Charger, personnel or Charger fan, I wouldn't trade that guy.
No, I wouldn't either.
Nah,
So let's talk about the Cardinals here. What do they do it for here? A lot of trade bait, possibly little scenarios. Where do you go? What do you guys do?
I've heard Chicago wants to move back up and maybe get Marvin Harrison Jr. I've heard trade rumors with them and at 4.
They don't have the draft picks to move back up because
That's the only thing. Yeah.
They had
Yep.
9. They're at number 9.
9, but they only have 2 4th rounders, and that's it for their draft.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah, but
that's
you're
enough.
getting a generational talent. Not
No, but I'm saying for the Cardinals, it wouldn't make sense to them to get the 9th pick and flip forward to 9 and then only get a second or nothing basically at all. I don't
Unless
think it makes sense.
the Bears would have to offer next year's first rounder.
Mm-hmm. Eileen says we know Marvin Harris is going here, so let's make our picks real quick before the pick is in. Let's get behind with that.
I don't know.
Evan, I'll start with you first on this one. Where did Cardinals
Yeah.
go?
I'm gonna throw a curveball. Joe Alt.
Do they need the right tackle though? Do they need a right tackle? I think they need a left tackle more than a right tackle.
Is Paris Johnson a left tackle or a right tackle for the Cardinals?
You know what? It makes sense. I believe he is the left tackle as well because Paris Johnson was a stud last year coming out of Ohio State.
You got to
So it wouldn't
protect
make sense.
Kyler Murray.
It would make sense if you take a Joe Alt. You got sideline to sideline here. You got Paris. You got Paris. So where are we going real quick? Dan, where are you going?
Let's say Marvin Harrison Jr.
Ken.
I was thinking
Well,
offensive
because it makes
tackle.
sense.
Joe Alt. Evan, you got Joe Alt here?
Yeah.
If
Any-
Arizona doesn't trade down, then they're taking Joe Alt.
All right, I'm going to go Marvin Harrison Jr. Finally, the St. Joe Prep kid guy gets there, number 4. You know, he's going to be a prized possession. So the pick is in. So here we go, guys. Does the board fall like we project the board fall, or does the first out of the box, draft pick happen right here? Let's see. Oh man,
Your pick is in.
Yeah, they're picking their asses is what they're doing.
I know. Come on, guys.
Yo, why is this taking? I think the league is telling them take exactly 8 to 10 minutes to choose your pick. You already know who you want.
Well, that's what I said. I think it's all about money wise because there's commercials out there, all the revenue coming in. Everybody's got to pay $2 million to get a ad on there. I put a submission in there to get a 15-second ad from out of the box, and they said it was $4 million, and I only had $1 million to put up, so I couldn't do it. You know what I mean?
You should have called me.
You know what, Ken? I should have called you. You know what I mean?
I should have some of that Shane Leckler money. That's who I was trying to think of before the Raider
Shane
punter.
Leckler.
I got $3 to contribute.
They could easily.
We were almost there.
They could easily just do like 5 minutes per pick, and because they do know what they can eat. If they're going to make a trade, they would have a trade already in place.
And that's the thing. Do you really need 15 minutes? You know damn well who you're taking, unless there's like a real trade going on. Like, okay, we want this, we want that. No, I got to call this guy back.
One question.
Later in the round, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta is going to be losing draft picks. I know they just did the Eagles investigation for tampering also. Is it not going to fall in effect tonight? It might fall in effect till next year's picks.
It'll be next year's most likely. I don't think they're going to do it on draft night because if it's going to happen, it's going to happen already because you're not going to let them take the player and boost them. Say I'm taking this guy, I'm taking Ken Fried, where I'm sitting at, and then all of a sudden, you know what, we're avoiding your pick this year due to the investigation. I can't see that. It should have been done already if it's going to be done.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm like, it should have been done by now.
Mm-hmm.
But they're talking about they're losing. Them in Atlanta are going to be losing significant draft picks.
I mean, they're built. Atlanta's built, though, man. I think they're going to win that division, honestly, this year. Kirk Cousins is a huge asset coming down to Atlanta, man.
But coming from the rivals of the Eagles, you can love it too. You'll love it too. Watching the Eagles not have a first-round pick for the next 2 year, whatever it is, they're going to get banned from. Well, removed. I'll love it.
Well, they're prime, man. They signed all the players.
Anybody speaks on it, the Giants are not getting that picks. Those are picks. The Giants do not get any of those picks. It is the league that initiated the investigation, not the Giants.
Mm-hmm. Is Roger Goodell up there yet?
Yeah, he made the call. Marvin Harrison.
Marvin Harrison Jr. Congratulations, Marvin Harrison.
You guys right. Man, this draft board's been predictable. I'm looking for a trade.
And now it's the Chargers going to steal the player we want.
Okay.
So Paul, real quick, you were talking about like they only need 5 minutes to pick. I think further you go in first round, you probably need more time, because you have it set like, oh, I'm taking so and so, and all of a sudden he's gone 2 or 3 picks ahead. Like, oh shit, what are we gonna do now?
Right.
You need to kind of rewind that. But I agree. Like these first couple of picks, I mean, how many times do I have to sit here and watch them show Drake May rolling out and throwing a touchdown? I'm like, Jesus Christ, I already know what he did. You showed it 16 times. Let's get to the pick. It says the pick is in. Get to the pick.
Exactly. Like, who you're going to take. I understand, like you said, Ken, we talked about, moving down the board there as the farther you get down, your draft board's going to, accumulate a smaller window. Best player available. Oh, that's my position player. Oh, he's gone. I got to go here. Next best thing, plan B, plan C here. I get that, but or a trade call, whatever. But, man, top 5, top 3 here. You know who you're taking. Let's get the card up there and ready to go here. But, hey, the Chargers are on the clock here. McCarthy is – I'm sorry, Harbaugh's the new coach here this year. New coordinator, lost your running back, gave away all your weapons. What do you do here? Herbert's long-term contract here. You can't get rid of him, at least I don't think so. What do? Do you protect Herbert? Maybe go Joe Alt here? Do you get the best tight end because Michigan loves a big tight end? We got Shoemaker from Dallas last year from Michigan. They love the tight end play. What do you do if you're the Chargers here? Pick or trade?
Joe Alt. I think that's the best option with Herbert coming off an injury. Yeah. Joe Alt is the way to go. And I wouldn't be if they do decide to go with Neighbors. I would not be mad if the Giants did pick Joe Alt, just because he is a stud of a right tackle. I know we drafted Evan Neal. Evan Neal is still young enough to where he can learn another position.
Guard.
He can be definitely our right guard of the future. John Michael Schmitz being the center. Left guard Runyon. You know, it would solidify that O line for the next at least 8 years, even with Andrew Thomas.
Yep.
I mean, you have Rashawn Slater playing left tackle. If you go out and get Joe Alt, you have really two studs. Rashawn Slater's not the oldest guy out there. He's a solid, player there at left tackle. You have your bookends on the offensive line here. Let's get the pick before it comes out. I'm going to go start with this one.
Harbaugh likes the trenches. He likes to run
exactly.
the ball.
I think playing in he's closer to Notre Dame there. I think he goes Joe Alt here. I think this is the Joe Alt pick here.
Is Slater a left tackle or a right tackle?
Slater's left tackle. Slater's left.
I think a tackle's a tackle. I mean, obviously there's a side that they prefer to play on, and there's a side that they're better at. But once you get to the NFL, you have to be be able to go left or right. And if you can't do that, then I think that limits yourself and probably limits any kind of.
Well, he's a natural right tackle, so him going to a team that needs a right tackle would help out a lot.
And again, but like if there's if he goes to a team that needs that flexibility, hey, we need a left tackle.
Yeah.
We're right solidified. We need a left tackle. You're comfortable at right. Try left, see how it goes. There needs to be flexibility with offensive linemen. That's why you see tackles and guards, centers and guards,
I'm seeing this
all
in the
interchangeable.
future. Like you're saying, I see it in the future that I think left tackle is going to be its own position and right tackle is going to be its own position because the flexibility just isn't there anymore. Well, just the play style they run nowadays, it's really hard to be on the left side for 4 years in college and be like, oh, well, we're sticking you on the right side now. It seems like it's night and day.
Yeah. I would just like go through all the prospects when I was doing my my mock draft last week. A lot of the tackles that I was reading up on all said, played a tackle in college, could still be a guard in the NFL. I'm like, well, what the hell does that mean? Why is he not listed as a guard then? If he's going to be a guard in the NFL, even though he's 6'10", 485 pounds, they're saying he could be a guard. Like, what? I don't understand.
Yeah.
But there has to be some sort of flexibility. I mean, even coming in, even if it takes a season or two, you have to be flexible.
Well, moving to guard, you just need to be stronger, but on the outside, you need to be faster. Yeah. You're going against 285 to 290 defensive ends instead of going up against a 350-pound nose tackle.
Yeah. And see, there's a lot of difference in that, too, because, like I was telling earlier in the pre-show, I was talking about Joe Alt. Everybody says, what if he goes to the Cowboys if he drops? It wouldn't make sense to me. You play right side, and you've never played left in your life. Evan, you played O-line and defensive line. Ken, you played it as well. Your first step is totally backwards, going from right to left here. It's just learning how to walk again. It doesn't make sense to me. Unless you have a position player like Barton, who's from Duke, has played every position. He knows how to play every one. Footwork, scheme-wise, your hand movement, your first step back, front step forward is totally different. It's something that you have to look at. You can't just put an offensive lineman playing right to left, a guard playing center versus here. It's something that people don't really look into.
Coming from a defensive standpoint, I played nose tackle, I played defensive end, I played outside linebacker. On the outside, on defensive end, I'm looking to beat you on the outside, maybe do a swim move back in. I'm looking to use finesse. You're a nose tackle. You're mostly trying to bull rush your way in. There is no fancy footwork. It's bull rush in, use your hands to stop the run.
And what the funny thing is, the NFL doesn't really have a true nose tackle like back in our day playing high school.
Yeah.
I still call it NT on my defensive side of the ball. A huge, 3-4, that nose tackle right over the center. He controls that tempo. You blow that center off, you got a great second and disrupt the play. So I love a nose tackle. The NFL doesn't really use nose tackles anymore.
But I played center. I played guard. I've played tackle. I played tackle and center on the offensive line the most of my life. Played center the most, like being the shot caller, the snapper. That's a whole job in itself because getting the tempo right and everything like that. Plus having playing as kids, you're gonna the biggest guy is gonna be on nose tackle because he's the strongest. So coming off the line, I always prided myself that if we got into the end zone, it was the Eagles tush push. We called one. You know what one meant? It meant I was snapping the ball and I was putting my head straight through that nose tackle. And my quarterback was running right behind me.
Yep. All right, so let's get to the Chargers here. What are they going to do, guys? Where do we go with the Chargers here? Let's go around the room really quick.
Malik
Neighbors.
Neighbors.
I think the Neighbors.
Malik Neighbors. Wow. Okay. Eddie.
Alt.
Oh, Ken.
I'm hoping they take a punter, but Joe Alt.
I agree. I think it's Joe Alt here. I think I'm going to go with the hardball mentality here. Get the best player on the
Surprise
offensive line.
pick, Brock Bowers.
I don't know. I mean, to me, if you get Bowers, you're going to have to utilize him as an offensive blocker as well. So I don't think that's going to help him. I think I'd rather go get.
I've heard so much about them talking with him. He's visited like twice with them, and they really like him. So I'm seeing Brock Bowers too.
All right, Roger. Let's get the pick in here. Let's get the show rolling here because we're 47 minutes into it. We're sitting at number 5 here, guys. We have 267 live viewers out there. Most of them are watching from Twitter, of course. Make sure you hit that icon there as the video pops up. Hit that icon one more time. The video itself. There's a comment box at the very bottom. Let us know what you're thinking out there. Let us know. Shout us out, and I promise if we don't follow you,
they're
we will
indicating
follow you
it's going to
back.
be an offensive
Joe Alt
line
pick.
pick.
Joe Alt's the pick.
It's Joe Alt.
It's Joe Alt.
Hunter,
There we
Stu
go.
Bennett.
Boy, I tell you what, I am hitting on my DraftKings bet tonight. Boy, I'm telling you, 5 for 5, baby. Here we go.
Wow, so we got our picks of the wide receivers.
The
Isn't it?
Neighbors, a Dudzier, or would they take McCarthy?
All
I
right,
wild
swear to
card.
God, they take McCarthy.
That's the wild card because I've just heard a lot of rumblings and they spent time with the kid, but I
What's
Oh,
going
don't
on,
know,
Mike?
man.
That-
I
that'd
don't
be-
know. I'd be happy with that.
That'd be Daniel Jones at 6 again, once again.
I swear.
Oh, God.
Hey,
Oh,
Jay,
Lord.
Giants
I
fans, I got a
like-
just
question
would
for
not
you.
be happy with that pick. I
I'm just
want
letting you know,
Neighbors.
if you hear JJ McCarthy leave Goodell's mouth in the
Yeah.
next 20 minutes, you're gonna see
Joe
my
Alt
phone
is a
thrown down
great
my
pick.
fucking street.
Because you want to protect Herbert, and they had a problem last year.
Yeah,
Guys,
yeah.
I
So
got a quick
huge
question.
pick
Hold on,
Quick
go ahead,
question
Ken.
for you, Giants fans.
with Slater.
A quick question for you, Giants fans. Tight end, what's his name from the Raiders that the Raiders traded to you guys?
Waller.
Waller. Is he retiring or what? I seen stuff online
got divorced,
last
I
week,
know
2 weeks
that.
ago. Who would imagine he leaves Las Vegas, doesn't get divorced there, but he goes to New York and is looking at divorce. But I did read
I
reports
think
that he
he's
was thinking
gonna
about
retire.
retiring.
I think he's going to retire.
I think
Okay.
he was considering retirement because of his drama with the
It could
divorce.
be his injury history too. Maybe his injury just keeps coming back.
Listen, if he does retire, good off to him. He wasn't really a Giant for long, but I
No,
just hope that it's not something serious as if he's having trouble with staying clean. You know, I
Yeah,
don't
he's
want.
recovering. Yeah, he's a recovering addict. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want any. I wish him all the best because I know there's some people out there that were trying to like make rumors about it, that he may have. That's why they're getting divorced, just because he relapsed. I hope that's not the case. And if it is,
Listen,
I hope it's-
Evan, coming from somebody that, in my family, you guys know at Alabox, I keep it real with you guys. I have custody of my niece whose mother was an addict, and I don't like hearing anything about that. So if that's the case, man, we wish you well. Darren Waller out there, do the right thing, get clean, do what you have to do. But, hate to see it. But let's talk about these Giants here, Dan. This is your team really quick, and let's talk about this team. Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze. We talked about this. What guy suits you better? Do you want the best wide receiver for pass routes, or do you want the more physical wide receiver?
I probably want the more physical guy, the more
Mhm.
athletic guy. But Odunze is a smooth route runner, man.
That's what I mean.
That's very appealing because if you're route runner, he's not the athlete, but he's 6'3", 210.
Yeah.
A little bit bigger than Neighbors, but Neighbors is a way
know,
better athlete than
I got a feeling they
than
don't
he
do
is.
Neighbors. I have a feeling they go Oduzwe because Neighbors over the last week has been throwing shots at Daniel Jones. if you've seen him, they're like, "How would you like to play here?" And he's like, "Yeah." They're like, "What about the Giants?" He's like, and like he won't mention Daniel Jones, like he wants to come to the Giants. So I'm thinking that might have turned the Giants off on him.
Okay.
And it
I
might.
don't know.
So
Just hold
Mike-
off a few seconds because I'm streaming, so don't call it out. Oh,
Mike
pick
says Giants are going to draft a cornerback and extend Daniel Jones. Taking a shot at you
is
guys
in
there.
already.
Giants are waiting and love it. All right. So what are we saying real quick? I'm going to go Malik Neighbors real quick.
Malik
Hold on.
Neighbors.
Kenny,
JJ McCarthy.
Rome Dunze.
Evan,
Oduzwe.
Dan, where'd you
I
go?
think
Malik
so.
Neighbors?
Malik Neighbors.
I agree. I think the more physical wide receiver, as we said on your show a couple of nights ago here.
What's
I
the
want-
defense
I want-
looking like? Do they need the
Our
defense at all, or
defense.
like secondary or anything like that? Or
The Giants need a safety and a cornerback, probably, or probably another edge guy.
Because you're looking at
Yeah, but there's no top 10
Quignon,
guys
whatever,
yet.
and Terrion Arnold yet. Who, I mean, they're a little bit lower, but if that's a need.
Hey, Dan, real quick, we talked about this on your show. What if this happens? You know, you
I
talked
hope
about
so,
moving back
McCarthy.
up to the first round again. What if a Brian Thomas is available? Do you go with two nasty wide receivers?
Maybe, but I think they would take a guard or a running back at 47.
Yeah, I agree with that
Giants
one.
would.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
I
keep letting them drop to us.
But I got this. But if it's McCarthy, man, I don't know about that pick.
Mhm.
we need this pick to be McCarthy because I want to see one of the two New York fan bases go absolutely nuts.
It's a pick that's gonna get you fired,
Yeah.
possibly.
Hey, it's the franchise that took Daniel Jones at 6. Okay.
All right, let me ask you real quick.
listen,
Evan, I'll start with
Daniel
you real
Jones
quick.
was going in the first round anyway because Washington wanted him at 17.
If we would have picked him like later in the draft, I wouldn't
Or
have been as
15.
annoyed about it.
Well, let me answer this real quick. I'm going to play a little fun here. The pick is not in yet. It's about to happen here. But, Evan, I'll start with you. Give me about 10 seconds of your reply here. What if, with the 6th pick, the New York Giants take quarterback J.J. McCarthy?
I'm throwing my phone down the fucking street.
Dan.
Giants take Malik Neighbors.
Dan.
Oh,
How would
poor
you-
Dan. Oh, he was like
Oh.
nobody's saying a word. I even kept it quiet, and Evan blew it for him.
Giants just took Malik Neighbors.
I told you to hold off a few seconds. Damn it!
Son of a bitch.
I'm streaming. That's a great pick.
Well, you
Great
know
pick.
what? DraftKings is
Everyone
on
thought they were gonna get him.
6 for 6 so far. That just concluded my parlay right there for $120. Top 6.
I think McCarthy's gonna fall to somebody.
Because nobody wanted him at 6.
Wow.
That makes-
Nobody
you know-
wanted him in the top 10.
But if you take him at 11, it's not a
Malik
bad
Neighbors.
spot to take him.
It is horrible. When coming into the end of the football season, he was 6th on the board for quarterbacks. How he jumped up to top 10 in number
Yeah,
3?
Malik Neighbors is good,
No.
man. I'm
Yeah.
very happy with that pick.
This is the pick that's been was the toughest one for me to call because
They're-
I thought
Odunze is good too, man.
I thought Joe Alt might fall to Tennessee.
Well, let's talk about Tennessee real quick. You know, they got a new running back. Of course, you know, one of our guys, Tony Pollard, goes there as a new running back there. Quarterback, do you believe in Will Levis here? Of course, they can't take another quarterback. They learned their lesson after Malik Willis giving up the farm for him too. Then you go to Will Levis last year. What do? I think you got to build your foundation. You have your quarterback for the future. You have to go Joe Alt here. This is where he goes.
I thought Joe Alt was gone.
Joe Alt
Yeah.
went to
I know,
The
but
Chargers.
that's what I wanted him here, but you know.
It's a great pick by the Chargers. It made
But
perfect sense.
Do you take Fanshawe here? Do you take
Fanshawe.
Fanshawe
It's
maybe?
Fanshawe.
Do you take him
I say
Maybe, yeah.
Fuaga.
from Oregon State?
It was
Yeah.
up Tennessee.
I actually think he's better than Fanshawe. I really do.
You think the
That's-
Falcons can take a tackle?
I
I
don't
think
know.
they did have a lot of
I think the
Issue with it.
Falcons. What if they took the Bears are going to take a doozy. I watch.
Well, you know what? It makes sense for the Falcons taking offensive
Watch.
line because you got your quarterback,
They're
you have
coming
Bijan Robinson, you have Drake London, you have Pitts, you have weapons. You need an offensive line to keep Cousins intact coming off the injury too, right? It makes sense there.
McCarthy's going to either the Vikings or the Broncos. I think.
You know what the best thing is? The Vikings are sitting there locking their chips right now. The Vikings too and the Broncos, they're so happy right now that J.J. McCarthy is still on the board right now. Nobody's taking this.
Going to
They're
Tennessee,
making it happen.
Atlanta, or the Jets.
They don't need quarterbacks. Why would you take one?
Doesn't make
So
any sense.
Vikings
But
are sitting there
JJ
so
to
happy.
JJ to sit behind Aaron Rodgers for a year?
But I wouldn't take him that early at 10 when
I
you have
can't
needs.
take him at 10 with what the Jets probably take offensive linemen. They're going to tackle at 10.
But the
It's
Jets
there.
right now are win now with Rodgers' 2-year window. They want the weapons to win now. I don't want to look to my future 2 years
I
down
don't
the line
think they need
behind
a
Rodgers.
weapon. I think they need offensive lineman tackled bad.
I got them. We'll talk about them in a little bit. But Tennessee here, I think Fanshawe or someone who goes here. I really do. Offensive lineman. I mean, they need to protect
Makes sense.
Davis.
And
Ken, where are you going to go?
Offensive,
Fuaga.
Dwaga, I love that name. I love
I
that.
like it too. A lot of fun.
Eddie.
either Penn State's left tackle or Fuanga.
Okay.
From
Evan.
under.
Fanshawe.
Fanshawe. Okay. Eddie. I'm sorry. Dan.
I'm going to say they take a tackle. Fuaga.
Fuaga. Okay, I'm going to go Fanshawe here. I think Fanshawe goes here, Penn State guy. I think they like the Big Ten because Big Ten's a little bit more physical than Oregon State was. Oregon State's more of a widespread, Pac-12. I don't play defense, though the ball don't run the ball as well. But go Fanshawe here. I think so.
Do you think Penix could go between 11 and 13?
No.
You
I
know
think-
what?
There's a
I don't
chance he
know.
could go to Denver.
I think. Yeah.
JJ's going if he gets to 11.
Oh, he's gone there. He's gone there. 11.
If he doesn't go 11, he's going to 12.
Mhm.
I see Denver trading with the Bears to move up to 9.
So why would they move? Why would they move up to 9? The Jets don't want a quarterback. Why would they move to 9? The Jets have Caleb Williams, number 1 guy for the next
Because
20
Denver-
years.
Bears
because
just took
Denver-
a quarterback.
because Denver knows Minnesota wants a quarterback, and the Bears would basically they do a
I would
big
swap
screw
with
you to-
Minnesota and be like, all right, we'll swap picks and we'll take a
Yeah, but
quarterback
Denver
for
don't
the-
have nothing to give up. They're missing because of Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
They're not going to have number 1 picks for the next 3 years or 2 years.
Maybe they
All
trade
right.
Sean Payton.
The Bears, I could see taking a Dunes.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, coaches now get first-round picks too.
I see the
Bears are in great
I see,
position, man.
I see the Bears trading down to get more draft picks because they only have 3 more picks in this draft.
Especially if the draft board continues the way it is right now, going progression-wise, it's going to fall into place where we can move down 2 or 3 spots and use that to your advantage right now. I mean, you think about the Vikings and the Broncos; they're happy and ecstatic right now that JJ McCarthy's still on the board, and we don't have
Yeah.
to move up. We don't have to move up yet. We don't. There's no obligation to move up and get him because you look at it, Tennessee. I don't think quarterback. Atlanta, Kirk Cousins. Chicago, Caleb Williams. Jets, Aaron Rodgers. They're kind of happy sitting at 11 here. The only team that could jump them would be the Vikings to sell the farm to get JJ McCarthy.
Or maybe even the Raiders.
Ken, is this where the Raiders come into play for maybe JJ McCarthy?
They could. That's one of the things I talked about. I think either last week or the week before that they could trade up with the Bears because the Bears, do need more picks, like
Sure.
Eddie said. And I don't know about JJ McCarthy, but I was thinking they could potentially jump up there if something were to happen where there was a sudden drop from JJ, which didn't happen, which I didn't think would happen. But just you never know what could happen. But JJ McCarthy, that was one of the names I talked about. Michael Penix, but Penix is somebody I feel like can get later on, maybe trade up into the first round.
Mhm.
But this is one of the spots that I thought they could trade up and go for a quarterback. Because if they do trade up, that's what they're going for. They're going for a quarterback if they trade up.
Sure. I think brings up a great point. Is there any way the Titans trade this pick right now?
Ooh.
I mean, listen, they're not
Maybe.
the best in division. The Texans are elite in that division. They're even behind the Colts in this division too. So you think about that. Of course, they're ahead of the Carolina Panthers, but I mean not Carolina Panthers, but what do you think? Is this a possibility where they gain more assets here because they need a lot of holes to fill? What do you think?
Tennessee trades the number 7 pick to Dallas Cowboys. Dallas selects JJ McCarthy.
Evan, you know what? I got one thing to say to you. Goodbye.
I got a team that we haven't talked about that could use a quarterback. The Seahawks.
No, they're still paying Gino. They're still paying
No,
Gino.
Gino's on the last year of his contract.
I thought he
They got
signed a
Sam
3.
Howell.
I thought he signed a 3 and a 4 year deal. Plus, they have Sam Howell. No, do they have Sam Howell?
Yeah.
Okay,
How about the Saints?
guys,
Okay.
real quick, we got one comment here. This is one of my co-hosts for the College Football Frenzy, great friend of mine. Guys, if you listen, you love Philadelphia sports, please check him out. Philly Press Box Radio, please check them out. Great guy as well. Bill says no surprises yet. Vikings are going to move up. Quarterback could happen. Odunze going to go to the Bears if he's still. I agree with that 100%. 100%.
The Bears don't need another receiver. They got 2 or 3 pretty good receivers. The Bears need offensive line.
Yeah,
though.
but their receiver is
Mooney, or what his name is. Forgot what his name is.
from the
DJ
Chargers.
Moore,
DJ Moore, yeah.
and they
No.
got what's his name from the Chargers?
Keenan Allen.
Keenan Allen.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
always hurt. He's been
Mhm.
hurt for the last 10 years of his career.
Yeah,
Why would
but
you-
the Bears do not have any quality offensive linemen.
Yeah, but they're gonna try to give Caleb Williams, even if he's running for his life, they're gonna give him weapons under a small contract. You can always go out and get offensive linemen, and
I think you can get another. You can get. I think the receiver depth is a lot more where you can get a decent receiver like in the 4th round.
I mean, there's still some receivers on this board. I mean, we haven't even mentioned Polk. We haven't mentioned Neighbors. We haven't mentioned these guys out there
Here
Yeah.
comes
that
Raj.
are great wide receivers out there still. So they could drop to the 2nd round most likely. You don't have to take them right now. I would go out and get the best offensive lineman that fits your
Uh-oh.
team right now.
Oh, there you got an offensive lineman. I ain't gonna say it because I don't want to. I'll let Dan catch up here.
All right, who's right? Did we go 6 for 6 or what happens
We
here?
did.
Let's
We did
see.
not. I'm going to tell you, we
Holy
did not.
cow.
We did not.
Oh, they
Son
Kenny.
of a fudge.
Who'd they get?
I'm waiting for Dan. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm not ruining it.
Dan's going to be the reader. Dan's going to be the reader because I don't want Dan to kick my ass tonight.
J.C. Latham.
JC, what? Alabama? JC Latham?
You're next, Alex
Tackle.
Leatherwood.
Wow.
The only reason I didn't mention his name yesterday on the Cowboys show is because I was hoping that he would drop to the Cowboys, but dang.
JC Latham out of Alabama. Well, I mean, it makes sense. O-line, maybe they've seen something that in his game that fits the system better. I don't know. But isn't it surprising that Latham over Fanshaw over Scott? I don't know. I mean, I don't know, honestly. Good pick, though. I can't disregard the pick. Smart pick. Smart pick. Wow. That's a little surprising for me, though, honestly. It really is.
I mean, when you look at him on most draft boards, like the sites that rank these draft picks and stuff like that, these prospects, those three offensive linemen, Fashnow, Fuaga, and Latham, they're all ranked pretty close, almost interchangeable.
Yeah.
Within a few picks. I mean, so it's basically like what you said. It's more of like maybe a system fit than anything.
Yeah.
Agreed. I mean, it comes down to I even seen one report where they said something where Bartram's arms were a little bit smaller than Power's center, wise. And a lot of teams look at that. It's a position where you got to push a little bit harder on the offensive line. That fits a scheme a little bit different. So I mean, if J.C. Latham, congratulations going there. It fit the system a little bit better. So we'll move on to the Falcons here. Man, I'll talk about a possession of the lottery pick. Kirk Cousins is the QB. Now they have the weapons. Bijan Robinson, Pitts, London. They have the weapons. They have the weapons here. This is where I think they have to go offensive line to keep Cousins upright. What do you think?
I think so. I think they could take the Penn State tackle.
Yeah.
What's your brother?
I think he goes there too. He could go there too. I mean, if you look at it, I don't know. I mean, J.C. Latham went early there. Maybe a Mims. What do you think? Mims, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe.
Let's see. Either Mims or Fanshaw.
I think Fuaga.
I just love saying that name, honestly.
I'm going to keep saying it until he gets picked.
Thank you, Ken.
But also, I'm not I'm like you guys are really like you guys know a lot of shit here. I don't know. I follow the Raiders, and that's pretty much it. Like I know who's who, but I don't like depth chart wise, or I don't know how the Falcons' defense was. So if their defense was kind of iffy this year, maybe they go cornerback. There is Quinyon Mitchell and Terrion Arnold there.
Yeah.
The big defensive tackle from Texas is still sitting there. Do they go there? So there is a couple different spots because I think they had a bunch of holes last season. They did play better at points throughout the season. The Falcons did, but I mean, there was a lot of questions about their coach. He got fired, I believe, right? He was fired after one season, so it's a whole new regime. So you're not really sure what to expect coming in either.
Now, we always talk about like Shefty's board, Mike Mayock's board, and stuff like that. Eileen brings up a great point here. This blows my mind how people like announcers. I think I call it clickbait. Shefty talking about the Falcons taking a QB here. Why?
Well, so Kirk Cousins is coming off a Achilles injury.
Sure.
He is probably entering closer to his back half of his career. And if you bring in a quarterback like a J.J. McCarthy, who you think is going to need maybe a year to sit or maybe 2 years, like an Aaron Rodgers or Brett Favre or whatever, and maybe something like that where let's bring a quarterback in now with this pick, even though they have all these other needs, and maybe he just sits for a year or two behind Cousins. And if Cousins isn't ready, he goes in there and he's not the same player because he's hobbled. Not that he was a running quarterback, but he was somewhat mobile.
Sure.
So maybe that's the issue.
But do you take this spot at 8?
No, I don't take it at 8.
The 8 pick, I can't see that. I mean, you're getting the best player out there. I mean, there's players that's still on this board that should have been gone already in some aspects of people's mind. You're sitting at 8 there. You got Kirk Cousins. You got to bank on this kid's being healthy. Of course, he's been around the league. He knows what he is. He's a good quarterback. Hell, I'd love him to start on my team, honestly. But I don't think you can take a quarterback here at 8. I think you got holes to fill. Same situation with Aaron Rodgers. You've got to build now for 1 to 2 years. Win now,
I see Atlanta being the team to take the first defensive player in the draft, Dallas Turner.
You know, I had Jared Verse on one of my drafts right here. I love that defensive end right here. I think he's a good player there too. I had him on my board going there, but I think
Yeah.
they go O line. I think you got to, as you know, Kenny's trying to bleed my mind there with the offensive line. If I'm going to go him. I think he's going to go here too, Kenny. Say the name for me, Ken.
Fuaga.
Thank you.
Any chance Ozoni goes here?
Odunze?
Odunze, yeah. That's to give him another weapon.
There's only one ball though. One ball. You know what I mean? I mean, you're talking wide receiver nation in Atlanta down there. You know what? It makes sense though. I mean, but man, you could be a team that scores 40.
If you
Can I
go
throw a curveball?
Can you throw a curveball?
Depends on how you hold it, I guess.
Brock
Exactly.
Bowers, get rid of Kyle Pitts because he hasn't lived up to it.
No, I think it's a new scheme, new coaching system. You know, what's his name left here? Arthur went to Pittsburgh here, so I don't think it's going to happen.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Lord.
All right.
Oh, Michael Penix
Wow.
Jr. off the board.
Wow.
Evan, let Dan call it. Let Dan call it because he didn't pay his cable bill this month. He's a little bit behind.
No,
on
I'm
it.
streaming it. I'm in front of my cable TV.
See, usually, guys, you know me. I usually tell you what happens before because I get
On
it faster than you
stream.
guys on my stream. So I
That's
really
fine.
don't say it. That's why I don't have my TV on. So
I don't have my TV. I'm streaming it, so I'm behind.
wait a minute. Michael Penix. Can we talk about this real quick? Michael, can we talk about this? Can we? We just said Shefty is. You know, I said Shefty's an idiot. Shefty's pretty damn smart. Okay. Wow.
What?
That is
So-
wild.
So if we're going to talk about it, I guess I'll start. I'm really surprised that there's so many different projections with Penix possibly dropping in the first, or even falling to the second, and then you take him at was it number 8 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I mean that's especially with all the different holes that they have. I'm really surprised. And Penix,
That was my guy. I wanted him too. I really did.
But
That's all right. He's immensely talented as hell.
Let's go around this room. Ken, you're done talking about Penix, correct?
Yes.
Dan, what can you make sense of this move with Penix going at 8 to the Falcons?
Cousins is an older quarterback. You know, I think eventually he's gonna sit for a year. I mean, who knows? Penix could take his job, but it's a shocking pick.
Eddie.
But they must love him. They must love the player he is, his character.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can really. It's shocking. It's the only thing I really think about. Maybe he just interviewed great. They love that. Sometimes you fall in love with a quarterback in the draft.
Eddie.
No?
I think they drafted this.
Oh, the
pick,
Bears wasted no time. Shit.
They go dudes away.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's exactly what.
Or they can go for what's his name? Fanshaw.
Maybe.
This pick by Atlanta was for Penix talent. He was
Oh
probably.
yeah.
Yeah. I
He's
mean, you're looking to the future. You're looking to the future here.
Well,
You're
is
looking
there
to the
any
future.
chance they hold it? They hold it and maybe trade him. For more draft picks. I mean, that's Evan threw a curveball. I'm going to throw a knuckleball here.
Mhm.
I mean, there's always that opportunity or that possibility that they hold it and maybe trade him to somebody that was looking for a quarterback, like I don't know,
Dallas Cowboys.
Dallas Cowboys, Broncos,
Now-
Raiders.
now
Try to.
Here's a good spot for Bowers to go. Is because you have Cole Kmet. Like if you solidified the outside, but you didn't solidify, the end of that line.
What, with the Bears?
Yes.
Fuaga's going here.
I think they go Rome here because Caleb Williams has always had weapons on the outside at Oklahoma and USC. Okay. I think they go out and get, to me, honestly, the best route runner in the game right now coming out of the draft is Rome Odunze. Wide receiver tree is insane. Great hands, great speed. I think this is the pick for him. Playing in that widespread Pac-12, this makes sense to me. And Chicago got something dropped in their lap right here.
Yep. But you knew Odunze was one of the guys that could definitely be there at 9. I had a feeling he could definitely be there.
One of the wide receivers is going to be there. Just which one is it going to be? Who's going to take Neighbors?
It wasn't going to be Neighbors or Harrison. I don't think it was going to be Neighbors or Harrison, but Odunze was definitely the one I thought solid could be there.
So we'll go around the room. Kenny, you're going to say that name again here?
Fuaga.
All right. Eddie, where are you going?
The Penn State left tackle or
Fanshaw?
Fuanga.
It's going to be the
Okay.
Washington
Evan?
receiver.
Muted. You're muted.
Brock
Pushing.
Bowers or Fanshaw.
Okay. Danny.
Oh, that's what Evan can do. Just mute it until the pick goes, and then you can unmute yourself.
There we go. That's what we're gonna do. He's in timeout for spoiling the damn draft for Danny.
I knew they were going to take Neighbors. It was
Yeah, obvious.
Like we knew they were going to take him.
Where are you going to go with the Bears here? Dan?
What?
Oh,
I
Bears,
said the
where you
Dunze.
going? Okay, I'm going to go with you too. I think they go with Dunze as well. I kind of like that pick as well. Oh, man. God. Sean's going out Dunze here as well. I agree with that one too. Damn, there goes my guess for the Jets. Well, you know what, Bears here. Would it make sense to get another weapon, though, guys? I mean, what is your take on that? I think it does make sense to me.
It might, but there's definitely talent there. Bowers is good too, but I don't think he'll pick him.
But do they always say a rookie quarterback, your best friend is staying protection-wise and getting offensive linemen too? Your best friend here?
Yep.
I mean, does that make sense? Or do you want to go opposite and say, we're going to get you all the weapons. We're going to get you the weapons. Throw the ball. We believe in you. We know you can run. We know you can run.
This is where Denver and the Jets need to get on the phone with the New York Jets to move up in front of the Vikings for McCarthy.
So McCarthy's going in the next
He
3
has
picks.
to go. Isn't it something that he's not gone yet?
No, I don't think it's surprising. No,
It's not too like I feel
I
like
think
he's
if he was
overhyped.
6'4", 230, he'd be a higher draft pick. He's like 6 foot.
Who's that?
It's McCarthy.
Oh, yeah. I think a lot goes into it, too. You have to have a solidified O-line for him, too. I mean, he's a little bit, you know.
I
don't want to say wet behind the ears. I mean, he's proven he's a leader. He's, won a national championship. But you got to have an offensive line that's, very strong right now. Very strong. Uh-oh, we got a breaking news here, guys. The Jets trade the pick to the Vikings. So we've already moved one
There
down
goes
there.
McCarthy. McCarthy's going bye-bye now.
McCarthy is going to be picked right there. And the Vikings are now back-to-back.
Whoa! Did they trade the? Did
So
they
the
trade
Jets, the Jets are now at 11, okay? And
The Vikings moved up one.
Yep, the Jets trade the pick to the Vikings. So the Jets go to 11, Vikings go to 10, okay? So they didn't wait a minute. They just flipped flop. They just flip flop. That's all they did. Okay.
I mean,
Wait,
the Jets
you
might
were
have
the
been
next one.
But wait a minute. Why? This doesn't make sense to me. Let me ask you guys real quick. The Vikings moved up to 10 and switched with the Jets, correct? They moved up, flipped, right?
It makes sense to me.
Maybe-
Why? Did the Jets want a quarterback?
Well, maybe Denver
No.
was calling the Jets though, or maybe the Raiders were calling the Jets. They were worried.
Maybe it's one of these. Ken, you're with this team. Eddie, you're with this team. I'm bullshitting you. I'm like, hey, I just got off the phone. They're moving up
Jets
to
aren't
you.
taking
What
a
are you going to?
quarterback.
But what did they get out of this? What did they get? They got to get something for moving up one spot.
Oh,
They got to
I
get
don't
something
know
to back
what
in.
they got out of it.
And that's what I want to see. What they got, because I'm not flip flopping to help a
something.
team out. They got to have something.
What did San Francisco get when they moved down one spot with the Bears when the Bears took Trubisky?
I don't remember that one. All I know is I don't remember that trade. I don't know what they got out of that one.
I think they got a decent amount.
No, why when the Eagles jumped the Giants to take Devontae Smith, they switched the first round pick, and I think they got like a 5th round pick or 4th round
Yeah,
pick.
you don't need to give up that much and swap.
All right, so did the Bears pick already here, guys?
No, it says the Bears picked. They picked
Rome?
Methuselah.
The Jets got 11, 129, and 157
Okay.
Wow.
for 203 and Vikings 203 of the Vikings. So yeah, they got something.
So basically, you got a really a 4th round and a 5th round pick out of this to move up
And
one
they got
spot.
203.
And 203. Okay, so you got a 4th, 5th, and basically your 7th round.
10
pick.
and 203. The Vikings did 203 and 10.
That's okay. All right. Just get
Is that what
11.
is that what that says?
Just get 11, 129 overall, and 157 for the 10th in 2000. All right. So basically, they flip flopped to 10 and 11, and they got a 4th and 5th round pick basically out of it, and gave up their 7th.
They gave up this 6 or
They
7,
gave-
whatever that is.
They gave up one spot, the 7th pick, then they gained
It's
up 4 and
not a
5 and
bad
move up
move.
one.
There's a player they want.
That's
that they know
fine.
it's gonna be there.
That makes sense. So the Bears took Roma Duzier.
It's gonna be JJ McCarthy here. It's gotta be.
All right.
Gotta be.
So the Vikings are on the clock. Where are we going with the Vikings here? JJ?
McCarthy.
JJ McCarthy.
Has to be.
Fuaga.
Yes.
It's going to be JJ.
He's
It
just
has to
say
be
against
JJ.
Fuaga every time.
What if they go out of the boxes? We're on out of the box, of course, with 273 live viewers right now. What if they go out of the box and it's Bo Nix? We seen Penix early.
Oh,
What
man.
I
if it's
will
Bo
throw
Nix?
my phone out the goddamn door.
That'd be really surprising.
What if?
I will take Spencer Rattler over JJ McCarthy.
Don't get me started. You know what, Evan? You're out of here again for
Shame
mentioning
on
that
you.
damn name, Spencer Rattler.
Now, I'm telling you, the Cowboys are going to take Rattler.
No, they're not.
I'm telling you.
Nobody's
Sean
going to take Rattler.
No. Sean Kilrain says, I've heard they're getting 3 mils for that Jeff pick. I'm sorry, Zach Wilson got traded. You're exactly right. Let's bring a little humor to the show here. You know,
Broncos country. Let's ride.
I'm
Bills.
still. It's Eileen says on Sean. I'm still crying tears over Zach Wilson, laughing there. Sean Payton wants Bo Nix. I thought he wanted actually JJ McCarthy because it's a better running game for him. You know, which fits them a little bit better with no weapons in Denver. You know what I mean? I'd rather take JJ. You know. Zach Wilson will always be a MILF winner. Yeah, true, definitely. Man.
I mean, who don't like a little bit of milk and cookies?
Exactly. All right, so we're consensus here, JJ McCarthy, correct? Where's where we're going here, guys, with the Vikings?
Yep.
Bo Nix.
Are you really going Bo Nix, Eddie?
No.
All right.
All right, guys, I gotta get going. I have to go to work, so I'm gonna go ahead and jet.
All right, brother.
Later, Kenny.
Ken,
Bye,
when
Kenny.
hold on, guys. Before Ken goes, Ken, when's your next show, brother? Where can they find my good brother here?
I will be on tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., talking Silver and Black Lair, Raiders edition, and also Saturday, 10 p.m. We'll be talking WWE wrestling on the Atomic Drop podcast. We'll be talking, of course, the Monday Night Raw, SmackDown, and also the WWE Draft, which starts tomorrow, Friday night. And next Wednesday, 10 a.m., Batcave, talking Mets. And next Thursday morning, 10 a.m., Silver and Black Lair, LA Kings edition. Hopefully by that time they're up in the series and we're looking much better.
Hey, Ken.
Guys, real
Good
quick,
way.
hold on. Guys, real quick, if you know Kenny out there, he runs the Atomic Drop podcast. I just put his and Dave's predictions up there for their draft pick. So when I tag him, that is the guy right there. If you don't believe in his draft, give him hell. Talk to him. Follow Out of the Box Twitter. Also, the Atomic Drop. Ken, what is that hashtag out there?
The Atomic Drop.
Yes, sir.
It's at Atomic Drop, OOTBS.
There you go. Please make sure you follow him as well.
Ken.
Great content.
Yeah.
Before you leave,
Yeah. I can see. Oh, no, I can't see. Where'd he go? He's John Cena. He's John Cena.
yeah.
How about that?
Isn't
He's
that also
Cena.
John
Oh,
Cena?
there he is. John Cena.
Oh, there, I thought that was John Cena because he does follow Out of the Box Twitter, Ken. You know that.
It's John. Yeah, I do know
Yeah,
that.
he also
yes.
follows a whole bunch of OnlyFans models too.
Hey, well, I guess he's
Yeah,
seeing
can't
my.
put him there.
I guess he's seeing my feet. Then I don't know what he's looking for. But, you know what I
He
mean?
believes in entrepreneurs. That's what it is.
That's
All right, I
right.
got to go. I'll see
All
you
right,
guys
brother. Be
later.
safe. Have a good night, Ken.
Peace.
Later, Ken.
Paul,
Yeah.
Paul's putting pictures of his feet covered in rice on OnlyFans.
Hey, well, rice and soy sauce go a long way, brother. You know what I mean? You know? All right, let's get into it. JJ McCarthy here to the Minnesota Vikings, correct? That's what we're talking about here. Got to be, right? Got to be.
Dude, they know who they want. Why are they making this pick so fucking long? Just pick the guy you've been
Hey,
hoarding over for the last 2 months.
well, maybe they're thinking about, you know, possibly somebody else here, you know.
Maybe an offensive lineman to go on the right side.
But why would you just move up? The Jets could use an offensive lineman unless they have someone on their board that they really want there. That could be a scenario too. Or do you go get what you really came into the draft for? Is the quarterback here? Makes sense both ways, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Could they use some help on the defense too?
They're not going to trade up for a defensive line, no
Vikings
way.
are
No.
going to be in a total rebuild.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
why
think they
Justin
will.
Jefferson wants out.
I don't think they will move for a defensive player here. You know, but let me ask you this real quick. You know, we're sitting at basically number 10 here. What is your surprise so far, 1 through 10?
Penix.
I agree. Has to be Penix.
To be honest, the Joe Alt pick, that was really a surprise because we've heard nothing about, like, I've heard a little bit about Joe Alt going there. They really kept that under wraps. I heard everything from Marvin Harrison Jr. to trading back to Malik Neighbors to Aduzier. I've heard everything but Joe Alt. I've heard it from a few small sources that, like, I think the consensus would be Joe Alt. and that was Penix. Definitely, that was the bombshell so far. But Joe Alt was a very sneaky pick that I thought they kept on the wraps really well.
With the Penix selection, can we use the word reach? Was this a reach on their part?
No, I think Penix is a star.
Talent wise, he's probably a top. If you go by his talent, he's probably a top 3 pick.
Mm-hmm.
I would say this: if it wasn't for his injuries, I think he'd be the number 2 quarterback off the board.
I would have
Yeah,
made him.
but you can't take away his injuries though. That's the thing, F. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, guys, you know what?
That's the thing too. Like, look at your guy, Spencer Rattler. If he would,
my guy, bullshit. Take that back. Take that back. Bullshit, my guy.
If he wouldn't have left Oklahoma, I think he would have.
No, he got beat. Put it this way: no, he didn't leave. He got beat out by Caleb Williams.
He got beat up by the number 1 quarterback this year.
Okay, well, you got beat. You know, it doesn't matter where you go.
Want to know what game ended Spencer Rattler's career at Oklahoma? The beatdown he was taking against Texas in the first half, and that's when Caleb Williams got put in.
Exactly. They were down, 24-0 in almost the first quarter of that game. You know what I mean?
Rattler is trash.
He is. Well, welcome to the show. Steve's back from Fighting Fires out there. Steve, you made it through?
Yeah, Bird. Thank you very much.
All right,
he saved my cat from a tree.
Steve, hey, listen, I don't know if you've been catching up on these, but Michael Penix goes to the Falcons.
The first big shocker of the draft, right? So you got to wonder, and you guys probably, I won't talk this thing to death, but when you go out and sign a quarterback for basically a fully guaranteed contract, whatever it was, 100, 180, 120 mil, whatever it was for Kirk Cousins, and you have a backup quarterback in Taylor Heineke as well. When you know that you need weapons to try to compete with Tampa Bay to win that division, why do you go quarterback?
I don't know.
Just make sure to shake your head.
I thought Atlanta was going to go defense because they have some offensive weapons. I thought maybe a Dallas Turner would have been perfect for them.
Steve, I threw the word around reach. Was it a reach to get Michael Penix here? I mean, just like you said, you signed Kirk Cousins to a long-term contract. To me, just like I said with Aaron Rodgers, it's a window where 1 to 2 years, you want to win now with the quarterback you have. We don't know Kirk Cousins' future. Go out and get the weapons now, the offensive lineman to help keep him upright. I like using the word reach because a lot of people say that word, but do you think it was a reach going there that early, the Michael Penix, who could be projected second round?
It is and it isn't, right? So the biggest question marks around him was obviously his injuries and kind of his current health. But you know what? He passed all the medical exams at the NFL Combine. He passed all the medical exams at his pro day, and even all the team meetings and stuff like that. So obviously, even for him to go first, second round, like he had to clear enough NFL medical exams to do that. So, so I don't really think that, for the most part, his medical issues are really an issue. It's kind of more like the media and the NFL inside, making it more than what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what kind of message does that kind of send to your team when you already have 2 good quarterbacks, one semi-elite in Kirk Cousins for what it's worth, that, you go out and select a third quarterback for the room for your team and not go out and get an offensive weapon, go out and get some protection for your line, go out and get a defensive stud. You're already in a semi-hard division. You're not expected to place first in that division with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers doing what they're doing. So, you're kind of saying, hey, look, we're going to do what we're going to do in 2024 and focus on 2025.
So, I'm sorry. I disagree with that. I don't think they need to go offense. They have 2 solid wide receivers and they have a good tight end and a good running back. So I don't think you need that depth. Offensive line,
they have weapons.
That's somewhere you can go with that. This first 15, first 20 is really offensive heavy. So it's very offensive heavy. It's a very offensive heavy draft in the first round. So you're going to take somebody like a Penix who hasn't had an injury in 2 years. Like you said, passed all these huge exams at the Combine. Like, I'm sorry. Penix was my number 2 quarterback on this board.
He's talented as hell.
He's so talented. And plus him being a left-hander, like I say this with Tua Tagovailoa, like, is he great? No, but he's going to throw the world. The league hasn't seen a left-hander since Tua for years, and nobody's utilized them in the right way. Every left-hander goes to baseball, so like that left-handed, like your formations are different, the ball movement's different. So I think it brings something to the league that I want to see more of. I think.
Well, speaking of the Jets, real quick, of course, J.J. McCarthy goes to the Vikings real quick. His running back is Aaron Jones, Justin Jefferson, Addison there. And the guys, you want the pick is in?
Yep.
You want the pick for the Jets up?
That makes sense.
It's
Penn
Fanshawe to the
State
Jets.
tackle. Fanshawe.
Finally. Okay.
That's a
I thought-
great pick.
I actually thought Brock Bowers might go there to give him another weapon, but you know what? They looked the other way and said, we got to protect our guy, Aaron Rodgers. Smart move. Very smart move to keep him up.
Hey, Paul, if Bowers drops all the way to 24, would Dallas consider just like
Who's
they
that?
did with Lamb? Brock
that?
Bowers?
No, because you know what, Eddie, it makes sense to me with you have a tight end room with Shoemaker, Hendershot, and Ferguson. Doesn't make sense to me to get another guy in there when you need help as a left tackle and center. I don't think you can do that. I understand passing up a generational player like Bowers to be dropped, but you have two offensive studs that you need to pick up first. So I can't see it happening.
If Powers and Barton are not there for the Cowboys, I would take Bowers over any of the other offensive linemen. That would
Then
be
if that's me, then I'm going to take not a reach, but I'm going to go Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker, Texas A&M.
Hey, Paul, this is super interesting, but the Broncos pick is in already. So does that mean that they already selected somebody, or did they happen to trade out of that position to garner more capital? You know, what quarterbacks are left? You know, are they going to go Bo Nix? Are they going to go Brock Bowers, who happens to fall to them? Their quarterback room is very suspect right now.
Who's the starter now? Stidham's the starter out there now?
Basically, it's Stidham, Zach Wilson, and another dude.
Jarrett Stidham.
Wow.
You know, so wow. Like, do you go Bo Nix? Do you take Brock Bowers? Do you take wow, I don't even know where you go, being Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos, but their pick is in.
Yeah, that's kind of.
We're just waiting for it to be announced.
All right, so where are we going to go with this pick here, sitting at 12 with the Denver Broncos? Where are we going? We thought they would trade up to get to McCarthy. McCarthy's gone. Penix is gone. The only choice out there is Bo Nix. But where do you go, Steve? Where are you going with this 12th pick?
Man, like, as much as I hate to say it, they got to go Bo Nix, right?
I don't know. I mean, I'm surprised what the hell's going on so far already. So I don't know what the hell's going on.
I'm just shocked Penix went in the top 10. I just didn't expect Atlanta to do that.
You're going Bo Nix.
Here's a
I
question.
would expect the Minnesota trade up, maybe do that. Like if he was there, that wouldn't have surprised me as much. If the way they were 10 and took, and he wasn't taken, they may have taken Penix.
Here's a question for you guys: can Sean Payton make Stidham a good quarterback? Not great, not elite, just a good, effective quarterback.
I don't know. I look back at Drew Brees, how he revitalized Drew Brees. I look at that, but Stidham is a different breed than me. I don't see that happening. Honestly, I have to look the other way on that one, Steve. I don't know. I don't know. Bo Nix makes sense if I'm not. I mean, Zach Wilson to me was an insurance policy, just in case something happens. Just in case.
Yeah.
I have a guy that can come in and get me through a game. Can't be the greatest thing, but get me through a game. I can see Bo Nix, but also I can see Fagua going from Oregon State here to offensive line.
Could you see Denver just throwing away this coming season and maybe try and get Sanders from Colorado next year?
No, I don't see that. I don't think. Don't ever call him prime either. You know, I don't think he could ever be anything like that. His son out there, Shedeur. I don't think it could happen. No.
What's your thoughts on that quarterback for the Penn State, Drew
Aller? He's not a pro. He's big size. I don't think he's an NFL quarterback. No, not even top 4 when he comes out his class. I don't think so. I mean, that's just me. But all right, so Steve, you're going to go Bo Nix here.
Yeah.
Dan, where are you going?
I'll say Bo Nix.
Eddie?
Trade out. I would not take Bo Nix I would not take Bo Nix in the top 20.
All right, so you're going to trade out, but who are you going to take then? You're not going to trade out.
If they Fananga.
Fananga from Oregon State?
Yeah.
All right, that's where I'm going to go too. I think they go offensive line here. Otherwise, I think they might go Jared Verse here on the defense side of the ball. I'm not sure where they go, but I think one of those two.
How about Dallas Turner?
It could be him as well. I mean, I like how he plays too. You know, he's He's on my leaderboard as too. I mean, I got a little board right here that I'm kind of like marking off on my computer who I like and don't like. But I have him still up there, him and Dallas Turner on the defense side of the ball. But I got to go offensive line here. I mean, Bo Nix does make sense to me. Honestly, does though. It
A
really
lot
does.
makes sense too. But
It
they
does.
have not, I don't know what Peyton's thinking. If he
Uh,
loves
real
Bo
quick,
Nix, take him, but it's early to take him.
one of my friends just texted me. He says, heading into the draft tonight, Broncos head coach Sean Payton has never drafted a quarterback in the first 2 rounds as a head coach. Interesting there.
Does that leave the door open for Brock Bowers to get drafted for the Broncos?
That makes kind of sense too.
Hey, Paul, how about a guy for Denver to target maybe in the 4th round, like a Michael Pratt?
You could. I mean, what do they have though? I didn't even go past their first round. Honestly, I didn't look at it because I know they were in hell from the Russell Wilson trade. Thinking about that, but they have a lot of holes to fill too. And I think Peyton's on that 3 to 5 year window, but I think so many people are on him with the Russell Wilson trade that he's down to like 1 to 2 years. Better turn this around pretty damn quick. Honestly, for what they gave up.
I think it was Drew Brees that made Sean Payton than Sean Payton making Drew Brees, because Brees was a real good quarterback in San Diego.
Yeah, we can say that with the Brady thing. Did Brady make Belichick? Belichick made Brady.
Brady made Belichick.
So let's throw a monkey wrench in for the Broncos, right? The Broncos are sitting here at the number 12 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Broncos' next pick is not until number 76 in the 3rd round. So they don't have a 2nd round draft.
Maybe that's why they would take Bo Nix.
Ooh.
So and then after that it's 121 in the 4th.
That
So they
makes
don't have
sense.
a
To me,
first,
that would make sense.
and a
Then.
4th round pick. So
Yeah,
Eileen says going Bo Nix here. I agree with that one. Just like what you said there, they don't have that pick, so
that makes
you got to
sense.
get your, because you're not going to believe in Stidham. You're not going to believe in Wilson here.
Bo Nix.
Yep, Bo Nix is selected by the Denver Broncos.
Bo Nix. Okay.
This is one Bo I do not believe in.
6 quarterbacks in the top 12.
That's amazing.
So you got to think that, man, on paper, like he's got to be QB1 for the Broncos, right?
Yeah.
Denver.
Well, Nix has some talent, but
Wow. I got it.
okay.
So I wish Ken was jumping back on here because I'd love to know what his feelings are now.
Yeah, I know.
Stayed where they are. There haven't been a whole lot of big trades, and I'm very curious to see what his Las Vegas Raiders do here at 13.
Well, let's talk about the Raiders here. Well, let's talk about the Bo Nix here really quick. Let's spend like 2 minutes on this real quick, going around the table here. With this here, Steve, as you said, it does make sense now. I mean, the mold is gone. He's never taken a quarterback in the first round. He finally did. To me, it makes sense. Best player available that's looking toward the future. Bo Nix, 6-year starter, man. Auburn, Oregon, great accuracy, good arm, good IQ, leadership's there, plays under the system.
Yeah.
I think it's a good pick, but is he projected day 1 starter over Stidham and Zach Wilson?
Yes.
The thing is,
I think I'll start over both of them.
I agree.
Easily.
Nix did not have to throw the ball deep. He had that short passing game at Oregon with Franklin, and Franklin got a lot of his yards because of after the catch.
Yeah, there was a lot of lacks. Mm-hmm.
So here I'm going to throw this question out since we're talking about Bo Nix in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
If they were not in the AFC West, arguably the hardest division in football, do you see a situation where Nix would sit the first third to half of the season, kind of as a learning behind Stidham? However, since they are in the AFC West, he starts week 1.
I think he starts week 1 because I just think he's more talented than both the quarterbacks they have, and it makes sense if he was starting week 1. But if he sat a little bit, it wouldn't be bad. It depends on how fast he picks up the offense.
Yeah.
It all matters. Like he may pick it up real quick, but they may be confident.
You guys might know this more than me. Does Peyton run a very complicated offense, like to learn from a rookie standpoint?
I'll answer that real quick. I coach up here
Not.
offense my way, and I actually looked at some of his verbiage, just going back and watching NFL films of how they talk. His verbiage is very high complex. I mean, it's Steve. If I say X post Z flat corner route, something like that, his complex would be like, go to Dairy Queen and get me 2 ice cream. This means the same thing. It's so complex the way they run it. And glad you mentioned that. Bo Nix ran a high-paced offense, cue cards at Oregon as well. Something that Sean Payton has never even considered, thought about. This is going to be a huge learning curve for Bo Nix coming from the West Coast, Pac-12 play to the NFL version, a slower tempo, more descriptive offense. That's a great thing that you said that, Steve.
It's funny. I had the opportunity 2 weeks ago to work at an autograph signing with Drew Brees, and I should have asked him, like, "Hey, give me a sample play that Sean Payton used to run in that out of that quarterback huddle," and he probably would have spouted off, so many things. But actually, the Raiders pick is in, so let's see who they do. Actually, they take Brock Bowers out of Georgia.
Okay, does this make sense? Tight ends back-to-back, 2 stud tight ends last year. Michael Mayer. Now you go out and get Brock Bowers. Tight end, you're set for the future here.
I don't know.
They got Michael Mayer.
Yeah.
So the question now becomes, and let's throw this out there. I'd love to know, Ken, he's watching.
Mayer?
What do you guys do in a quarterback? Are you rolling with Aiden O'Connell? Are you going to target somebody for a trade? Are you going to pull somebody out of their grave? Like, what do you guys doing?
They got Minshew.
Well, they do. They do got Gardner Minshew. So
that's true.
And Aiden O'Connell, Aiden played fairly well at times last year.
Is this his best player available?
Yeah,
Probably.
maybe.
I think it is at this point, right?
I mean, it makes sense to me, but it doesn't. If you're believing, I think Gardner Minshew will be the starter right here. I really do. But I know he's a little bit more mobile than Stidham, of course, or Aiden O'Connell.
Well, I totally forgot. I forgot that Minshew. Then it makes sense. He'll be fine with Bowers.
It does, but going back to back, you know what I mean? Back to back tight ends.
That I don't agree with.
Maybe
Minshew will start then.
Okay, Ken checks in. He's like Aiden O'Connell first, then Minshew in that order. I like Connell to be starting. Okay, I like Minshew, actually. I like Minshew. I think he's a better system quarterback for that team. He's a little bit more scrambling and get out of the pocket. He's been there, done that.
I still like Minshew a little better.
What I'm thinking? I'm thinking the Raiders are thinking that this is going to be their Kelsey.
It could be. I mean, he's a hybrid wide receiver. He's a tight end, but he plays wide out in that slot. He can play wide out too.
Yeah.
I think it's a great pick, but I think they're set at tight end. They got Michael Mayer last year, who really dropped out of the top 5 going where they picked the Raiders picked last year to him, going so far down. This is great. I think it's a good pickup here. I mean, it all falls down to that quarterback play, Minshew, Kano, whoever it is right here. Really
I know Ken's watching, and I want to ask Ken, since he's our Raider expert, is this who you would have picked, Ken?
No, he actually
Brock Bowers or going with somebody else.
He wanted Arnold or Fragaga.
Okay. Yep.
He wanted to go Arnold, of course. Then Arnold, is a corner sophomore from Alabama, the cornerback, or he wanted to go for you guys, offensive lineman from Oregon State. That's where he wanted to go. But man, I tell you, that's a surprise for me right here. Honestly, Brock Bowers.
No surprise.
But are we surprised Bowers dropped all the way to 13?
Not in this draft, no.
No, I agree. I mean,
let's be honest. When 6 out of the top 12 are quarterbacks, is it really that surprising that Brock Bowers drops to 13?
True. So true. So true.
Yeah, definitely not surprising to me at all.
I don't think nobody thought both Penix and Nix would go in the top 12.
I didn't think Penix would go to Atlanta. I thought he'd go maybe 11.
I think you're absolutely right, Eddie, that nobody would have predicted those 2 quarterbacks to go in the top 12. Somewhere in the 4th round.
Not going to the Giants, not going to any of the top 3.
No, yeah,
I'm shocked
exactly.
Penix went to Atlanta. I just don't know what. I don't know what they're thinking.
I can understand the Jets going left tackle with
Maybe don't trust the injury Cousins had. He's older.
Or you know what? It's just the insurance policy for years down. The best thing is Penix coming off that injury.
He develops with his talent,
and let him recover. Maybe he's fully recovered, but let him sit a year or 2 behind him. You got your quarterback waiting for the next 4 or 5, 10 years.
But also, if Cousins gets hurt, if Penix has to play, he'll play and get a little bit of experience.
Atlanta
with Justin Jefferson, not Justin Jefferson. I'm sorry, I'm thinking he's in Minnesota.
Atlanta.
Well, I just because he's been on Minnesota so long, Cousins. I was just There's entered my mind a second. Atlanta. I
Oh,
know.
Atlanta,
I'm
you got
especially
Drake London,
Jefferson.
you
Is in Minnesota.
got Drake London out there. You got
Yeah.
some wide receivers to play in
Atlanta
Atlanta.
now.
Mhm. Yep.
I'm starting to think that Atlanta was looking for the future because they saw
Oh yeah.
how crappy
course.
the quarterback class is going to be for next year and probably the
They
year
figured out
after.
we got our quarterback for the future when we move on from Cousins.
So here's something really interesting with the New Orleans Saints being on the clock. They have 3 minutes left in the first round to make their selection. The New Orleans Saints only have a first round pick at number 14, a second round pick at 45, and then they have a shit ton of picks. Let's say at 4. I'm looking at it. Okay, 4 fifth round picks and multiple picks in the 6th and 7th round. So they have no third, have no fourth, and basically they only have 2 picks in the top 45. Where are the Saints looking to go with this pick at number 14?
You know what? No, I got to go offense here. The defense has been playing pretty stout. I mean, the Saints defense has been good over the NFL years. To me, it's got to be a wide receiver maybe here or someone on the opposite side of the ball because I don't know. Even with Alvin Kamara, what is he right now for the Saints? Honestly, then you look at the wide receiver unit. I don't think they're the greatest. I think they go offensive side of the ball here, but I don't know where they go.
Would Bowers been the pick if the Raiders had then just take him?
I think they might have gone Bowers here. Honestly, I really do. I think this was a prime spot for the Saints to pick up Bowers, a weapon that they have going back to the Jimmy Graham days. This is guys like a Jimmy Graham for the Saints back in the day. It made sense to me to go there, but we'll see.
So, the Saints traditionally put a good defense on the field every year, right? So are they looking to get Derek Carr some protection and or a weapon?
That's what I mean. I think they go weapon here. I really do. I mean, you think about Michael Thomas. Michael Thomas with his injury. I mean, what is he? He's nothing anymore. You got to compensate for that somehow, with these wide receivers. So I think they go wide receiver here. But if we go wide receiver, who's best available? Do you want to go speed? I think you learned your lesson from speed. Xavier Worthy's the guy. Do you go Brian Thomas Jr., Polk? Where do you go?
Brian Thomas Jr.
Who do you guys think the pick is in? So who do you guys think the Saints are going to take here?
I'm going to go Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver, LSU.
Okay.
He is by far the best overall receiver left on the board.
Where are you going for their pick, Steve? Where are you going?
Man, they might draft a lineman and go crazy on you, but you never know.
Dan, where are they going to go?
Saints. The Saints?
Yeah.
Man. Wide receiver.
Anyone? Polk? Who are you going? Thomas? Keon?
Brian Thomas Jr. I'll say.
Okay. I think he fits the system better for them. I like Keon Coleman as well, but I think they go Brian Thomas Jr. here. Oh man. Pick is in. I give so much credit to the GMs out there because if you're looking like locked in on a player and he's taken, well, your draft board is exploded in your draft room. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell's going on? So we will see. Oh man. Little quote from Twitter there. 6 quarterbacks have now been in the first 12, matching the total that was famed in the 1983 quarterback draft class for the most in over 21 years. Wow. Amazing. And now we go to the quarterbacks here. It's a huge drop-off in the room, too. You think about the next best quarterback is basically who? You really got to go far down your draft board on this one, right?
I was going to say who?
Someone I didn't watch. I don't know anything about.
Well, I think it would be Evan's boy that I can't stand the name. Maybe Spencer Rattler's on the board here.
Rattler or Pratt out of Tulane are actually.
Pratt's a good quarterback. Solid arm from Tulane. I like him too.
And according to CBS, Jordan Travis is right after Pratt and Rattler.
That's a name I want to bring up real quick. Jordan Travis. Okay, Florida State last year, arguably a gruesome injury. Of course, early season there. Prized. He's the reason why they didn't get into BCS, top 4 because of that injury coming in. But do you think Jordan Travis coming off a injury that nobody even knew he would play football again? Do you take a chance on him? I mean, that's scary to me. That's scary.
If it's a 5th round pick, yeah, I could afford to take a gamble there.
All right. Roger Goodell going to the podium.
The 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints select Tolaise Fuaga.
There's Kenny's guy. He's been saying it all show. Kenny, you're right. He finally goes. There he is. Stud offensive tackle Oregon State. The Beavers got a guy on the board.
Damn it!
I know.
I was
I
praying
know.
for him to fall to Dallas.
I was too. I was too.
I don't. We don't take a left tackle now at 24.
Well, don't jinx us because the two centers that I want are still on the board, Eddie. Don't jinx us now, okay?
Guyton would not even be on my draft board.
Who?
Guyton from Oklahoma.
No, not even Tom. Don't. You can say his name, but don't mention the other two guys because I don't want him to fall to any other people out there listening. We could have the people, the GMs from the teams in front of us, still listening to our podcast.
What
So
do you think of the Washington tackle?
I don't know. I have my two draft boards that I'm looking at right now, and my guys are still on there. I'm not going to mention their name because I think we have a possibility to get one of them here. So I'm not going to mention them. And I don't like Roger Rosegard. That's what you're talking about, correct?
No. The other Samoan kid that plays for Washington.
I like Rosegard better. You're talking about what was his name? Jesus Christ, I forgot his name. I didn't even write him on my board, honestly.
I can't pronounce their last name.
I don't even have him on my board because I like the other guy first. Honestly, I really do.
But Brown Garden is a guy you can get in the third round.
Oh my God! I'm trying to hold on. I know his name, but I don't want to butcher his name. It's like it's a Samoan name. What is it? I know it's Troy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Troy Fantateya.
I thought I read something that he might be a better fit at guard in the NFL. Anyways.
Yeah, you know what? Let me pull him up on my board real quick. I got like 5 boards that I did with other people's real quick. Let me pull. I do have him projected here. I have his name here. Troy Fantateya, Washington Jr., inside lineman, draft tracker, first round, 3'4", 317. 6'4", 317. Nice size.
That's a guard. That's a guard. That's guard size.
That is. Yeah. That's someone I can look at as well. So right now we have the Colts on the clock. Any projections on the Colts here, guys?
Receiver.
Well, so let's be honest. You're expecting Anthony Richardson to come back, basically pick up where he left off before his shoulder injury.
Mm-hmm.
Is the shoulder going to be 100% for him? That's going to be the biggest question mark going into training camp and preseason. Can he be what the Colts drafted him to be? That's going to be the big thing.
Right.
They have a good running back. They have a good wide receiver in Michael Pittman. So they don't necessarily need to go in either of those two directions.
Mm-hmm.
It's wow. Yeah, I don't know where the Colts are really going for this.
They don't need a center either because they still got what's his name, the center that they got from Bama. That's still a stud.
Who's that?
Alabama. The Colts still have a stud at center. What's his shoot? I forget his name.
No, they have Ryan Kelly. That's who.
Ryan Kelly. Yeah, Ryan Kelly's a stud. I say the Colts could go defensive back here.
I think they go defensive. You look just like Steve said. Anthony Richards. We're talking about his injury, but they do have a backup, Joe Flacco. Remember his name? He got signed here this year, so that's a huge backup. Jonathan Taylor, Michael Pittman. They could go wide receiver here. You got Josh Downs and Alec Pierce, who's your second and third wide receiver. But if you go there, maybe the Brian Thomas falls into play. But I don't know. It's you got to go defensive side of the ball too. I don't know where they go here. I could see. I don't know. I really don't. I can see an offensive.
Do they try to pick up an edge guy like Dallas Turner or Latu?
Maybe a verse here,
or cornerback as Arnold, or they can go with Cooper DeJean, they can use him at corner or safety.
I kind of like Steve's. I like Steve's solution here. I think you could probably go defensive in here because you got some big guys out there. You have Latua from UCLA coming out here. You have Jared Verse, top 2 defensive ends, haven't even been touched yet. And
Turner's still available as well.
Yeah, Turner's available. You got 3 top edge rushers here coming into the play here. And this, drafted before we're defensive heavy. This has been all offensive side of the ball, basically 100%. So I think the defensive guy might come off the board here. If they go defense, who do you guys prefer? Do you guys like Dallas Turner? Do you like Lutaye? Who do you like? I mean,
Verse.
I like Verse too. I mean, which one would you take? You like Latua?
Latua is really good though.
I think Latua has more speed though, honestly. The way he plays off the ball at UCLA.
Yeah. The only game where I saw him really struggle was against Morgan when they played against Arizona.
Yeah. Don't mention that guy's name because I don't want you to. Don't say his name, the offensive lineman, please, because he's going to drop to us. He's going to drop to us, Eddie, don't say his name.
I'm not going to say a center's name.
Yeah, please don't say a center's name because there's 2 on my board that I'm in love with right now, and I have to have one of them. And it's working for me right now. Okay, it's working for me, so I'm not mentioning a name. So, But all right, so we're gonna go to the Colts here. I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna go defense side of the ball here. I actually think they go Dallas Turner here.
Could the Colts
from
go with
Alabama?
Quentin Mitchell here? He's a stud cornerback.
I'm gonna say the UCLA guy.
All right.
However you say his name.
Do you think they
Colts
go?
pick is in.
I mean, their corners are you. Well, you know what you do. You got Juju Brentson. You got Kenny Morris or corners there. That's a possibility too because Cooper DeJean's still out there. You have some good state corners out there. So pick Nate Wiggins out there as well. So we'll see. Yep. Danny will be right back. He's got to do something.
Yeah,
Right back with
Cooper
us.
DeJean makes it's the most flexible player because he can play either.
And I think
safety or
he's
corner.
I think he's the guy. If you're set your system, then you need a safety. I think he's your safety guy too. He can play safety. I think it's he's multi-conventional player there, so it makes sense to me. But I'm gonna go Dallas Turner here. I think I have Dallas Turner. I have him on my one board, actually going a lot earlier than this, honestly. So best player available.
I would have bet $100 that he was going to go to Atlanta.
I thought he was too. I thought they were going to go defense side of the ball, but I mean, that surprise pick from Atlanta really blew my mind. I'm still thinking about that one.
Yeah,
I really
wow.
am.
Yeah.
It probably screwed over. I think Penix was probably the guy Denver had on their board for 12.
I don't know. I mean, I think J.J. McCarthy was their guy because it fits the system a little bit better. They don't have the greatest offensive line, but Penix to me was just talk about out of the box, man. That was just out of the box to me. I mean, maybe a second round guy to me, honestly. Yeah. Second round guy, maybe, coming off the injuries. But
here comes Roger to the podium.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu Latu, defensive end.
Latu going to
wow.
the Colts.
Wow. Smart play though, honestly.
He could be their next Dwight Freeney.
That's a good. Yeah, that's actually a good like a comparison. Actually, it really is.
I'll tell you what though, the kid might be impressive on the field, but he needs a new haircut. Holy cow!
Hey, those Samoans, man, they're wild, man. They're wild, man. Listen, if I'm going into battle and I'm playing quarterback, and I do not want to see a Samoan on the other side of me, Steve.
He has a normal haircut. He doesn't have the long hair that a lot of the Samoan kids have.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we got the Seattle Seahawks on the clock right now at number 16.
This is kind of surprising. Where do they go?
In all honesty, I got to think that, with new head coach Mike McDonald, basically a defensive-minded head coach, former defensive coordinator for the Ravens, Seattle has a lot of needs on defense, whether that's defensive tackle, whether that's edge, whether that's safety. Basically, they just need to rebuild their entire defense.
He's a 3-4 coach.
Right. So, look, he's still got Geno Smith. They just signed another quarterback to back up Geno Smith. You got Derek Metcalf Metcalf on the edge, and some of the other prolific wide receivers that they have. I think their offense is fairly fine. It's just their defense that was very suspect that, look, the offense just couldn't keep up with what the defense was giving up last season. So I think the Seahawks are going to go defense. It's just a matter of whether they put the priority. So the question to you guys is, if you're the Seahawks, what position is the priority on defense for that group out there?
The guy whoever fits best in the 3-4 defense.
You know what? This name, I don't know if it's a reach or not. I mean, this guy I have projected going to the Cowboys if he dropped to the second round. Best available. I think the best linebacker in the nation is on the board here, Edgerrin Cooper.
Yeah.
I think he can bring back that Bobby Wagner type play. I compare him to a lot to Bobby Wagner. So I think Edgerrin Cooper here would be a nice pick for them at linebacker here.
I was just going to say that guy. That's
He
who I
played
was
for
thinking
Texas
of.
A&M, correct?
Yes,
Yep.
yes.
Okay.
But you have Versus there. Dallas Turner is there.
Yeah.
Chop
What about
Robinson is
if
there.
you're going linebacker? What about the linebacker out of Michigan,
Colson?
Wilson
Junior Colson.
or Colson? Yep, Colson.
I like Colson.
Yes.
I would pick him in the first round, but I like him.
I like Edgerrin Cooper over him. I think he's more east, west, north, south
Yeah.
type guy, build a hole type guy. I think Michigan's guy was a little bit more scheme wise. That defensive line was more stout than what he had at Texas A&M. I like Edgerrin Cooper here. I really do. I think he's the Bobby Wagner fill-in.
Yeah, he's the closest thing to Bobby Wagner in this draft, I believe.
It's funny you guys mentioned Bobby Wagner since he signed his free agent deal with Washington, but that's just a little side note for you guys.
You know what, Steve? I can take you off really quick, Steve. Stop it.
Hey, let's be honest. We're getting Bobby Wagner like 12 years into his career.
Exactly.
But,
that's
Bobby Wagner. So,
well, you know what? The dude can play, man. IQ level out of the stadium. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna say they're gonna take Dallas Turner.
you want to know the funny part about Bobby Wagner? Bobby Wagner is like year 12 in his career, and he's still better than the linebackers we had last year. So come on.
He's better unless Mike has moved to linebacker full time. He's better. Bobby Wagner's better than the linebackers the Cowboys had last year.
Yeah. No, don't discount DeMar Overshawn. He was hurt last year, Eddie.
Yeah,
Leave my guy alone, okay?
But we haven't seen him. We haven't. What I saw of him at Texas was not impressive because, first of all, Texas didn't play defense.
True, but he was a huge guy. I mean, I pat myself on the back real quick. Last year, real quick, on the Cowboys show, the 215 boys, Eddie, you chimed in last night. But last year, I picked the top 3 players for Dallas round 1, 2, and 3 in exact order. I was so ecstatic, for that. But hopefully, the guys that I picked this year go to the Dallas Cowboys. But Kenny's bringing in a wrestling term here. He's like talking about the offensive line, the Samoans there for you. He's part of the bloodline. What else can you say? Oh, man. All right, so Seattle. We're going defense side of the ball here, all 4 of us. But, Steve, where are you going to go? You going Dallas Turner?
I don't know. So I think that actually, let me pop it up real quick. Yeah, I mean, Dallas Turner. I think I got to go with you guys that Cooper seems like the best linebacker here for their scheme. So I think it's going to be either probably Cooper. Looking at the list,
would a guy like Myles Murphy fit in the 3-4 defense, or is he more a 4-3 guy?
He could fit. I mean, under this system here, I think he can fit because you do have some big boys out there on the Seattle defensive line. I think he's a guy that can play that position. But linebacker's been suspicious to me for the Seattle Seahawks. I mean, they've been giving up a lot of yards to their tight ends and on slant routes, playing in that division. I mean, I remember last year they got burnt against San Francisco playing with no linebackers, basically. So this is why linebacker to me, or if you can get that Dallas Turner edge rush, they're there. You can't go wrong with this pick, but I still got to go Edgerrin Cooper. That's my pick. I think it's a reach, but I think this is the best player for them available right now at the linebacker spot.
And Seattle has been known for going for reaching a little bit on players that fits their system.
They have. Dan, what do you think they're going with this one on the defense side of the ball here? Oh, you're muted, Dan. Mute. I can read Dan's mind. He's like, F this team, F that team. Just get to the guy in second pick. I know what he said.
Dan just hasn't realized he's on mute yet.
Yes.
I'm not to mute myself. Turner, but we don't pick till tomorrow, so I really don't
I know. All right, so Eddie, where you going? I got Turner. I got Edgerrin Cooper. Danny's going Dallas Turner here. Where you going?
I'm going for Cooper. Cooper seems to be like a Seattle type of pick.
He does, but he's not the best player. And those guys are talented, man.
That's the thing.
Mercer are talented. Chop Robinson.
That's
crazy talented, and you could stand him up if you wanted to.
I mean, looking at the side of the ball on the defense, I got my little list here of what I'm looking at, who's been taken and who's not.
They're really good
on
players.
This defense side of the ball, you got 4 guys that are unanimous number 1 defensive picks here.
Exactly.
Dallas Turner, you got Jared Verse being 1A, 1B. You still got a person like Byron Murphy still out there from Texas too.
Byron Murphy's,
you got these guys out there that's solid players. Do you go fulfill the linebacker spot that you need, or do you take that defensive line, that book in for the future as well? What do you think?
I think Verse would have to be a linebacker in the 3-4 defense.
He might. But I think he's talented enough to do it, maybe.
I agree. I mean, I'm still going to go linebacker. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I would love this being their war room.
Linebacker fits their their
But
system.
could you imagine being in the Seattle war room right now with all these players on the defense side of the ball that you have to
A
go
lot of them.
defense, and you're like on your your
There's some
board,
really good
you're
defensive tackles too.
yeah, you're looking at that board and saying, "Holy crap!" Verse, Turner, Cooper,
But
these
you
guys
also
are
have
here.
a couple good corners are there too.
But this,
True,
but
true.
this is
Like
where
Arnold.
all of those. This is where all those hours of being at the combine, all the
Yes.
pro days, all the pro visits,
Mhm.
and just doing all that homework and where you're scouting and your scouting reports, just basically
The later rounds are even tougher.
will make or break your draft here.
And that's a great point, Steve. A lot of people look at these drafts and say, "Well, this guy, on his board, he fits. He's number 2 projected." Well, you know what? He might be the number 5 guy, but he fits my system a little
Oh
bit
yeah,
better.
sometimes
know?
player teams draft for need. Well, not
Mhm.
need, but what fits them best.
Exactly.
You may have
Exactly.
the best player, but if you could go in the middle somewhere.
Hey, what's
Agreed.
up, Adam? Thanks for joining us, buddy.
Yep, that's Adam from the Atomic Drop podcast checking in. What's going on, Adam? Appreciate you joining in. Yep. Make sure you check them out Saturday at 10 p.m.
I think Dallas Turner was on a stacked Alabama defense, which still at times did not play very well at times. I like the fact Cooper was consistently great last year.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a little product of the system. I mean, you can't go wrong with the SEC defensive and offensive linemen. That's one thing that we've learned in the past. But playing in that kind of conference, it makes you better than opposed to playing in an ACC, a Pac-12, honestly, where you're playing an NFL team really every week, opposed to a JV is what I call, opposed to the SEC conference.
I like the fact that Cooper played hard all year, even if he was the one-man defense.
He was. I mean, he reminds me of, I compared him. There's another guy that I really compared him. Adam, you checked into. I'm sorry. Yeah, you checked in. Eddie, you checked into the show last night. Luke Kuechenberg from Ohio State. He is that linebacker too. Eichenberg. I love how he plays. He reminds me of like a Luke Kuechly, to us Sean Lee type guy that can fill the hole. But Edgerrin Cooper just has that edge to him. Edge. He has that edge to him where he's a floor general playing linebacker, and he can play inside, outside. He can play all of them. He's smart. And that's what Seattle, to me, is missing, going back from the Legion of Boom days. That's what they're missing. I think it's the perfect pick for them.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military. Your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy.
Byron Murphy,
Oh,
Wow.
defensive tackle.
Byron Murphy's a good player, man.
Wow. Byron Murphy. Does it make sense to you? It does to me. It does.
Byron Murphy's a really good player.
At Texas, he was a defensive tackle, but I think he's going to be a
He can
defensive
play
end.
end. Yeah, he's good enough.
The only downfall here, defensive end, he's only 6'1", though. That size is a little bit understating when you're playing on that left side going against 6'8" left tackles. Different version NFL versus college, though. Think that's a downfall?
He's a really talented player, man.
But do you think that's a downfall, being 6'1", going against 6'7", 6'8" left tackles, though?
Not if he's strong enough and athletic enough. No, he'll get lower than they will.
Yeah, low man wins the ball. We got that true. But I mean, his speed is unquestionable. It has so much speed on that.
He is a
Let's be
really
honest.
good player. He's like an Aaron Donald, they say, like him.
He's
Well,
Not good.
that's you better live up to that saying if you're going to be compared to Aaron Donald. Then what I
If
mean?
he's a force in the middle, you don't have to it's not about getting sacks. He's a force in the middle. I just know he's a real good player.
Aaron Donald was not the tallest defensive
Oh,
end.
hey, we got some movement.
Uh-oh.
Apparently, the Vikings have traded up to 17.
Yes, they have.
So
They're
Jacksonville
wide
was
receiver?
on the clock, and it is now Minnesota, and they have the pick is in.
Offensive line.
Well, they don't need a wide receiver here. They have studs on wide receiver here. Oh, wow.
Or they could go on the defensive side this time. Maybe a Dallas Turner.
Okay, you got your quarterback. You got J.J. McCarthy here. Isn't the best thing available as an offensive lineman protect your rookie quarterback? You have the weapons here. It makes sense, right?
They have Darisaw on. Is Darisaw on the left side or the right side?
Fanshaw's on left.
No, Darisaw.
Oh, I'm not sure. I think he's right actually. Maybe they'll take your guy here. Maybe they'll take your guy here, Eddie. The guy that I don't want you to. I don't like his name. I don't like who he is, honestly.
They could also use another position on the offensive line that I'm afraid to say.
I think they're going Oklahoma here. I don't. I hope they
Tackle
do.
or
Tackle.
would they take another weapon? I don't know about that.
I don't think they go weapon. They got Addison and Justin Jefferson. I don't think you go there.
And they have Hawkinson at tight end. Plus
Yeah.
I'm going to say Jared Verse.
I go offense here, but man, the defensive side of the ball is stacked on this draft board still. It is so available on defensive side of the ball. Wow.
Find out who they.
Traded the 17th pick
I'm gonna go cornerback.
with the 17th pick in
Keanu
the
Mitchell.
Wow.
NFL draft. The Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner.
Linebacker.
Wow.
You had it on the money, Lewis. He sacked the quarterback 10 times.
Wow.
So that should put Cincinnati.
offensive line.
Joe Burrows is in that war room saying, "Yeah, please, offensive line, please. Can we please get an offensive lineman this year to help me?" That's what he's definitely saying.
No. I have a bad feeling of where Cincinnati's going to go on this pick. I don't want to make it picky because you told me not to say certain names.
Go ahead.
Jackson Powers.
Eddie, you're off the show. You're off the show. If they do, I'm blaming you 100%. I got it in.
I would have gone Funanga if he was still there.
Oh man, if Jackson Powers goes here, I'm going to be really pissed off. Because I really am. But, well, you think about this. You think about it. He's falling to us. It's like the CD Lamb fall out here to us because the Eagles possibly could go O-line depth here, maybe center too. Pittsburgh needs a center too. Cincinnati definitely needs anything on the offensive line they can get. Okay.
Yep.
Maybe this is where they go with Barton because Barton can play all the positions.
Yeah, but I would go centerpiece first. I mean, you look at Peyton Manning and what's his name? Jeff Saturday. You want to get that chemistry between that centers, quarterback situation. You want to get that guy that's played 4 years in the league, a Jackson Powers at center. This makes sense to me, even though it really makes sense to me on the team. But to me,
it makes us sad.
They could go a little. They could go a little outside and pull that kid from West Virginia.
They could.
Frazier. I think his name was.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know here.
I think you guys are right. Joe Burrow is basically calling Bengals management and being like, "Hey, man, get me some protection."
Yeah.
Okay.
Frazier's like 3 steps below Power.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it makes sense to either go. Powers makes sense to me. I hate saying it, but it makes sense to me also. Maybe you go. If you're stupid, you're going to take Tyler Guy. Just like Eddie said, Oklahoma guys don't play offensive side of the ball here. But what if you go Mims here? Mims would be a solid pick as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he has size, 6'7", 340.
I think Mims is the guy the Steelers want to get just because of their success they had with the other Georgia tackle that they picked last year.
I mean, I still think if Powers doesn't go here, I think he's definitely going to go to the Steelers because they want that guy to remind them of a Marquise Pouncey back in the day that they had. They need that center. Pouncey, yeah, they need a center. They need a center like that. So where are we going, guys? Where are we going here with the Cincinnati Bengals? I think offense side of the ball. I think it is the guy that I have to say it, Jackson Powers right here. Steve, what do you got?
I like, if you're going to go best interior, you got to go Powers.
Yeah.
And give Burrow some protection.
Yep. Eddie?
Jackson Powers. But I hope they take Barton instead.
I hope they take Guyton. Get him off the board.
No, I want the Steelers to take Guyton so they can get us draft the biggest softest player offensive lineman in the draft.
All right, Dan, where are you gonna go?
I'm gonna say guard.
Gonna go guard. Who you got in mind?
I don't know, Guyton, I guess.
You gonna go Guyton?
Guard,
Okay.
he's a guard, I think, right?
Yeah, he's definitely a guard. Yeah.
Could be Barton. Could be him.
Okay. I'm going to still go with Jackson Powers here. I think it's the best system here. You know, your best friend center quarterback relationship. You know, because they've been getting blown off the ball on the old school nose tackle. So I think they go here as well. So we will see.
If I'm Burrows and
Jeez.
they don't go offensive line here, I would probably be telling my agent to demand a trade out of Cincinnati.
Well, I mean, everybody in Cincinnati. Well, you know what? The funny thing is, they just lost their defensive end. I just wrote this on Twitter yesterday. Hendrickson. They just lost their
wants out.
defensive end too.
He wants
You know,
out.
he wants out, so he's not happy. He don't want to. He ain't going to show up to play. So
And-
maybe defensive end here. But God, you got to protect your quarterback, Burrows, man.
And what's his name? The receiver wants out too. So
T. Higgins. Yeah. Mhm.
Brian Thomas, please take Brian Thomas.
So here we go. I mean, I'm waiting for the pick here to come in. So it's not in yet. Is what we see.
I can just see the Steelers praying to get Brian Thomas because that's a big time need at receiver.
Well, I mean, yeah, they did pick up a wide receiver, Cordell Patterson too, the Pittsburgh Steelers, but they lost that Speedy Keon, or whatever his name is.
Yeah, I know people were talking about Boyd going to Pittsburgh, but that hasn't happened.
I was in Pittsburgh today, and all they're talking about is a wide receiver there. The names came up as Polk, Brian Thomas if he falls, or you go offensive line, or you go somewhere like that. But Cincinnati, man, why are you taking forever here, guys? Come on, you got to let me know here. Come on, Cincy.
They're actually in commercial break on the NFL draft. So
they just paid them $5 million for that.
The pick is in.
Yeah, I see it
Just
there,
waiting
yeah.
for them to go back live. So
Oh man, I tell you.
Who do you think has gotten the steal of the draft so far?
The Steelers draft for me.
I guess the crappy part to say this is like, has there been a steal of the draft yet?
I think Alt for the Chargers is a steal because to me, I think Alt is the one guy that could have helped either the Bears, the Commanders, or the Patriots for the next decade on the offensive line.
To me, the steal is going to be Roma Duzier for the Bears there. I didn't think he would be there available. I think some team would take a weapon because it went down the line, from the Cardinals, the Chargers taking Joe Alt. I think it fell into place for them. They got the best quarterback and the best route runner in the NFL, Roma Duzier. I think that's a solid pick for them. Rookie quarterback, coming in, get him another weapon. They could be good if he's coached right and he stays, I would say headstrong. You know what I mean? I think he could be really good there. I think it's a solid pick for them, picking up Rome at 9.
Let's see if Caleb Williams can survive the year behind that offensive line.
Well, I mean,
it's also interesting that the Cardinals might actually have one of the best picks in MHJ, just because everybody else needed quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if you would have thought about it, let's say if the Cardinals didn't need, or I'm sorry, the Commanders didn't need a quarterback. They were cool with Sam Howell. Then it would have fallen into place. They possibly would have took him, Marvin Harrison there. So it fell into place for them. But thank God for the top 3 teams needed quarterbacks as well. It fell into them.
But I agree. Aduzi is probably the steal.
You agree? Yeah, I agree too.
There's one. I mean, because he could have easily went to the Chargers.
I mean, if they lost weapons.
Could have went to us.
Yeah.
Who knows? The Bear. I think the Bears were in a perfect spot. Like Caleb Williams and the Aduzi. Fuck, man.
I mean, it fell into place, Dan. If you think about it, you're getting either Rome, Malik Neighbors, or Harrison. One of the 3 wide receivers where you're at.
I feel it would be Aduzi though, because Neighbors and Malik Harrison are probably the top 2 wide receivers in the whole draft.
But you got a wide receiver.
Aduzi is the best route runner there is.
Exactly. You got a rookie quarterback coming into the league, and you got the best route runner in college football to go with.
And they already got a couple, but the Bears are set up. Bears should have a solid offense.
Thanks for checking in, Anthony. I appreciate you, man. Let us know what your team is out there when you guys pick. I believe you're an Eagles fan, if I'm not mistaken, Anthony. Don't shoot me if I'm wrong there. Okay. Let me know.
Yep. You take another wide receiver? No way.
Who's that?
Cincinnati.
With the 18th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft,
Don't say.
Tackle,
we'll select
tackle instead. Mims.
Amarius Mims.
Okay.
Good pick.
Okay.
Good pick for them.
Interesting prospect is this.
Okay.
I mean, if you're gonna
That's a
pick a
good pick.
guy who's got some proven, experience and stock, what better than multi-time national champion Mims from Georgia, right?
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. I mean, it's smart. I mean,
Good pick.
it's kind of obvious you really have to go.
Sox allowed 774 snaps in the SEC.
It's size 6'7",
that's
340. 6'7", 340. Nice size too.
Yes, it's like you said, 0 sacks and 774 snaps.
They're
Wow.
right tackle, but still.
Yep. See, that's why he didn't make sense to me. I'm glad. I wish he would have stayed on the board, honestly, because we don't need that. That would be a position to fill in front
He's
of us.
a good player, man.
He's a damn good player there, man.
Yep.
This is the number 19 draft. This is the
God.
team that's probably really sad right now that Murphy is off the board because
They
he
could take
is,
Tavondre Sweat if they want.
Who's that?
LA, they could take Tavondre Sweat,
So
the other tackle from
So
Texas.
no,
is
they're not taking DUI Sweat.
is it kind of obvious that
Oh,
they
yeah,
have
that's
to
right.
draft Aaron Donald's replacement, or are they going somewhere else?
Oh,
I
let's
think
see
they have
who's
to go
still-
defense.
Ooh. Wow. Well, you know what? The one thing they don't need is wide receiver. Cooper Cup, and what's his name?
Puka.
Puka.
You got-
there's that there.
I mean, you got Jared Versus there. Chop Robinson is there. Maybe a pass rusher.
But I think Murphy would have. Murphy's probably the closest thing to.
What
Aaron
about
Donald.
the tackle? Do they?
Do you have to replace Aaron Donald? I mean, God, you have to
Yeah.
replace him, right? I mean, two bodies. You have to pick two players to replace him. You know,
You could pick.
Anthony checks in. He says he's a Packers fan. Let us know before your pick. Let you know what you're picking here. For us, the Packers there. Let us know where you guys are going. Anthony says the Packers should pick a tackle.
Yeah.
Okay. I agree.
And in all honesty, as funny as that sounds, the Rams need an offensive tackle just as bad as they need a defensive tackle. So he's not
That is
on
true.
the other side of the ball.
That is true. I mean, there's players available. I mean, you're looking at it right now: offensive tackle, defensive side of the ball.
What about
Oof.
Jerhan Newton from Illinois,
Ooh,
or Chris Jenkins, tackle from Michigan?
You know who I'm thinking here? Honestly, I'm thinking Chop Robinson.
Chop Robinson is talented. He's the fourth best pass rusher, probably.
I have him third on my board on defensive ends here. I think he could possibly go there as well. Oh man,
who's a better pass rusher between Chop and Burse?
Chop probably. I think Chop
Chop's more strength wise. I think Burse is more finesse wise on the outside. If he plays like a wide spot, I think he's a lot better because when he played, down at Florida State, he played wide a lot and he got beat when he played like teams like forgot what team it was where he played one guy that had stud left tackle.
Yeah,
he struggled with that. He struggled with that size. That's the NFL.
So Burse is kind of like more like Micah Parsons then.
Well,
And
more
like-
finesse. I would call him more finesse, than over to Chop Robinson. Chop Robinson, he played great against that Michigan offensive line, and we know Michigan's offensive line is stout. He had a good game.
Are any of you guys watching the ESPN live feed of the draft?
I am.
No,
yeah.
I'm not watching it. I was told to stay off of it
here,
because
I'm
I'm
going to
ahead
throw
of you
this out
guys.
for our listeners and whoever's watching. They just
I'm
threw out this
watching it.
crazy stat, and it just blew my mind. This is
Mm-hmm.
the Rams' first round draft pick since 2016. Let that sink in. Since
What?
2016. Yes.
I didn't think it was that
Jeff
long,
Fisher
Steve.
was
I didn't
the
think it was
head
that long.
coach.
I did not think it was that long ago. I thought it was
I didn't
maybe
think so either.
2019, 20. Yeah. Wow.
Well, did
but-
they lose all their first round picks in getting in Stafford?
Stafford, and then just getting other players, and yep.
Okay, real quick. Here's what the Vikings got for that trade. Okay, when the Vikings traded up with the Jaguars, of course they got the 17th pick. The Jaguars got the 23rd pick, a 2024, all 24 picks, 5th round, and then 25. They got the 3rd and the 4th round pick. So they gained 3 picks late in the moving up 6 spots.
And for the Jacksonville who has a bunch of needs offensively and defensively, that's probably not the worst thing in the world for them to happen.
Sure.
So,
True. I think if you're a Rams fan, I think you're liking your chops because you have had a first round pick, like you said, Stephen, what's 9 years now? So 8 years. So I think you're kind of happy about that. You can actually watch on a Thursday night and check into the NFL draft. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Finally,
But,
you know what I mean?
But you brought this up, right?
Yeah. I just read that. I just got an update on my phone.
Even though they only have 3 picks left, I think getting McCarthy's smart with the weapon. They have weapons.
Mhm.
I don't think it's a bad pick for them. I really don't.
Yeah, Anthony says the Rams need a center too, but we're not going to mention that right now because the centers could possibly drop.
Powers,
Don't,
Jackson.
Dan, don't, because he's fallen to us. Don't jinx it. Don't.
Let's see who else needs a center.
The Eagles don't need a center because they have somebody on their roster. I've heard Eagle fans
The
talk about that.
Jags. Oh, the Cowboys are close, huh?
Dan, because there's 3 guys that are on my board that's all dropping, Dan. And I tell you what, I might just like start like jumping up and down.
Watch them pick neither of them. You're like, what the?
Dan, I tell you what. Oh man, you seen my show last night where I flipped out. I flipped out on my show last night. You guys seen that? Did that
Yeah,
happen?
Spencer Rattler.
You know what, Evan?
Joe Milton.
Evan,
Joe Milton time.
Your contract for Out of the Box Sports Entertainment has just been renegotiated, and you're fired after that comment you just put on my board. Okay?
Yeah, Evan,
we
you've
go,
been
here we go.
replaced by me.
Chop Robinson. I'm
Is it
guessing.
Chop? Oh, okay. I thought you said it got there. That's what I think. I think Chop
the other
Robinson.
guy.
I think it's Chop Robinson.
Jared Verse.
The 2024 NFL Draft. The Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse.
Jared
defensive end,
Verse,
Florida State.
defensive end.
Smart pick, though. I mean, you can't go wrong with these 2 guys. Honestly, you really can't. So I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
I think
Yeah.
if Dallas Turner wasn't there, I think the Vikings would have taken Verse.
Smart pick, though. I mean, you can't go wrong with that pick, honestly, if you think about it. You know, you really can't. Get a couple comments here real quick. Evan, I'll never forgive you for that comment you just put up there for me about Spencer Rattler. Anthony asks, what is Dak's trade value? The problem is if you trade him, the problem is if I trade him to a team, he doesn't want to go. He has a no trade clause in his contract. So he holds the keys to where he goes. If you do get a suitor that he says, okay, Dallas is on the hook for $35 million dead cap space, no matter what, dead space cap, no matter what. Whoever picks him up, it's going to be a $15 million contract for them. It's good for the other team. But the problem is, who wants to take a quarterback that already came out and said, I want $50 to $60 million next year, no matter what I do for the following year? That's the trade value. If it's me, I honestly am on the fence about Dak Prescott. I really am, being a Cowboys fan. I don't really know what I want to do, honestly. You know, we're in money space hell right now. We can't even afford our 7-round picks, our 6-round picks that we have this year. We can't even pay them right now until Dak renegotiates or back into this contract. So that's his value to me. Evan says, I'm rehired by Michael's same brother. My brother, I actually fired him last year, so he's not part of the Out of the Box network anymore. So you have to deal with me, Evan. And right now, you're fired, man, for making Spencer Rattler that comment.
Evan, if my friend Paul would flip out on his own brother Dave, I can't imagine what he would do to you.
You seen that show last night, Eddie, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, when 2 Cowboys fans get together, sometimes it's not the greatest show, but you know.
And I was siding with you.
You were, you know. Hey,
Dave was flipping off on me.
Yeah. All right, so the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock here. What are we thinking? Consensus, according to the radio, they want a center, or they definitely want another weapon here. Like I said, Polk, Brian Thomas Jr. here. Even Keon Coleman's name gets thrown into this mix. What do you guys think?
I
think off the top of my head that I feel, and I could be completely wrong on this assessment, but I feel like their offensive weapons are pretty decent to good. Like they just need to get some protection for Russell Wilson or Justin Fields or whoever they figure out is going to be their QB1. So whether that's, pulling the offensive tackle out of Washington or, the kid out of Duke, or whatever the direction they want to go. I don't think they need a center, so I think they'd be good there. I think they need to go more, guard tackle and try to get Russell Wilson, who's a projected QB1 in Pittsburgh, some help. But we'll see.
Here's a thought real quick. What about Adonis Mitchell here, talking about the fastest guy in the NFL draft, where Xavier Worthy maybe possibly going here? I mean, really have. I mean, you put him with a nice
Steelers
wide receiver core here. I mean, they brought in Cordell Patterson. He's not really a one wide receiver, more of a scat back, running back, utility guy. But what do you think here? Maybe a wide receiver going Adonai Mitchell here, 6'4", 196 flyer. What do you think there?
I'm going to go with Thomas or Mitchell. I think Mitchell over Worthy because Mitchell's the more complete receiver.
But just like Steve said, do you go offensive line too? Because you're bringing Russell Wilson, who doesn't have the legs that he had to, before in his younger days. Do you want to keep him upright? Because they do have weapons, of course. I get that they can suffice the season, but do you want to control the middle here with the offensive line? Because, man, their running backs haven't been. Najee Harris has not been running the ball good behind this offensive line.
But let's be honest too that Pittsburgh's offensive coordinators debacle, for lack of better words, so let's just call it that, has been a debacle for the last year and a half. So
what about the Washington tackle? He's still there?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
I want to comment on that comment. I swear this better not happen. I would be pissed.
Please let it happen. Please let it happen.
Eileen says, "Yeah, Danny will kill me. I'll be good."
Give me Hayden.
I had to get one joke in there. Eileen, I don't think it's a joke. I think it should be reality, honestly, to get Spencer Rattler to give Evan a little piece of his own medicine there. You know what I mean? So
I would take one of the guards. I would take BB from Kansas State, Haynes.
Okay.
Or something like that. That's who I want at 47.
I mean, I think
Spencer Rattler would look great in New York Giant blue.
You better shut the hell up right now. I think that'd be a dumb pick. I really do.
I mean, I don't think you go deep inside the ball here, honestly, because you have two good corners. You have, I don't think you go there, honestly.
I mean, you gotta. Let's call it. You got, Najee Harris is not bad. You got Freiermuth, who's a solid tight end for Russell Wilson.
And the Steelers have that other good running back too to go along with Harris.
I think they're gonna take Brian Thomas Jr.
You think so?
I think they need another weapon.
Yeah, I mean, you got Worthy, Mitchell.
I really think they need a weapon bad. They just got Wilson, who's their other wide receivers. They traded
George Pickens.
Yeah, they got Pickens,
and then they need another guy on the other side.
And you know what, Dan? We talked about this on quite a few shows where ever since they fired Matt Canada, that offense turned around even with Kenny Pickett. So I think they do go offensive side of the ball here because I think it's Art was blank coming in from Atlanta, and he's pass happy. He's pass happy too. So I think they do go wide receiver here, honestly. But I think they go maybe offensive line as well because, like Steve said,
Washington's good. He's a good player.
He is. That's what I mean too. I mean, I think he's going to be there as he's still available, of course. What about the BYU sophomore, 6'6", 325? Kingsley Sumadia. I think he's a solid pick there as well.
I would definitely.
But also, there's a lot of good players up there, so I don't know what their board's like. They had to have some of the best players there too.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be another weapon.
I think so. Steelers are known to get good wide receivers in the past, like Johnson, Ward, and Juju Schuster. I agree with that one. I mean, I honestly don't think they've had a wide receiver ever since, crazy man Antonio Brown, honestly. You go back many years there. You brought in Juju. You brought in even Chase Claypool. Remember him? How he was supposed to come in. Everybody said he was going to light up the world coming from Notre Dame, and they trade him in 2 years.
So here's the big question right before Goodell walks onto the stage. How long is – basically who's going to be the starting quarterback the longest of the season? Do you think Wilson's going to last the whole season? Is Fields going to come in halfway through?
You know what, Steve? It's funny that you mentioned that on the radio. They were talking about that as well. They think that Russell Wilson is going to lose his job by week 6, and it's going to be Justin Fields, according to the radio up here.
That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. It doesn't. I mean,
no way.
The good thing is, though, either way, whatever way you look at this,
maybe
you're paying for
a little.
Here's the thing.
A thing or two.
How many NFL teams would be so happy for this that you're paying 2 starting quarterbacks really less than $5 million for both of them?
It makes sense for this year. It makes sense.
That is insane.
Sense.
That's insane.
Wilson's playing for a contract, obviously.
Oh, of course. And
that was his last contract.
Mm-hmm. A couple comments real quick before the pick gets in here. Anthony checks in Jalen Williams. What do you guys think about that one as well?
Who?
Jalen Williams.
Oh, Warren.
Warren. That's Warren, the running back. There you go.
That's the running back.
Actually, he's going to be in my neck of the woods in 2 weeks. He's going to be at a Tomahawks game, signing autographs, which I have tickets for. Maybe I'll go to see him. Wilson will get injured. I mean, that's what I mean. If you go offensive line, but he hasn't ran the ball the way he's did it. Playing with Seattle. Evan says, what did Evan say here?
Just make the pick. Just make the pick.
Evan says Blake Cowboys will take Corum. That's going to be a third, fourth round pick for us if he's still available. You know what the crazy thing is? No corner has been taken out of the draft yet, and this was cornerback heavy as well.
The Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington.
Offensive line help for Russell Wilson and Justin Fields.
Like guard too, but he's going to be a tackle.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, that makes kind of good sense there as well. I mean, he was one of my guys. He was rated number 2, honestly, on the offensive line of the ball for me. That guy, from Oregon State was one hell of a player there.
Yeah.
God, man.
The funny thing is, from once you get out of say from 10 to where we are now at 20, the last 10, even though there's so many directions that you could go, this player, this position, or whatever, you can't really look at a team and argue, other than Atlanta, why did you draft that person? You can look at every pick and be like, I might not have specifically drafted that person, but I would have drafted that position. You know what I mean? And, it gets back to what you guys said earlier. I think it was Paul, hey, look, you're picking the best person that fits in your teams, what you're running offensively, what you're running defensively, culture, personalities, blah, 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 blah. But, like I said, other than the Atlanta pick, here we are at number 21 already, getting wait for the Dolphins to make their selection. Yeah. And you can't really argue with any of the positions that have been selected.
Oh, agreed.
Miami needs to go defense here. That was where the Achilles was. They couldn't stop anybody.
If Miami had somebody on defense as fast as Tyreek Hill, they'd be fine.
Yeah. Big time.
Talk about a receiver that makes a quarterback look a million times better than what he really is.
The team that's really licking their chops right now are the Philadelphia Eagles. Every corner is still available on this draft board, something that they really need, which is not good for us being in the NFC East. I mean, they're loaded already, and they're licking their chops. Yeah, and they're licking their chops because every corner, Wiggins, you name it, is still available, and nobody has been taken on that side of the ball yet for that corner position.
Yeah.
The other thing that makes it promising too, and kind of the way things are falling out so far, I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, but I'm looking at what's left, and other than the Cowboys, and maybe one other team, I'm still seeing a lot of good offensive linemen available.
Steve, stop! Don't jinx me, Steve. Stop right now.
No, but what I'm saying is, realistically, let's be honest. The Eagles aren't taking an offensive lineman. The Texans are not going to take an offensive lineman. More than likely, the Packers are not going to take an offensive lineman. So and hey, look, the Cowboys are only 3 picks away. But my Commanders are sitting at number 34, 35. In the second round. And even by then, there's probably not a reason for them to trade back up into the first round.
Yeah,
because there's still going to be some good quality linemen in the beginning of the second round.
Mostly guards, I'd say. Center, you have some centers there, some guards.
Obviously we're set on center since we took the Cowboys. But we definitely need some tackle and guard help for us at the beginning of the second round.
Yeah.
But as I'm kind of looking at the teams here and some of their needs, obviously Arizona's picking again here at 27 from Houston as part of last year's trade when they jumped up to number 2 and took Anderson, Will Anderson, the linebacker. So who is that? Anthony thinks that the Finns are going to pick Arnold. Okay.
Yeah, he's a cornerback from Alabama, Terrion Arnold. I think he's a solid cornerback too.
I think Miami's going to go with Quinton Mitchell from Toledo.
You think they're going to go corner here? I mean, they still have Ramsey as well. I mean,
But
What's his name? Xavier Rhodes is still out there. I think their corners are okay, but do you?
But
what do you-
Ramsey was hurt a lot last year.
True, but I think
And,
you.
and
I
he's
think,
getting older.
yeah,
Yeah.
that is true.
I
That is
think
true.
you could move Ramsey to safety.
I don't think he can play. I don't think he's like a ball hawk like that. I think he's more of a physical guy. I don't think he's that ball hawk safety guy though. I mean, being older and injury prone, I don't think safety is the best play to go because you got to have that speed and that moving ability. I don't think that would fit him.
I mean, do you think that within the next year or two that Ramsey's going to be a cap casualty? Being a veteran,
His contract is heavy. His contract is very heavy as well too.
Could they go Chop Robinson here?
That's what I think. I think they go defensive line here. I really do. Anthony says Eagles need pass rushers too. That's fine. I mean, let them go pass rushers as long as they don't take my guy, and I'm not going to mention his name because he is still falling to me. And I tell you what, if this happens, you guys listen. I'm telling you right now, if we don't get the guy and he drops to us, you guys better put up some money and get me out of jail because I'm going down to Dallas and I'm going to have words with Jerry Jones if this happens.
There's two guys I want for Dallas to pick. I'd be happy with either of them.
Listen, the two guys are still on my board right now. Okay, Eddie, they're still on the board right now, just primed to drop to us. No need to be taken, and they're sitting there. And if he doesn't take these two guys, I'm going to have I can't wait till Wednesday night on the show. I really can't. Oh boy. Ramsey and Rhodes are getting older too. That is true too. I mean, right now, corners, you're talking top corners out there. You're talking Arnold. You're talking Wiggins. I mean, they're still out there.
Mitchell.
And then Cooper DeJean, too. Cooper's out there, too. Think about this.
They could take Cooper because he could play either corner or safety.
What they say about Cooper, and no pun intended, he's like the fastest white guy in the draft. So,
but you know, the good thing is, Steve, he does play safety, too, so it's not the white corner in the NFL coming this year. You know, what was it? Jason Sehorn was the last really white corner that played in the NFL. That was a name, I guess.
Want to know who I see, Jerry? Want to know who I see on the board? That's a Jerry Jones type of pick.
Is there a punter? Is there a punter in the draft that we're talking about, Eddie? What are we talking about here?
No, I see Xavier Worthy being a guy that Jerry would fall in love with.
Well, he is a Texas guy too, but still, I mean, wide receiver is a need. It's probably third, fourth need for me, honestly. But man, you got I mean, oh God, I can't even talk right now because he's dropping to us. We got to take him. You know. But you know what? The Cooper. Going back to the Miami pick here, if they take like a Cooper, that makes sense to me because Rhodes is not healthy. Jalen Ramsey's not healthy too, but they are still two top corners that can play when healthy. You move Cooper to the back end and play safety.
Chop Robinson.
Penn State. I brought that name up.
It was one of the biggest hits at the combine. Was him running 4.
Wow, Chop Robinson. Okay.
So real quick, before we tackle the Philadelphia Eagles pick, and I kind of wish Joe was back on so we could get his things here. A very interesting article just hit CBS Sports within the last 10 minutes. Take it for what it's worth. It's draft night. It's always, meet draft hype and everything. But the headline on CBS Sports is Kirk Cousins stunned and shocked by team's decision to draft quarterback in the first round.
So we have a Aaron Rodgers 2.0 dilemma here when they took Jordan Love. I knew nothing about this pick. Is that basically what we're saying?
Essentially,
I wonder if they're going to trade Penix.
And then the kicker is, you're very similar, Paul. You're absolutely right. You basically have a Green Bay 2.0, right? Mm-hmm. However, you have all of this guaranteed money tied up in Cousins for the next 2 years.
Yes.
So at least 2 years, right?
Yeah, it's a 3-year deal, 2 years with a 30-year option or something like that.
But I think that's what they're thinking. They're thinking he just tore his ACL. If he goes down, we have someone that can step in. But you never know. Who knows? Penix could get good enough and take his job.
Yep.
Yeah, but you're paying
it's weird.
You're paying $40 million. You're paying $45 million for a Kirk Cousins contract when you got Penix. You got Penix on a $2 to $3 million window of 40 years, but maybe 4 years, maybe $20 million under his contract. So
if I'm Penix, I'm not happy either, to be honest.
Well, you know you're going to sit. The thing is, if you're Penix, you know you're going to sit behind him for 2 years.
And you're going to learn, and
unless injury happens, that's the only way you're going to take the guy's job. You know what I mean?
Maybe they just feel I don't know. I don't know. For them, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
But if
So-
what some people are saying, the quarterbacks aren't going to be good next year, at least in 2 years, you'll have your quarterback. Like that's always like really guess, but it's just odd.
Yep. You know, this is coming from a Green Bay Packers fan. Jerry Jones will
Odd.
screw it up anyway. You know what? You are exactly right. You are 100% right about that one. I'll tell you that. He also says, I go to a lot of PSU games, and Chop has a talent play corner in the edge. This is why it's called the edge. Yeah, he's nasty. I mean, I watch a lot. We do a college football show, Anthony, every Wednesday night. I'll be coming back in about a month. We do a college football show, and one of my co-hosts, Bill, huge Penn State guy, and, you know, high regards to this guy. Chop Robinson is nasty, really is.
Yeah, he's talented.
So are the Eagles going to take a cornerback?
You know what? The guy I think here, the two guys.
A Toledo guy.
I do like him too, but I think Nate Wiggins is a little bit more size.
Yeah,
I think
Nate
they go Nate Wiggins or Cooper here. Cooper right here.
Cooper, yep.
I'm picking Cooper too.
Because you think about it, okay, you have Bradbury and Slay, okay. They get burned a lot, you know, playing last year, but getting CJ Gardner-Johnson back at safety, you can move Blankenship back to safety as well, and you can bring Cooper in. You can move Cooper or Reed up to the box a little bit, and that makes it more hybrid guy.
Quinion Mitchell is the guy I was talking about.
Yeah, you can move Cooper around. He can play cornerback someplace and then play some safety.
And Anthony says Eagles going to do Quentin Mitchell right here. Okay, all right. We'll see if he goes there.
He's a really good player.
He's good. He's good too. I mean, 6 foot, you know, versus 6'1" on the other side here. I mean,
player, man.
You can't go wrong with these three corners, though. That's the thing.
I mean, all four of the top corners that are available are all anywhere from 6 foot to 6'2", all within like 190 to 205 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Eagles pick is in, so you know, here hopefully in the next 30 seconds we'll figure out.
Again.
Yeah, they probably will.
What's going on in Atlanta is more like Brett Favre 2.0, since that was the original.
So actually, I just looked it up. Atlanta signed a 4-year, $180 million deal with Kirk Cousins. $90 million of it's guaranteed. So it's actually 3 years with a 4th-year option, but it's $180 million over 4 years. $90 million of it's guaranteed.
So we're looking at $45 million a year, basically. Well, pretty much into that. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So where are we going with the Eagles here? I think consensus is going to be a cornerback. What corner are we going with? Where are we going? You're going Quentin Mitchell?
I like Cooper, man. What's bring the white kid into Philly?
Hang in with Mr. Cooper.
Yeah.
You know what? You know, we're doing shirts coming on out of the box probably in another month, and we're going to have a lot of shirts made for all, you know, our network here.
There's Jared's favorite guy, Howie Roseman.
I think we're going to do a shirt. We're going to do, you know, with the shirt what's called the white man can jump in Philly. We're going to make a shirt for that one. You know, Cooper out there, that John can jump. You know what I mean? We're going to make a shirt. So I'm gonna go Nate Wiggins here. I think he's a better fit for them. A little bit bigger size, a little bit more space eater too. And just like Anthony said here as well, you know, I'm going to bring that one up here. Bradbury and Slay suck, and Slay is old. I get that too. Bradbury's been toasted, you know, over the last couple of years. So I think Wiggins is that bigger body, a little bit bigger 6'2" frame. I think he fits here, but you can't go wrong with one of these corners.
I kind of like Deshaun being a more physical player, so I think he can. If somebody gets past Bradbury, Cooper would be there waiting for them.
Yeah, but doesn't this piss you off being in our division that the Eagles, everything is dropping, the best corner available, the top 4 corners are dropping to them? When we heard talks, maybe moving up a little bit to get the corner that they wanted. They don't even have to do that. All 4 corners are dropping in their lap.
It's like last year when Carter dropped to him at number 10 or 12 or whatever.
Yeah, Jalen Carter drops right to him at 9, I think it was last year. And he drops to him. It's like, are you serious? Like, you guys need more pieces?
And knowing the Eagles, they probably say, let's screw the Cowboys once again.
Maybe they're still pissed off about the CeeDee Lamb pick and the Micah Parsons pick. So maybe they're trying to get us back right here. If they take our guy here, Eddie, I'm going to be really pissed.
I'm flying to Philadelphia.
I actually got to go there next week.
To visit Howie.
I got to go there next week. If anybody can get me Howie's address. First, I want to know. I want him to write me the book first of how he does all this. But
This past year, we played games in front of amazing crowds.
So
in
Goodell,
London and
Rogers
Germany.
announcing that they're going to be playing in Brazil.
This upcoming season,
So
we will play our first ever game
For those
in South
of you that don't know,
America.
the,
in Sao
Oh,
Paulo,
come
Brazil.
on.
First
Stop
of-
advertising
And
Goodell.
we will
Just
be
make the
covering
pick.
the pro
Right.
markets on a global basis soon.
I don't
So
want
the
to hear
Packers are
advertising.
playing the
Thank you.
Eagles in
The
Brazil.
NFL's International
Open up
Player
week
Pathway
one.
Program helps foreign-born
I'm
players
flipping off
reach
Goodell.
the NFL. Elite internationally athletes have an opportunity to
Nobody
compete
cares,
at the
Roger.
NFL level and potentially earn a spot on our NFL roster. One
Goodell's a
of the
con artist.
successful players from the program is the Philadelphia Eagles, Jordan Mailata.
Is he going to sing? He's got a good voice. Is he going to sing?
For the opening of a
So
I
new
didn't
my
realize-
law's not there. Why we announce his
high
name?
school football players.
God.
To make the Eagles selection, let's join Jordan live.
I didn't
from the
realize
Eagles
that
draft party in
until I read it
Burley
yesterday that the
Beach,
Eagles have
Gold Coast,
3
Australia.
of the top 10
Thank you,
highest
Jordan.
paid offensive linemen.
Yes, Mulata, Dickerson, and who's the other one?
Lane Johnson.
Thank
Wayne
you.
Johnson.
Good evening to those of you from the beautiful land down under. With the 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the
There we go.
Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell.
Mitchell.
Defensive back to leader.
Mm,
Mitchell.
wow. Talk about
Good
falling
player.
into the
I mean,
lap.
the funny
That's
thing
what
is,
they
you know,
needed,
these,
and
these teams right
Yeah.
here, you basically had 4 shut down, barring that all these guys stay healthy. You literally have 4 shut down corners available
Yeah.
towards the end of the first round of the
Yeah.
draft.
Yep.
And you had your pick of the litter, whatever one you wanted, it was just falling to you right there. So
They're probably sitting in the
Wow.
war room just flipping quarters. Which one do we want?
yeah, exactly. Basically, yeah. I mean, I don't know when that's ever happened. You're sitting at
McKinstry's
22.
still there. Rickenshaw.
You're sitting at 22
Wiggins,
there,
Arnold.
and isn't that something? Your number one draft, your board says cornerback, and then you go to 22, and you're looking at the board, and you're saying, "Holy shit! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 best corners are available. What do we want? When does this ever happen? When? My God!
All right. So apparently Jacksonville is on the clock with pick number 23.
Mhm.
And they are a little over halfway into their 10 minutes. So they got about
Yep.
4.5 minutes left on their pick. They need a lot of weapons. They got a lot of holes to fill. Most notably, they lost Calvin Ridley in the offseason.
To Brian Thomas Jr.
Right. Do they take Thomas Jr.? Do they take Worthy?
Worthy.
Well, didn't they just lose Calvin Ridley too this year?
I'm gonna say Brian Thomas Jr. That's who they take.
Yeah. Well, they lost Calvin Ridley too, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. I think you go here.
it makes perfect sense.
Well, let me ask you this. Let's throw one curveball out of there. Let's throw the change up here. Do you still believe in Trevor Lawrence? Well, there's no quarterback on the board that can suffice his talent.
His offensive line was pretty bad last year.
It was.
True,
And
but
he got
yeah,
hurt.
He
there
lost,
is no-
He
he,
got
lo- he
hurt
lost,
during the playoffs, probably.
he lost a good wide receiver.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, not just in Ridley, but I mean, he lost. The other dude got suspended for
Gambling.
gambling.
He played hurt, hit pretty much
Yeah.
all season long.
I think,
Yeah,
in all
I-
honesty, let's be honest, right? If he doesn't have an above average season, you got to think that Doug Peterson and I don't know who their general manager is, but Khan, the owner, are going to move on from Lawrence.
No,
after the season.
Khan owns. Yeah, he owns the Jags. That's right. Tony Khan, his dad's Saeed or whatever his name is. Yeah.
Yeah, that Khan and Peterson are going to move on from Lawrence if he doesn't have a good season this year.
I think
agree.
they're gonna move on from Doug Peterson if the Jacksonville doesn't have a good year.
That's pretty good possibility too, right?
That's a great point right there. Can't get any wrong for worse than trading for Mac Jones. You know what I mean? That's a great backup that you have behind Trevor Lawrence. Sunshine to I'm lost in daylight. You know what I mean? In
Mhm.
Mac Jones, but I honestly think right here, I think this is where they go. God, I don't know, man. Maybe an Adonai Mitchell. What do you think? 6'4" wide receiver, Texas.
Mitchell or Worthy, right?
I think Mitchell bigger size here. I mean, you lost Calvin Ridley with speed. He was a burner. You got to take over that situation. So I think maybe a Mitchell here as well.
Or Thomas, yeah, one of those three receivers.
Yeah, I think it's wide receiver here. I mean, it's too early to take a running back. Travis Etienne hasn't really done anything really. If you think about him, coming out
Way
of
too early
Clemson.
for a running back.
Yeah, it's definitely way too early. I mean, nobody's even touched the running backs at all. We think about corners just got
How
touched.
crazy is that?
It's insane, isn't it?
You
No, it's funny that we go back to this. I remember, many moons ago, we took Zeke Elliott at 4. You know what I mean? And now running backs aren't going to the second, third, possibly late rounds now. It's like, are you serious now? How the draft has changed of the drafting.
I'm still pissed off at Jerry for that pick when there was Ramsey on the board still. If
Who?
Jalen Ramsey was still there at 4 for Dallas, and they screwed it up by taking a damn running back.
But you know what? You can't argue with that one, though, Dan, because what he did at Ohio State, man, he changed the league coming out of Ohio State, the way he ran the ball.
He quit on Ohio State his last year there.
He did, but you know what? He knew he was getting his money. But looking back at that draft, I think he gave us the right thing that we needed from him. But I just think we ran him to the ground, man. 300 carries back-to-back years, man. It killed him,
That's why you don't take a running back in the first round.
Well, I mean, if you would have used them right ways, they lit up the league too with, Zeke and Dak their first year. Nobody knew what they were about. They lit up the league, of course, but I don't know. I mean, this year I just hope we make the right decisions because, listen, one pick away and both of my guys are still on the board. So I am really happy. But being a Cowboys fan, I'm really not happy because just like, Anthony said, Jerry Jones will screw this up somehow.
DTJ, don't trust Jerry.
This is the problem. Jerry Jones will screw it up anyway. 100%.
I hope Steven has conked his dad over the head and locked him in the closet.
Well, we'll see. Here we go.
With the 23rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft,
Aha.
Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas Jr.
I nailed that one.
Hey, nothing wrong with that, man. Nothing wrong with that pick.
Okay, Jerry.
All right, time to spill the beans, Paul. Who's your picks?
All right, Jackson Powers right here, center.
Jackson Powers.
Has to be
If it's
right
not
here.
If it's not Jackson Powers, then Barden. Those are the only two choices to me.
Yep. Barden's a
Here we
guard,
go.
right?
Here we go. Yep.
Duke.
But he can play center too.
He can play. Yeah, he can. I like him. I like Rem Barton.
And if he did play guard, then they moved Tyler Smith to left tackle.
See, this is the thing. That's exactly what I was saying on the last night's show, Eddie. If we do take him, okay, if we don't take Jackson Powers and we go with Barton there, we can move Barton over to the guard spot and kick Tyler outside to left tackle, which takes away one position that we need, and basically really two. But I'm not really happy with Hoffman or what's his name, Hall playing our center position. So to me, Jackson Powers, you got to get the guy that's going to play 5 to 6 years later in the line. This is the guy right here. This is the guy.
Dallas could take Pram in the second round at center from Georgia.
Anthony says Dallas picks Arnold or Wiggins. Oh, please don't, please. You know what? You will be
Screw
banned
you,
for this.
Anthony.
Exactly. Cowboys might take a center. No, it's not might. They better, Eileen. They better take a center right here. He's on the board. He's dropping to us. The number one center in the draft is right here in our hands. It's in our hands.
Who does Dave think you guys are going to take?
Dave was flip-flop. He said he said left tackle, but I said it's best player available. Then he said he wanted a running back in his possibly, and I said no way.
But also that linebacker, he ain't even close to the best player here. Cooper.
What's that, Edgerrin Cooper?
He's good, but he ain't even close to the best guy.
No, but I mean he's a need, Dan. If I already got my offense, if Tyler Smith was here and Steve's freaking team didn't take Tyler Baez,
I'm picking the center.
And then I would have gone Edgerrin Cooper at linebacker, but I got a left tackle and a center that needs to be plugged in here first.
Exactly.
So Edgerrin Cooper is good on my board, but not a position I need to fill right away.
No, I would take the center. He's probably one of the best players on the board.
God, I'm going to lose my freaking
on
mind.
The offensive side, that is.
He has to be right here.
Jerry must be trying to figure out what the 1-800 number is to call
A lot of the best players are corners,
I'm
defensive end, linebacker.
Paul, I'm warning you right now. If my screen suddenly goes black, it's because I probably slammed my
All right.
computer.
I'm gonna say it right now. It's gonna be Graham Barton.
You're going Graham Barton here, huh? I mean, listen. If it happens, that happens. He's a 5-man
Yeah.
player there. He's a 5-line player, which is fine with me. But God, man,
Plug him
if
right
I'm,
in at center.
yeah, I understand that, but I want the true center that's played. I
I
really
know.
do. I want the true center. And I watched
That's
him
just what
play.
I think. Who I think it's gonna be.
If
I
they
didn't know
go
Mike
for-
McCarthy. I didn't know Mike McCarthy could fit in a suit. You see that shit on TV?
Where did what tent company did he get that from?
Big and tall, extra wide, large. All right.
I saw he got a new agent. Do you think that's going to affect his contract status in Dallas at all?
No, yeah, it's going to get him faster out the door. Hopefully. All right, man. Here we go. Oh God.
Man, they're getting down to the 2-minute warning here out of their time.
That's because Jerry just made a trade. You know what I mean? He just made a trade somewhere. Watch.
You would shit your pants if it comes in as Dallas
What?
trades in there.
Traded? What?
The best player that you need falls in your lap, and you want to trade out of that spot.
Oh, that would be
Oh,
funny.
man,
I'd laugh
God.
so hard.
You know what? After the show, I would probably go live. Honestly, I really probably would go live and just have a 1-hour
What are the
rant.
Cowboys doing? What the hell, Jerry?
I would probably go
I
a
would
1-hour
laugh.
rant. Yeah, I would probably go a 1-hour rant.
You can't
I'm
trade.
going. I'm going to go George Carlin. If there's a trade.
Jerry uses value online like he values boats. Yeah, the damn yacht that he has. Hell yeah. Mike McCarthy is a terrible coach. Jerry fails again. 100%. The problem is you need Jimmy Johnson coming back. You do not need a puppet master. You need a guy
They
that's
should
going
have
to
never got rid of Jimmy Johnson. This is the biggest mistake they ever
Do you
made.
think you have your next coach on the coaching staff in Zimmer?
No, he's too old.
His age and his health wise, I don't think so. Good defensive coordinator,
old
but
is
I
he?
don't think he's like what 6.
Old as dirt.
He's
Early
old.
70s.
I don't
He's
think
old.
he. I don't think he's a head. I mean, he's been a head coach, of course, with Minnesota, but I don't think he fits the bill. Honestly, I really don't. I mean, there was a reason why he left Dallas. He's not a puppet guy either. He wants control in Minnesota, and that's not going to happen with Jerry Jones. At Dallas, Edgerrin Cooper. Like I said, I would be okay with that, but not in first 2 rounds because you have a left tackle and center needs that has to be maintained first.
If they had to take Cooper in the second round, then I wouldn't be.
Mike Zimmer is.
If they got
only-
Cooper in the second round, that'd be a great pick.
No, but that's fine.
Zimmer
If-
is only 67 years old.
I thought he was
That's not
older than that.
That's not that old.
But I don't. Yeah,
I thought he was over
I thought-
70.
I thought he was too. I
That's
thought he was
not
kicking
old. That's not
75 or
that
something like
old
that.
for a coach.
Yeah. I mean,
Holy
if Edgerrin Cooper's there in the second round and I get my center, okay, I can actually find a
Man, they are
guard.
taking every second here.
They are.
No,
This
it's
pisses
down,
me
it's
off.
down
This
to
is
45 seconds.
They must
This
not
is-
know what they want to pick. Like, who you gonna do? Watch it be like a player.
Hey,
Like,
you see this? You see this hammer? You see this hammer? You
They're
see this
still-
hammer? Right?
They're still using the Pony
Computers
Express
are gonna
from Dallas to New
across the
York.
room.
Danny, see that hammer?
Oh,
See
man.
that hammer, Danny? I'll come and visit you.
You ready?
Yeah.
You ready?
Paul,
I got Eddie.
I
Look,
don't-
I can look. Eddie, we hear Eddie here. It's what we're doing. Hold on a second, Eddie.
I want
here.
to see his
Eddie,
computer go
Eddie, hold
flying.
on a second, Eddie.
The
Here.
camera go flying.
Hey, Paul.
There you go, Eddie.
Paul,
Yes,
15 seconds left, and then the pick comes in.
You know the funny thing is, here's
Oh,
the thing.
my
Remember
God.
how Steve, you weren't on it where you were, and I said, remember the last time I think it was Minnesota that missed the pick to turn in. This is going to be the Cowboys' bullshit. This is going to happen to us. We're going to forget to turn the card in. Dallas has not turned in their card. They have relinquished the pick.
Oh! Trade
Oh,
alert!
No.
No, are you
Trade
serious?
alert!
You're
Trade
kidding me.
alert! No,
Detroit.
to
Dallas
Detroit.
traded out of the first round.
No,
Oh,
Dallas is
no.
going back to 29.
Oh my God. I'm done. I am done. I'm done. Done.
Wow. So
Oh.
now I'm curious what they get, but Dallas or Detroit and Dallas are flipping. So Detroit is on the clock now at 24, and Dallas will slide to 29 plus whatever Dallas gets in the trade. That I have
Oh
not
my
seen anything at the
God.
bottom of the screen yet for trade
Are
compensation.
you fucking kidding me?
Oh, look at that. He gets out of his chair. Paul gets out
Are
of his
you
chair.
kidding me?
Fucking Eddie swatting shit over in
I don't
his,
want. Dallas is probably going to take that Oklahoma trash guy, and Tyler Guyton is garbage.
Oh,
He's
wow.
trash like every other Oklahoma Sooner player of all ever played football.
Trading down 5 spots in the first round. Wow.
Well, you know what? Let me just look at next year's 2025 year draft because we're getting that number 1 goddamn pick next year. I'll tell you that right now.
So let me ask you a question, Paul.
Oh,
And
man.
in all seriousness, because there are a plethora of offensive linemen still available, do you think they traded down to get more draft capital since you guys don't have very many draft picks this year?
We have 6 picks. That's enough.
Yeah, but we don't have a 3rd round pick, and that's really huge for us too.
I'm curious. I'm waiting to see. I'm watching ESPN on a split screen here on my computer. I'm waiting to see what Detroit gave up to give you guys. Detroit's pick is in, so let's see who Detroit's going to pick with number 24, courtesy of the trade with the Dallas Cowboys. Wow. I wish Dave was watching. I kind of want to know what Dave's reaction was when he sees that trade alert.
Oh, who is this guy I'm looking at?
You gotta be kidding me.
I'm sick to my stomach right now.
Oh, there you go. We received the 29th pick, the 73rd. Oh, in exchange for the 24th and a 7th round.
Who cares about the 73rd pick?
Yeah, no kidding. So you slid back 5 picks for.
Basically, you got your 3rd round pick back. Basically, is what you really thought about.
Wow.
4th round pick.
Really?
They could have gotten a player they needed.
But
maybe Burton or Howard Johnson will still be there.
But let me ask you this, in all fairness, seriously, okay? Let me ask you, if you need a quarterback and your quarterback is dropping in your lap at 10, let's say 10, basically that's what he dropped to, in honest, really, as a center. He drops to you, and you trade out, thinking and hoping that you get an offensive lineman that can be worthy of this spot. Explain that to me. When he drops in your lap, explain that.
Okay, I'm going to let them make the pick, and then I got a question for you, Paul. So hang on a second.
There's at least 2 or 3 teams that need a center that's now ahead of Dallas.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. You're right, Eddie. Absolutely right. I can definitely see that scenario with 25 to 29. Mm-hmm. And actually,
typical Jerry, LOL, Jerry for you. Exactly. Welcome to the world of being a Dallas Cowboy fan.
Hey, look at that. The Wizard of Oz Lions on TV, dressed in a Detroit Lions uniform.
That's probably Jerry Jones in there laughing at all the Cowboys fans.
The cowardly lion. That's Jerry Jones.
High school levels. Joining me on stage are girls flag football players representing the first 4 schools that competed in the Michigan Girls Flag High School Football League, and local high school football tackle students.
Still haven't made the pick.
I see Cooper.
These young men and women embody NFL values of respect.
Yeah, we're gonna wait until he makes the announcement here. So,
let me ask you real quick: are you guys surprised about this trade?
Yes,
I am, and I'm not. Right? I'm not because that's something that Dallas would do.
Ellie Fagley.
That Dallas would do, right? But because of their needs, you are surprised, right?
I'm definitely surprised. You had 2
Yeah.
needs.
The 24th pick to the Detroit Lions.
Jackson Powers.
With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold, defensive back, Alabama.
Okay. Maybe
they needed defensive back help.
Okay,
Yeah,
maybe Jerry knows something. Maybe Jerry knows something where he's going to drop. I don't know. Maybe you know what? I'm going to give the guy credit. I'm going to be on the positive.
I think
maybe
one of the
Jerry
centers
knows.
will be there.
Buffalo needs a center in the worst way. They cut their
Eagles aren't taking one.
Well, the Eagles. So
Eagles
it's Green Bay, Tampa Bay, Arizona, and Buffalo before Dallas again. So Buffalo needs a center. Not sure what Arizona is going to do with their 2nd pick in the first round.
They could use a center too.
And then
Tampa
Bay.
They went a weapon, right?
Wasn't it? Who was it that lost their
already
center
in
this
for
year?
Green Bay.
Wasn't it Buffalo that lost their starting center this year?
Yeah, Mitch Morse.
That's an issue. That's an issue.
Yeah, Buffalo needs a center. Tampa Bay is probably going to go offensive line. Not sure what position specifically. Probably offensive line to help protect Baker, because I mean they got some good position some good position guys.
They got receivers, that's for sure.
Right. Yep. Arizona, not sure what they're going to do with their second pick.
Yeah, they're. I don't know. I don't know what's in their brain right there.
They might go. They very well could go defense on their second pick. I could definitely see that.
Maybe
Arizona. But yeah, Green Bay is on the clock. So Green Bay has a history of not drafting running backs or wide receivers in the first round.
Could Arizona go receiver again? Because it's Marvin Harrison Jr. and I can't name any other receiver on the Cardinals.
Well, I mean, they lost Hollywood Brown in free agency. So their wide receiver room is depleted. Actually, Green Bay, wow, they didn't waste any time. Their pick is in already.
Oh boy, here we go.
So it'll be interesting to see what they come up with. So while we're waiting for the Packers to make their decision, because we're still showing highlights of the last pick that Detroit got, where do you think that decision comes from in the Dallas war room?
There's only one person, Jerry Jones.
I mean, like, somebody has to tell him, like, hey, we need to trade back, right?
No,
I don't think anybody tells him. I think it's Jerry's decision. I still go back to the Johnny Manziel draft. I remember seeing that draft room where Jerry was happy
in Cleveland when they drafted Johnny Manziel.
Well, they wanted him, but Stephen Jones said no. They're arguing back. I remember seeing that because I was watching it. But to me, this makes my decision 100%. Mike McCarthy has no say on this team at all. Okay. Because you have needs. You have a running back, RB1 that needs to be, left tackle, center, key positions that you lost. You need to fulfill first. Mike Zimmer comes in saying, hey, well, I lost this player. You guys got a couple players from us. Of course, my thing is like, I need to say here too. What can I pick? No,
and all you really got was the 73rd just for moving back.
That's what I mean. But it doesn't bother me. It does bother me because you gave away Amari Cooper for a 5th round bag of chips. Okay, you get players for nothing, and that's what Dallas's mentality is. You get nothing for what their players are worth. You still move back, and you get basically nothing. All you did was get your 4th round pick back. That's all you did. That's all you did. But the best player in the draft to me at this position that you need is in your lap. Why not?
Yeah. So now you kind of had some time. Now you kind of had some time to think about it. What was your initial reaction, Eddie, when you see that that your team drafts or trades in the first round?
Did you see my face?
I
did.
I'm going to lynch that Arkansas jackass.
I'll tell you what.
I got to be honest with you guys. If I mean, granted they wouldn't have did it at the second pick, but if the Commanders would have did what your team did at 24, I probably would have had the exact same reaction as you two guys. Got up, started swatting, cursing, the whole 9 yards. Especially for the return that you get for sliding 5 spots.
We should have gone at least a 2nd rounder part of
That's
it.
what
I would have thought so.
That's what I mean. The Lions got a terrific cornerback, probably number 1 or number 2 on the board there for their position. We moved down 5 spots here and basically get a 4th round pick out of this for that. When someone is in your lap that you definitely is a plug and play guy that you need. Unless Jerry Jones, made calls here, who are you looking at below us? Maybe he did that. I don't know. But when you have the position player that falls in your lap, we've done it before. CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons, they fall in your lap. You take the best player available. Why not this year when this is a bigger need than CeeDee Lamb was, a bigger need than Micah Parsons was? This is a bigger need here. Center, left tackle. Why not?
Yeah.
Not so much left tackle. It's like 4th on the board for left tackles, but the number 1 center is there for you. You know what I mean?
They
Sorry.
they better not take a Cooper Deshaun.
They just shared a sign in the fans, up there in Detroit. Somebody made a sign that said Decker reported as eligible.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. Gotta love the Detroit fans up there.
And something pretty cool, you usually don't see too much of the human side of things on draft night, but the young man out of Alabama that the Detroit Lions just drafted. It's kind of cool. He just did his interview on stage off to the side. You know how they always do it. On the inside of his suit coat is actually pictures of his son.
That's awesome.
Sewed in. His kid probably looked like he was 6, 7 years old, if that. Maybe even like 5. I'm terrible with age, terrible with time. But I thought that was kind of cool that on such a big night that he's throwing his kid in there. Look, the guy's probably 21, 22 years old. Jumping into the NFL. He's a father already, but still kind of realizing where he's at in the moment as well. So that's pretty cool.
And the best thing is that son's going to look back at this 10 years from now and say like, wow, Dad, I'm sitting here, whatever age he is, you have me when you open your jacket, my face is there. That's something he brought his son into it.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft select Jordan Morgan. Tackle, Arizona.
Son of a
Eddie,
they're literally showing 2 cheeseheads on TV. And they're doing the exact same reaction that you guys did when they announced that the Cowboys traded.
No. This was a good pick.
I think it is, but these guys
they need a left tackle at losing David Beck.
Yeah, Bakhtiari. Yep. Yeah.
But Eddie, last night on the show, what was my second round pick right here? This guy, correct?
My second round pick too.
Yeah, this was my second round pick right here. Dallas Cowboys, Morgan out of Arizona. Yep.
I do not want that sissy Guyton. He's a sissy offensive lineman from sissy Oklahoma.
God, man.
There has never been an Oklahoma Sooner player. The last time Oklahoma had any player, I had a CD is probably the last player besides CD, Billy Sims.
So what are we thinking? That Tampa Bay's got to get some protection for Baker Mayfield? Are we going defense? Well, for Tampa Bay, they got a new head coach.
Can I ask you guys something real quick? Have you ever just watched a draft or before your team preps? You're actually shaking. I'm actually shaking. My hands are actually shaking right now, honestly. Because I don't know if I'm pissed off or like I'm just dismayed. I don't know. But I'm trying to type something and my hand's actually shaking. I think it's frustration.
It might be frustration. It's probably frustration.
Yeah,
but, in all honesty, and, it's funny that, here we are for the most part in the room here, it's basically Commanders and Cowboys fans, basically NFC East, so it's third Dan in here too, that, we're so passionate about our teams that, when something like this happens in the draft, that like these are the natural emotional reactions that, our team causes, And
the funny thing is the best thing is the live show, how you see like true passionate fans. Like we all know each other. We all talk to each other. We're friends. But it's like how passionate you are with your team to see, like, I apologize for flipping out, but that's just the passion in me saying, Jerry, once again, you're looking at, your point of view of the team, but go with the billions and billions of fans that know this team, have been living with this team years in, years out, screwing it up every year with the best player there. Why do we not take advantage of this and take the damn player? We see it all the time, but it's best having a live show because you see real reactions, true reactions now.
Yep.
It's crazy, but man, maybe he's a genius where nobody wants my guy. Nobody wants my guy here at center. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he knows something. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe Jerry's, they say the older you get, the wiser you get. Well, this son of a bitch is wise as hell with how old he is. So we'll see. We don't know.
He ain't wise. He's senile.
Well, he probably forgot. You know what it probably was? He probably forgot the card, and he's like, "Oh, just take the trade. Take the trade." That's probably what it was. I don't know, man. But all right. So who's on the clock here? We got Tampa Bay. Where are we going?
Buccaneers. Buccaneers pick is in.
Oh Lord, this scares me because they need my position. They need it.
They need a lot of positions, though.
And then the one right before us definitely needs our position.
Yeah, Arizona, Buffalo, and then Dallas at 29.
Watch this son of a bitch fly out of the first round. Watch this. Watch him fly out of the first round. Because we always talk about everybody wants to get back in at 29 to 32, right? We always talk about a team trying to pop back in. Jerry might take the bait and say, you know what? Let's do it.
And what? Settle for a garbage offensive lineman, but like I take this off.
The problem is one of the problems, not like all of the problems, but here you have the Super Bowl champions sitting at 32, right? Now I get it; it's 3 spots behind where the Cowboys are going to pick, but they are going to need some people to help fill some holds. One of their star linemen from the Super Bowls, last 2 Super Bowls, went to Washington. More than likely, let's be honest, they're not going to have Rice playing at wide receiver for at least the first 6 to 8 games. If he's not even in jail longer than that. But if he does avoid jail time, you figure he's got to get at least a 6-game suspension minimum for everything that happened.
I heard something today. They say player conduct is at least 4 to 6 weeks. So I mean, he's on tape.
His last name's Rice. Rashad Rice.
Oh yeah, Rashid Rice.
Yeah, Rashid Rice.
I call him Dumbass Rice from now on.
Baltimore, not quite sure what they're gonna do.
Here the NFL, they pick if the pick's been in, like just announce the pick.
I know, right? This is so frustrating.
Just announce it.
Like literally, the first round draft could go from 8 to 10 p.m. if it wasn't.
Should be 8 to 10 o'clock. It should not last till midnight.
Exactly.
Personally, if I ran the Chiefs, Rashid Rice would be out of the NFL.
I don't need an interview.
That could have easily turned into another Henry Ruggs situation.
So here's another crazy stat for those people watching. The 24 NFL draft has produced obviously 6 quarterbacks in that first 12 picks, but it's also produced 14 straight offensive players selected, which is the longest streak at any time.
And usually we're talking defensive heavy drafts here. All with the defensive D tackles. Those are the position players. I mean, you look at that Jalen Carter draft. I think it was 9 players in the top 15 taken on the defensive side of the ball. But it's gone a long way. I mean,
ESPN that's taking forever to announce it.
And isn't it telling you something that the offense, the evolution of the offense now is more bigger in the NFL now with pass heavy? Everybody wants to get the offensive line, the weapons, the quarterbacks. That's what it's turned to. I mean, defense is a lost art in the NFL now.
The other thing that just kind of, it's not obviously this isn't the first year that it's happened, but it's just amazing. I don't know, the last 2-3 years, probably, maybe more. Because we're so pass happy, running backs just aren't selected in the first round, or a lot of them,
That's why when I was doing the show with Dave last night, I said, hey, listen, Jonathan Brooks, is out there. These Bucky Irving is going to be out there as well.
Oh, all right.
Like
the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Graham Barton, center Duke.
Are you kidding me? Here,
Love Mel made 43 starts at Duke. He's played a lot. Grew up in Brentwood, Tennessee. Began his college career at center, then became Duke's starting left tackle the last 3 seasons. A really good football player. And when I looked at Graham Barton, you say, okay.
All right.
Graham Barton's versatile.
The problem with this is, here's the deal. Graham Barton was number 2 center for me on my offensive line.
Holy shit. Arizona's pick is in already.
Jackson Powers was number 1 for me on the offensive line.
To announce it.
Jackson Powers is going to go to the Buffalo Bills, losing their starting center. We just shit the bed on this one. We really did. We really did.
Taking the center.
I do not want that Georgia Sissy center. Pram.
It's going to happen. Buffalo's going to take the
Georgia
center.
Centers suck.
How funny is it that you look at like Mel Kiper, Todd McShay, all these other guys that do these rankings and stuff, and of course I'm watching the ESPN feed, but Mel's best available player right now is Cooper DeJean from Iowa. Is his best available right now.
It's pretty good. Wow. You have
that would piss me off if Dallas
Coley McKinstry.
I mean, there are a lot of good guys still available. I don't know.
Wiggins is there.
I don't know if Cooper would be my number 1. Still available, but
Davion Sanders, Junior Colson's there.
Yeah, there's still a lot of good players.
That Texas
available.
tight end is not good.
And what's it called there? The linebacker is there too.
It is nice that Arizona's helping
Yes,
speed things up.
Is he
It
there?
would be super nice if the NFL would start the draft at 7 p.m. and not 8. Excuse me, but whatever. So here we go.
Still
Arizona.
there also. Edwin
The
Cooper.
2024 NFL Draft. The Arizona Cardinals select Darius Robinson,
Darius
defensive
Robinson,
tackle,
D
Missouri.
tackle from out of Miz.
Yeah,
Okay.
he also can play
Miz,
some.
out
He
of
can also
Missouri.
play defensive end too. He's pretty athletic.
All right. I mean, it makes it a little bit easier for my pick coming up, but still, I mean, the team in front of you needs what you need. You know what I mean? Which is
Yeah,
scary.
Buffalo.
You know?
It makes sense that they would teach him to.
Yeah, I mean, they lost their starting center. I mean, you can't be as dumb as Jerry Jones is, right? And not take what you need. You lost what you need. You got to pick it up.
Unless they could also take a receiver too, because
No,
they
they
traded
lost
away
receivers.
Diggs.
Yeah.
I mean, in all honesty, the only good receiver, I mean, you lost Diggs and Gabe Davis. The only receiver right now in Buffalo is Curtis Samuel.
If
Who's not
Mitchell,
exactly. He's not exactly. a spring
Worthy
chicken.
is there.
So
Coleman is there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Samuels is not in the same league as the other Samuels. Debo.
right, you're right. Oh yeah.
This guy from Western
when-
Kentucky might have been by Corley, McConkey.
I think Corley. I wouldn't be surprised if Corley turns out to be the best receiver out of the receivers that are left.
Man, I'll tell you what. My gut tells me, look, as much as you may need a center or some line
15.
help for Josh Allen,
Yeah.
you got to get that dude some weapons, or Josh Allen is not going to be Josh Allen.
That is true. I
Yep.
mean, the way I'm looking at it, when you said that, Steve, I agree with you 100% because you lost all these weapons here. You know, Josh Allen has the arm, and you don't want as a person, even a fan, you don't want to see Josh Allen run 50 times a game like he has
No.
to with these guys. So it makes
You can't-
sense to
you
me to
can't
give him a
keep taking
weapon.
those hits.
Exactly. You got to get him a weapon. You have offensive line help, you need it, but man, you got to give him weapons, dude. I mean, I don't care if you have the best offensive line at all, and you have no wide receivers. It ain't going to pan out very well for you either on that side of the ball. So, man.
If Buffalo went with Corley, the receiver from Western Kentucky, I don't think that would be that bad. He has great hands.
He does, but I mean, what do you need? You need a possession receiver, or you need a speedy guy. I mean, you lost. What's his name?
I think you need a speedy guy in Buffalo because
Xavier Worthy.
Curtis Samuel is a good catcher.
Right.
Curtis Samuel's been in the league for 6-7 years now, and just isn't that top speed wide receiver number one. Samuel can be a really good 3, maybe even a good 2, but he's not your team's number one.
Would you go with Worthy or Mitchell here?
I'd almost go for whoever is the speedier downfield ball catcher.
Worthy had by far the best 40 time.
Because I mean, you got to think that they're probably going to end up putting Samuel in the slot, or something like that, and they need somebody out on the edge that's going to be able to just let it rip. So the Buffalo Bills have 1 minute and 15 seconds left here for their pick.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
Number 28.
to either the rest, either make me be happy or make me very sad.
The trade alert! Trade alert!
Traded up. KC
Buffalo
traded up.
Bills are trading
Xavier Worthy
to Kansas City. Kansas City is moving up. Holy shit.
I think this is a wide receiver. I think got to be right.
Yeah, especially
Wide
with Bryce
receiver,
being in
offensive lineman.
It's a wide receiver without no doubt in my mind.
Okay, they don't need a center. They don't need a center. That's the starting
They don't
center for the
need a
last
center,
3 years.
No, they
that.
need we took Allegretti, and I think Allegretti is a guard. Right guard. I think right guard is who.
Would they take Guyton?
Allegretti. Because we signed
They
out.
can have Guyton. They can have Guyton if they want.
No,
Let him go.
there's no way they're trading. They're trading up for one of the Worthy or something.
Worthy is the perfect receiver for the Kansas City system.
Yeah, Dan and I did the first draft that we ever did on the first show. And remember, Dan,
What
I
about
said
Mitchell?
Worthy. I said Worthy fits here perfectly for the speed that they have. This fits here.
Thank you,
What
Buffalo.
about Donnie Mitchell?
Smart pick. Did he already go?
No, Mitchell's still there.
Okay. You know the other guy that falls into place here is Keon Coleman, a burner.
Yeah,
A
and he has
burning wide
size.
receiver.
Coleman's pretty
All right.
tall.
Chiefs made their selection already. So now we'll just wait for this commercial to end and.
Worthy's probably the best guy left.
I think
Worthy,
so too.
Roman Wilson actually is pretty good too.
I mean, they haven't had speed since what's his name, Tyreek Hill left. This is something that Reed loves with that offense that they have.
You got
that
Troy
motion.
Franklin, you got Donnie Mitchell, you got Worthy, you got Leggett.
Yeah, Kansas City had some speedy receivers last year, but neither of them could catch the ball.
According to the Chiefs war room right now, they're saying a wide receiver has been picked. Stay tuned. It's coming. With a little emoji. Speed, speed, speed.
It's Worthy then.
That's according to their war room as I'm watching there on my phone.
Yeah.
Too.
MBS is very fast, but he couldn't catch a code if his life depended on it.
So who you guys got? I'm gonna go Worthy here. I think it's best available speed wise for them. Who you guys got?
Oh yeah, and Kansas City still has Danny's old boy Tony, the guy that doesn't know how to line up properly.
Yeah. Christ, how many commercials do you need?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Buffalo, for making that trade to Kansas City.
Yeah, it kind of actually helped us out a little bit because they needed that center really bad with the weapon too. So it was 50-50 call with the Buffalo Bills helping us out. Guys, I just want to mention real quick, we have 291 live viewers checking in. If you're watching us on Twitter now, make sure you hit that button right there. Click it, double click it, and comment below. We appreciate you joining in really quick, staying up with us. It's really late. Most of you, we've had like 200 viewers from start from 7:30 to 11:30 here. We really appreciate you. This is the reason why we do it. We do it for the fans out there, the viewers, and we appreciate everything you guys chiming in for us. We really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
We do it for the fans and the fact that we're just football junkies.
Exactly. Yeah. And the funny thing is they're really getting to see the true Paul tonight. They'll smashing this thing on the table, screaming, hollering. This is real. And I try to keep it real. I know everybody on the network keeps it real here. If you want to see two hosts go at it, check last night's show out. Eddie, you've seen it live. Me and my co-host Dave, we butt heads all the time. He sees one way, I see the other. He plays for the participation trophy. I play for one thing that's called Lombardi, which I haven't seen in 29 years going now. So, no difference. But
at least make it to a damn Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So the Kansas City Chiefs signed Marquise Brown in the offseason, but here's an interesting stat that might lead you to believe that they are going to pick a wide receiver. They had the most drops in the NFL in last season with 25.
Yes.
MBS
and Tony probably committed 18 of those 20 drops.
Scantling had a big one. I thought, maybe I'm thinking of a different team.
No, MBS had a lot of drop balls for them last year. Yeah.
Yeah.
To number 28 to take the wide receiver that they covet at this spot. They've needed speed. They've needed plays. You saw the drops.
Yep. Schefter's reporting they're taking a wide receiver as well.
So they just announced the pick.
I know, right?
Yeah, the war room says it's an emoji speed. So it's got to be a speed back here. I think it's Worthy.
And I think Kansas City's ownership wants to keep Mahomes happy.
I mean, you have to. He's remarkable. You have to keep him happy.
I don't care if Dallas keeps Dak happy because Dak's not special.
So that relationship continues.
Well, maybe this is Jerry Jones saying to Dak Prescott, "You didn't sign your deal.'re not going to get offensive line for you. We don't care right now." Maybe this is telling him that, "Oh well, you didn't help us, and we're not going to help you." I don't know.
You're asking me how they get the deal done. That's how they get it done. Well, let's see what it is the Chiefs decide to do with it. I can't see one. This is sitcom in that.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Proud to support the life-changing.
Oh, come on, Roger.
Grants. One important wish was requested by a young man by the name of Justin Laverne.
Looks like it's going to be a Make-A-Wish
diagnosed with
announcement
renal
here.
failure at age 15
but shit.
and received a kidney transplant from his father
Oh,
just
wow.
last year.
Stuff.
That's kind of interesting. Kind of cool. Kid got a kidney transplant from his dad.
Justin's love for football and the Chiefs got him through those
That's
treatments.
great and all, but
Please welcome Justin to the stage, whose wish is to announce the first-round draft pick.
Xavier Worthy. It's picked already. It's already released. Xavier Worthy.
you to join me in cheering on Justin as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Justin. Go get it, man.
Xavier, they grabbed him.
Good thing they're not doing the draft in
The Buffalo
Philadelphia.
Bills have traded the 28th
All
pick.
right, I have to go, everybody.
All right, Dan.
Good night,
With the
Danny.
28th pick,
Go Giants.
24 NFL draft.
Hope you get it. Hope you get Powers Jackson.
Champions, Kansas City Chiefs
Oh.
There.
Xavier Worthy.
Worthy.
Don't trade
from
him, Vic, so
Kansas City.
I think he's going to be there. All right, good
All
night,
right.
everybody.
All right, Dan. I'll talk to you, brother.
Have a good night, Dan.
Yep. All right, guys. Here it is. We've traded down.
Xavier Worthy going to the Kansas City Chiefs.
You know what? You can't really deny that fact that they got him because the speed, right? Rasheed Rice, we don't know. It's a plug and play guy for them. They haven't had really that true speed since Tyreek Hill, right? I mean, this guy
Wasn't Worthy the kid who ran the fastest 40 at the combine?
Yes,
Yeah.
he was.
Okay.
Plus,
Yeah.
he can actually catch the ball for a speed guy. So
Yeah, he's good playing Texas. Him and Brock Ewers had some great connections there, speed wise, downfield. Makes sense
Shit,
to me.
fellas. Shit, fellas. I was going to say, hey, we got 8 minutes to talk about your Cowboys, but the Cowboys got their pick in already.
Okay, Jackson Powers. This is it, Eddie. This is it. Jackson Powers right here. Don't make me flip out. Don't make me flip out again. I'm telling you, Jerry.
there's going to be two major meltdowns on live TV.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded their pick.
Oh, I'm going to tell you right now, Paul, if I see that flash across the screen. Wow, no, there's no way they
All
could
right,
do
here,
that.
I'm looking at the Cowboys war room right now. This is exactly what it says. Cowboy fans, brace yourself. This is what you've been waiting for. The pick is in. We have got him. We've dropped and we picked and we secured the bag. I don't know what that means. This is coming from a guy that says we're all in every year. We've secured the bag, according to Jerry Jones in the war room.
And there isn't any, and there's not any tackles left that's worth a top second round.
This has to be Jackson Powers, correct? It has to be him right here.
You would.
You would think.
Let's phrase it this way. You would think so.
This has to be JPJ right here. JPJ right here. Welcome to the Dallas Cowboys, Jackson Powers Johnson right here. Welcome to the Dallas Cowboys. It fell to you. It didn't fall to you at 22. It fell to you at 29. It's here. You secure the bag. That's the only bag that I want in this draft in the first round. Secure the bag. It's right here. Oh God! Everybody's too quiet. Can somebody speak to me right now because I'm really like flipping out of here.
I'm waiting to see old Roger come walking out across the. Well, let's put it this way: put Baltimore on the clock, and they got 6 minutes and 20 seconds left already. So
this is scary.
Baltimore Ravens are on the clock with 6 minutes left. So let's see what old Roger comes out.
ESPN shows their low IQ for football by having Jackson Powers as the 27th best player left on the board.
He's arguably number one in his spot right now, so he's got to be in the top 5 to me right now. Position players available.
Sorry, a guy like Cole Bissett is not a better football player than Jackson Powers.
No. I mean, how often is it that you have a guy drop your best on your board at 29 drop?
Traded back to this spot. Here they come at 29.
All right, here we go.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton.
No! What the hell? What the? No.
Offensive tackle from Oklahoma.
No.
Sooners first at left tackle before settling in at right. Played on the defensive side in high school. Also played basketball.
Fuck you, Guyton. Fuck you.
He is huge. 6'8".
Are you kidding me?
He's an Oklahoma sissy. I'm done with the Cowboys.
I can't believe this pick. I really can't believe this pick, honestly.
He's a bum.
I can't believe this pick.
Offensive tackle for. So, do you think they're trying to replace Smith with him, or what? Like,
No. What they're going to do is he's left tackle. That's fine. Tyler Smith goes back to his normal position at left guard here, but you're still missing that center.
We still need a left tackle.
No, we don't. No, I mean he's okay. He's 6'7". He
can't pass block.
He's fine. He's fine. He'll be all right. He'll be
He
all right.
can't pass block.
He'll be fine. He's fine.
I don't care about run blockers.
Wow.
He's fine. He's playing next to an
Hey,
all-universal player. He'll be okay.
For what it's worth, for you Dallas fans, you don't even have any running backs to block for. So
He can't pass. There has never been a
Sure.
good pass blocker at Oklahoma University ever.
Well, we said the same thing about Ohio State quarterbacks. You know, C.J. Stroud blended the mix. He filled that, there.
I've
So
seen enough.
we'll
I've
see.
seen enough Oklahoma games to know how bad their
Wow.
freaking offensive line is.
Well, we'll see. I mean, maybe he can turn it around here. We'll see. But you know what?
No,
God.
Oklahoma players don't have the highest IQs.
We'll
Look
see. We'll see how it works out.
Everybody that Switzer had on his 80s Oklahoma teams, if they went to a legit college, wouldn't have been able to
Can't believe it.
to stay on the field because
So-
they would.
all right,
You
so
know-
the Baltimore Ravens are sitting at 30. Their pick is in. Do we think they're going defense? Do we think they're going offense here?
You lost Patrick Queen, right?
Yes.
Edgerrin Cooper right here, I think. Edgerrin
Mhm.
Cooper. Makes sense to me. You're getting rid of all universe linebacker and you're bringing one in. You know what I mean? I think it makes sense. Edgerrin Cooper right here.
I don't want that stinking Georgia center. Pram is garbage.
I can't believe the pick, though. I really can't. I understand it is, but
No, you don't. You don't take a fifth round talent in the.
Rich Eisen said he's a replacement for Tyron Smith. I get the size-wise, but he's too
tough.
raw. He's too raw at this position right now.
He's soft. I hate off-finesse offensive linemen.
You never know. He might change, man. Honestly, you
No.
never know.
All right, San Francisco's on the clock. 7 minutes left. Let's see who the Baltimore Ravens pick at number 30. Let's wait for old Roger to come out here.
I
On
mean,
this
Eddie, we
page.
said the same thing about Tyler Smith coming into the league. When we drafted him,
No,
his biggest bugaboo was offensive holding, offensive penalties. He secured that. He changed it around. We can see.
but he was not a finesse player either.
Well, we'll see. I mean, when you're playing next to Tyler Smith out there, it could be a little bit helpful too. So we'll see. 6'7" is a nice size for a
I don't
left
want
tackle.
that. I want my tackles to be 6'3" or 6'4", not 6'7", 6'8" is too tall.
I mean, I think it's good size because you got Tyler Smith out there at 6'7" as well. You got a big left side out there. To me, it was a smart move. I get that, but there was, honestly, I'll be honest with you. I think it was the best position at left tackle available right now. I really do.
I would rather have taken a guard in the second round and forced Tyler Smith to play left tackle.
Evan, you don't want to know who they take. Who they
You don't
took.
want to know. We took a fucking punter.
I would rather have Spencer Rattler than Guyton.
He mentioned Spencer Rattler, didn't he? You mentioned Spencer Rattler. Okay.
That's how disgusted I am with this pick.
And then we took Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma, left tackle, 6'7", 334 pounds. Nice size, but project player. Ravens pick Wiggins or Cooper. I agree with that. I think I like either side there, but I think they go with Cooper here because you lost Patrick Queen.
With the 30th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the
Wow,
Baltimore Ravens select
Wiggins.
Nate Wiggins,
Okay.
defensive back, Clemson.
There's your guy, Lewis, out of Atlanta, 2-year starter at a 98-yard pick
Man,
six.
I don't know, right? You kind of think that they need more help at. Wow. I
Yeah.
gotta say, hey, man.
Adam checking in. Adam's a great friend of mine. He's a baseball guru. He loves baseball. Thanks for checking in. Wiggins. I honestly thought they were going to go losing Patrick Queen here. I thought they had to fill that middle. And I think the best linebacker was available.
On. Jesus Christ.
Oh, maybe I should turn it on real quick. Jeez, missing all that. But I thought they were going to go linebacker here, Edgerrin Cooper. I really did here.
Yeah, I mean,
Queen,
you kind of think that the loss is too big in Queen that you got to go linebacker.
I would have thought so too. But Wiggins is a nice pick for them as well. I mean, he's a solid corner. I love him coming out of Clemson there. I thought he was going to be probably 1 or 2, which he did go. But yeah, it's
Who's
solid.
on a serious note? Who's Baltimore's new defensive coordinator now?
Oh goodness, I can't even recall his name honestly. Oh, I don't even know honestly. Let's see. Let me put this name in there. Nate Wiggins.
While you do that, for those of you that are still joining us, which hopefully is like 200 plus,
292.
For those of you 292 people watching, as we have 2 more picks to go, don't forget we are sponsored tonight by Monkey Cult Coffee, one of our weekly and most loyal supporters here at Out of the Box Sports Entertainment. So use that promo code OOTB Sports for your discount online at monkeycultcoffee.com. They got amazing flavors. Their newest flavor is the honey agave, along with their, I think it's coconut rum and a couple other ones. The print's too small that I can't even see the ad.
We're getting old, Steve. We're getting old, brother.
That is because it's 11:40 at night. So, as always, for all of your coffee needs, the new coffee, the honey, the cups, the apparel, the whole 9 yards, the evolution of flavor infused coffee. Use promo code OOTB Sports for your online discount at monkeycultcoffee.com. And many thanks to them for all they do here for us and all of our shows at Out of the Box Sports.
And also, guys, since Steve mentioned that, let's give a shout out to one of our great sponsors as well. 1-800-HURT-123 attorney Big Al, Jason Fine, specializes in motor vehicle accidents, slip and fall, workman's comp, personal injury claims. He has 3 convenient locations, one in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, 3 Greensboro Lane, Philadelphia, PA, 1628 JFK Boulevard, Suite 2900, and my neck of the woods, Pittsburgh, PA, 500 Grant Street. Make sure you reach out to him, 1-800-HURT-123. No recovery, no fee. Most lawyers charge you that big astronomical fee of 50%. Not Jason, friend of ours, my boss actually, won't charge you 45, won't even charge you 40, won't even charge you 35. Mention Out of the Box Sports Entertainment. We take your case, no recovery, no fee. You get the family rate, 33 1/3%. No recovery, no fee. Once again, 1-800-HURT-123. Attorney Jason Fine, Big Al. Make sure you reach out to him for any legal needs.
Awesome. So when you are retooling, let's say you are the GM or the head coach here, Paul and Eddie. If you are retooling coming off of a Super Bowl bound season, where do you go if you're the San Francisco 49ers?
Well, you know what?
Defensive back.
I can agree with that one too, but my thing.
I mean, they're taking their sweet time trying to figure it out because they got 2 minutes left on the clock.
Well, here's the thing: are you going to lose Ayuk or no? Are you going to lose Ayuk?
I think they can get a receiver deeper. This is where I think San Francisco is the team that could go Cooper DeJean.
I kind of agree with that. I think they do go cornerback here too, because that's been their heel last couple of years there, that defensive side of the ball. We know they can score. They can keep up with any team out there. So I think it is Cooper DeJean here because he's the most versatile defensive player to me in this draft, playing corner, moving to safety, wherever you need him, ball hawk. And he's one of those guys that he's a plug-and-play instinctive corner. I think he's a plug-and-play guy here. I think they go Cooper DeJean right here.
Oh, the San Fran pick is in.
Adam saying Cooper. I agree with that one. I agree with that one.
At this point, Cooper is available. Yep. So now we'll just wait to get out of the courtyard commercial and
I know
we announce the.
Wow.
I think does Jason Fine do criminal?
Yeah, but he wouldn't be able to help you because you're in Arizona.
I'll be going to Texas. That's where I'm going to be getting myself in trouble.
Well, he doesn't cover Texas, but we know a couple of lawyers in the firm that cover Texas, so we can help you out there, Eddie. If something happens for you, we can definitely do that. We can definitely help you there. Man, I tell you, boy. Oh, I don't know. I don't know about this.
Right now, I want to pull a Randy Quaid in National Lampoon Christmas Vacation. Go make a visit to Jerry's house.
Man, I tell you what, if I, the funny thing is, I actually thought about, Akeen and I actually thought about moving to Texas a year ago. So it really made me think about it. If I did, I think that would probably be the worst decision at this point today. With this draft pick right now, I think I would have made a wrong decision somewhere. I understand people get frustrated. It's just passionate being a fan when you think, what gets me, I don't know if you guys feel this way, but what gets me is I've been a fan since Dallas Cowboys since 77. I was 7 years old. We went to Oxnard, California. I met Roger Staubach. Ever since then, I've never changed my teams. Those that know me do everything. I've never changed my word. I love my Cowboys. I bleed with them. But living 29 years now without a championship, you see this team regress, progress, doesn't get you there. You know what this team needs. And you question that team something a while where Why this guy? You have this positional player. Why this guy? Maybe it makes sense. We get that, but to me, I love doing it because it's passionate. It's
So San Francisco lost 2 defensive tackles, 2 defensive ends.
they lost Armstead, didn't they? Or
Yes.
yeah.
Is there any chance that they go defensive line with this pick instead of secondary?
They've always been built. They lost Chase Young too. Maybe that's a position too that they need to fulfill, right?
Wide receivers selected tonight does not appear as though we will get there. We shall see. The Niners will pick here, then the Bills will finish up round 1. Here's the commissioner.
There we go. Old Roger walking to the pedestal.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver.
What?
That almost spells that Brandon Ayuk is not going to be back.
Yes.
65 catches.
Wide receiver out of Florida. In all honesty, and I feel bad for saying this, like I've never heard of this dude.
Okay, listen. I'll be honest with you. I did a draft and I put my top 15 players at every position. Do you want to know where he falls in my category?
6'1", 189 pounds, wide receiver out of Florida.
I have him as not even on my top 15 board at wide receiver.
I don't even know who the hell he is.
I don't even have him on my board. I'm actually looking at my other board to see if I have him.
I hear you, Eddie.
I don't have him.
I hear you, Eddie.
This might be one of the dumbest draft. Thanks. You made Jerry Jones's draft pick look a lot smarter.
I was gonna say between the Cowboys trade and the Falcons draft of Penix, this might be right up there with it.
Steve, did they say how big this guy is? What's his size?
6'1", 189 pounds. Wide receiver, first round draft pick.
Okay, you mean to tell me he goes before Xavier Legette, okay, who's on my board as well, okay? He goes before him. He goes before he goes before Keon Coleman. He goes before Jalen
Holy
Polk.
shit! Somebody just traded with Buffalo again.
Wow.
So Buffalo's not going to get a first round pick.
Wow.
Wow. So Carolina. Okay. So here I'm going to be interested to see what the trade is back and forth. But it says Buffalo just traded with Carolina. Carolina had the first pick of the second round. So it'll be interesting to see who Carolina feels they had to go one spot to fucking get.
Steve, what is this comment right here? Adam, he's a smart. He knows all sports. Buffalo made a mistake by helping Chiefs get a good receiver. This is something where you can't beat the team, but you helped out the team that you can't beat. That, to me, is mind-blowing what the Buffalo Bills just did right here.
It is, especially when you know going into the season you lost Stephon Diggs, you lost Gabe Davis. All you have is your starting tight end, Knox. I can't think of his first name. Last name's Knox.
Dawson
yeah, I think it's Dawson Knox. But yeah, Knox. So you know that you need a wide receiver. Why would you let the Kansas City Chiefs bump up and get that big wide receiver?
And the thing is, they got the fastest guy, which actually blends into their offense 100%.
And you got to think that and I have no clue who Carolina's going to pick here at the last pick of the first round, but you got to think that they're going to be getting a weapon
for Bryce Young.
They're probably going to take another wide receiver.
I think so. You know what? To me, the best wide receiver available on my board right now, I have 1A, 1B. I have Legette and I have Polk. Honestly.
Over Mitchell? Over Coleman?
I think so. Keon Coleman is a little bit smaller for me. I think I like Troy Franklin better because how he played at Oregon, I think he's better. I really do. He's more of a deep ball guy. Keon Coleman is more that slant guy, not the possession guy. I think Polk is a possession guy, and I think Bryce Young needs that. If that's where he's going, it fits the Panthers scheme to me a little bit better.
Okay, so in the trade, the Panthers received the 32nd overall pick and a 6th round pick from the Bills.
You said 6th or 5th?
6th.
Wow.
And the Bills received pick number 33 and a 5th round pick.
Okay, so wait a minute. In the second round, they were first in the second round, correct? Carolina Panthers.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So in all honesty, it's
only
not
moving
bad.
up one spot. It was moving up one spot.
It's not bad for the Bills because they picked up another draft pick just to slide back one spot.
Yeah, that's smart. That's actually a smart move. I can see that. I understand because Carolina's like a hit. You got to be on the phone saying, where are you looking at? What do you want? You know, as long as we don't want that position, we're not going to move. But they gained a position here too. So moving back one spot.
But you think that, and this is my logic, is that you got to think that Carolina's taking a wide receiver, and they are thinking that Buffalo is going to take a wide receiver. So they made that move to go one spot so that Buffalo doesn't take their wide receiver. Why else would you trade one spot if you didn't think that the team above you was going to take that position? Maybe not that player, but that position.
But then you got to be all in on that position who you're looking at, because wide receiver, there's still 3 legitimate wide receivers on the board now.
Absolutely.
You know?
I think there's 4 or 5.
You know, one guy that I have on my board that I call best mover that I wrote on my board here, Ladd McConkey out of Georgia. Hybrid guy, plays a slot, and I think that's a best friend for a rookie quarterback. Is a slot wide receiver that could be your check down guy, your quick, hot route guy. That makes sense to me too. It really does.
Doesn't Carolina already have a slot receiver in Adam Thielen?
Adam Thielen's on injuries every year, though.
Yeah,
he's been hurt every year.
He's getting older.
He hasn't lived up to that contract.
He's still productive.
Right.
He was actually their best receiver last year, but
you need to get. You also need to. Besides, you need to get Bryce Young 2 receivers, a slot guy and a speed guy, and a big.
The last pick of the first
Bills
round.
traded
tonight.
the 32nd pick to the Carolina Panthers.
Adonai Mitchell, probably.
With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Legette, wide receiver, South Carolina.
Okay.
That closes the
I-
round. Thank you, Detroit, for a record-setting night.
Says for all of you that are still watching or are going to watch this again coming back, second round goes from 10 minutes to 7 minutes.
Okay.
They actually had the clock set up in the back there. I just saw it. So it said 7 minutes for the rounds tomorrow night. Tomorrow is actually going to be 2 and 3. 4, 5, and 6 will be on Saturday. So initial reactions for the first round tonight, fellas. Goods, bads, indifference, whether it's your team or not.
Can I just say 3 words: to be determined?
Yeah.
The first round to me, I understand moving back, but I'm still questionable. I understand the moving back. It worked out, but did it work out to the position where that left tackle is going to be better than arguably the best center available in the draft? I don't know. It's going to be to be determined to me. I mean, that's all I can take away from it. I mean, the best thing is you gained your 4th round pick back. I get that.
Third round.
Third round. We do have that back. So I'm okay with that. Maybe that could be the linebacker, or what, put it in position, Eddie. Look at it, positive way. That could be our running back position right there.
I would not use a 3rd round pick on a running back either.
I think you have to. I mean, your positions are going to be left tackle suffice, center next, and then you go running back 3rd round, 1, 2, and 3.
4th round with your boy from Notre Dame.
I don't know. He's a reach at 3rd round. I don't think.
No, 4th round. 4th round. That's right.
I think he's 4th or 5th, but I think that 3rd round, if a Jonathan Brooks is there, I think you go Jonathan Brooks, right away. Benson, I think you go there. I would even take Bucky Irving before Audric Estime right now.
Bucky Irving is a 4th round pick too.
Well, that's what I mean. I think he fits the system better because with this offensive line we have here, I don't think we're going to be running up the gut a lot, honestly, with this offensive line right now.
I don't like soft running backs.
I don't know.
I hate running backs like Tony Pollard.
Yeah, I mean, he's more of a bounce out guy. But Steve, how do you feel about your draft, Jaden Daniels?
I mean, I feel excited. There's going to be a lot of rejuvenated people here in DC area. It's obviously going to give me a lot to talk about here in about 2 weeks. As we recap the draft on Commander's Gridiron. But I just put up the round 2 draft order, and I'm feeling very optimistic. Hey, look, I made that bold prediction that we might jump back up into round 1. Just because of the bulk of picks that we have. But here I see us sitting at number 36. So we have the 4th pick in the 2nd round. Buffalo starts out the first round, or starts off the first pick in the second round. Buffalo's taking wide receiver. We know that. We don't know who it's going to be, but they're taking wide receiver. The next two picks are New England Patriots and Arizona Cardinals, respectively, right? Don't quite know which direction either of those teams are going to go in the second round. But then Washington has pick number 36, fourth pick in the second round. We're taking offensive linemen. Mark it down, put it in your betting book, whatever. Offensive linemen. There's still some quality offensive linemen out there, especially for tackles and guards, which we desperately need, especially tackles. The best part that kind of makes me really optimistic about this, and I feel, Adam Peters is going to sit tight and wait for his pick because, oh, by the way, four picks later at number 40, we're picking again.
Yeah.
And so, there's the Los Angeles Chargers, the Tennessee Titans, and then the Panthers are picking again. But we're sitting at 40, and I could throw out three different positions, but we're going to go defense at number 40. Guarantee it wholeheartely. We're going to go offensive line at 36, and we're going to go defense at 40, whether that's edge, whether that's secondary. We need both of them just as bad. We're probably going to go secondary. We did sign a lot of guys in free agency and some depth guys, but we also need depth. We also need a defensive edge, probably just as much or more than I need a secondary, right? So if there's still a stellar second edge guy out there, we're going to take that. We're going to take him at number 40. So I could honestly see just in the first two rounds, Washington coming out with what could be, depending on who they pick, at least a B, like a B grade for the first two rounds of my draft. And after what we've been through for the last 20 years, I would gladly take a B draft in the first two rounds for three guys. So
I agree. I think you guys are set. You have two picks this coming around. They're high quality picks too. I think you're going to get your position players too. So basically, you're going to hit on 1, 2, and 3 being plug and play players at that position. So you're fine there. Cowboys pick 56 here, and the thing is to me is that center's not that true position at center is not going to be there at 56. You're getting a B, really, I call a B budget center here, which kind of hurts me. Then I don't know. I don't think we addressed it right. To me, this draft is probably going to be a C plus, to be determined, honestly.
Kind of what scares me, and let's be honest, Philly's sitting at 50 and 53 in the second round to go with the. Let's be honest, they had a really good pick in the first round with that guy in the secondary, the cornerback from Alabama.
Yeah.
So depending on what Howie Roseman and Laurie do in the second round, that could be a potent little package that they end up drafting, with their first three picks. And just keeping it in the division, I probably missed it. Oh, actually, they do because they gave one up and then they took one back. The Giants are picking at 47 in the second round. Just seeing if they have a second one. Nope, just that one. So they're picking at 47. They had a really amazing pick in Neighbors in the first round, right?
Yeah.
Which kind of always scares me because, we're not, especially my team, the Commanders, we're not the best in the world at stopping wide receivers, right? Last year I kept calling it on my show, we're Swiss cheese. So it'll be interesting to see, how we can, combat, the Giants in their wide receiver core, especially now that they got Neighbors from LSU. So, it'll be interesting to see, what we do tomorrow. Going forward, I'm still shocked about Atlanta and their pick at number 8.
Yeah.
And other than Atlanta's pick and probably, maybe Jacksonville, just because they had so many holes at 17 in their trade. Those are probably the only two big teams that kind of really surprised me in the draft tonight was Atlanta and Jacksonville trading out of 17.
Agree.
Other than that, everything kind of fell into place. 6 quarterbacks went in the top 12. A lot of offensive guys went, not very many defensive guys, but all in all, it was kind of a ho-hum draft, and teams just kind of lined up and picked what they needed, and kind of went from there. But
yeah, I don't think anybody, even coming in the second round here, where you guys sit at 2, basically you're going to get a positional player, then you have another pick back, almost back to back there. I think you guys are in prime position as well to get 3 players, like I said. But the teams like even with you, that you could possibly, you don't really need to move up where you're at. But teams like the Eagles, where they're back to back with 5 picks, not 5 picks, but 5 beyond each other, they could package one up and move a lot closer as well too. If they target a position out there, like what my worst fear is if they package one and move up to a linebacker and they get Edgerrin Cooper, a position that they need, that they've never really addressed the linebacker position. What if the Eagles moved up and got a position like that too? This way, this 11-player defense is nasty on the Eagles team, but would help them out so much. That's kind of scary too, where people sit with 2 draft picks in the second round, or even 2 in the third. They could package up and move up for a position player that they need. Because, Steve, as you hit it on the head, defensive players did not really go big in this draft. This was an offensive side of the ball draft. So many players on defense, if that's what you need. We don't need the defense. We need offense. This was our draft to take advantage of that tonight. We didn't address that. But teams like the Eagles that need that defensive side of the ball, this is prime position for them this year to get a position player, which, man, it was working out.
And I think one of the last big points for me and my Commanders is, with the new ownership, new head coach, new coaching staff, and especially new GM Adam Peters coming over from San Fran, like he had to nail this draft. And depending on what he does tomorrow, and especially in the first half of tomorrow in round 2, he needs to ensure that whoever he picks at 36 and 40, along with, obviously we know Daniels is going to be the starting. He's going to be QB1.
Sure.
But tomorrow's 2 picks have to be instant starters. Nothing short of that. So, I don't care who he picks. A, as long as it fills a need. B, as long as one of them's an offensive lineman. And C, as long as both of those cats are going to be starting week 1, I'm perfectly okay with that. But he kind of knows where we need to go and what we need to do. So
I guess the only position for sure on the offensive line that Redskins probably won't take is a center, since they took ours.
So center and right guard are pretty much all locked up, and actually even right tackle for the most part. Sam Cosmi did really well last year. He's kind of like one of the only bright stars left.
He played at Texas, didn't he?
I think so. One of the Midwest schools there, Texas, Oklahoma, somewhere in there, right?
Yeah.
And then we just picked up Allegretti from Kansas City. He was one of their really good offensive linemen. But, we're still in need of a left tackle. We still need that left guard. Basically, the left-hand side of our line is atrocious. So, if Peters can, like I said, I don't see him doing 2 offensive linemen tomorrow. I see him doing linemen and then defense, probably in that order tomorrow. But like I said, both of those cats tomorrow are going to have to be week 1 starters, and I'll call it a success.
Agreed.
I think probably go with Cooper DeJean with their second round pick, just because he's the best player available, and I just don't see a left tackle that's worth that pick.
And that's why I think we went with Guyton as well, because he's the best player available in that position. Because left tackle is your franchise player. If you're going to hit with him, you hit with him. If not, then you know what? Then you don't pan out very well. So I think that's why they went with him, honestly, tonight.
So where do you see your Cowboys going at 56, barring drastic movement tomorrow?
It has to be center. I mean, you have to address that situation there. I mean, I'm a big offensive guy, and camaraderie goes a long way. Left tackle is your biggest piece of the tackles. The O-line. To me, the next position is center. You lost both of them. So you have to go there. The only other option is running back, but I'm not going to take a running back in 2. I'm going to wait till 3 or 4 there. So to me, best player available is center, and I got to readjust the board and see where I can go with that one. In the top 200.
But at center, there isn't a guy worth a second or a third round pick at center that's left in the draft, unless for some reason they need to. I know what they need to do is they need to package up their second round pick, their third round pick, and a future some pick from next year, and try and move back up in the second round.
I don't even think it's worth it. If you get a second, third, and fourth and next year pick, you're giving up all your assets when you still need a running back, you still need a defensive help, and you still need a safety as well. So I can't give you my second, third, and fourth to move up 5 or 6 spots or even 10 spots. I would never do that. I can't do it. I have too many holes to fill in this offense.
I would bring in Zeke Elliott to fill in for at running back.
Unless you're going to pay him $3 million a year. I mean, I'd rather go out and get a Jonathan Brooks, a Blake Corum, an Estime, a Bucky, one of those guys that's younger and ready to run, you know?
I mean, those are some great names that you got to think, like, you know, when our team's going to start taking running backs, you know, in the draft.
Brooks is going to be taken in the second round, I believe.
No, I agree too. I think he was better. I think he was better than Bijan Robinson coming out last year. If they both would have came out, I think truthfully, Jonathan Brooks is a better running back than even Bijan Robinson was at Texas, playing back to back.
I'm not a fan of Benson at all. I didn't.
He's just a bigger back. He's just a bigger back. That's all he is to me. A power bigger back, you know. But well, guys, look, we're gonna get out of here real quick. Let me run through some things really quick here. I know tomorrow, guys, if you're out there, you guys stay tuned to this show tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. The Silver and Black Layer. It's the Raiders show. Ken Fry, who's on the show tonight, please check him out tomorrow. Check out that show. He'll be talking about the Raiders pick, of course, what he thinks, what's going to happen in the second round. So make sure you stay tuned to that. Also, the Atomic Drop will be coming on Saturday at 10 p.m., not Friday at 10:30. They're going to do a Saturday show to talk about that. The draft special, come with the WWE draft. Yes, there was a WWE draft. They'll talk about that as well. They'll be doing that Saturday at 10 p.m. And I know there's another show that will be back on, and I'm not sure what date it is, but we'll let Steve talk about that one.
Yeah, actually, so Commander's Gridiron will be returning on Tuesday, May 7th at 8:30 p.m. Our new time, or our new days, Tuesdays, new time, 8:30 p.m. We're actually going to keep that going the rest of the summer and into the regular season in 2024. You know, so we're going to recap basically the draft and kind of look at upcoming OTAs. OTAs for the Commanders will start on May 14th. They run the 14th to the 17th, and then like the 20th to the 25th or something like that. There's like a 3-day break in there.
Gotcha.
So yeah, we'll kind of look at what's going to happen in OTAs, and then we're going to recap what we do with all of our draft picks over the next 3 days. Kind of go from there. Yeah.
That's awesome. And also, guys, if you're a baseball fan, please read, Tuesday at 7 p.m. This week is going to be on a Monday at 7:30, special night because the Sixers play Tuesday night as well. Congratulations, Sixers won tonight, 125-114 tonight. I believe they won the Knicks. So check it out. If you're a baseball fan, do that one as well. Also, guys, stay tuned to this show here. I'm probably going to be, honestly, I'm probably going to rant and raving this week. Wednesday, 9:30. How about them Cowboys? What have the Cowboys done? If you watched last night's show, you're going to stay tuned for this week's show because it's not going to be very fun as well, with me on that show this week. So watch those shows, guys. That's why we always say, make sure you like, share, subscribe to Out of the Box Sports Entertainment, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, soon iHeartRadio, and Apple Music will be on there too. So please check it out on Twitter. Everything, we always get a show schedule out there, new show. And also out there, we did create a new Out of the Box Sports Chat. It is wide open to every person in the world. They can talk sports with us, talk to the host, talk back and forth. The only thing we ask for is just keep it sports related and never attack someone on their beliefs or their family beliefs, whatever they want. So just keep it fun. Here at Out of the Box, we're all family. So guys, we have 290 live viewers still with us for 4 hours. So
I will turn into your show on Wednesday night on one condition.
Oh Lord!
And you replay the clip of you and Eddie reacting to the trade announcement of the Dallas Cowboys from tonight's draft.
You know what? Deal, Steve. I will clip it and I will play it.
The only thing that would have made that better tonight is if it was you in the corner, Eddie down below, and Dave up in the other corner.
I don't want to be a jerk about it, but I think Dave would have been the one that's saying, like, it's okay, Paul. It's okay. It's okay, Paul. It's okay. Well, you know what? No. But you know what, Steve? I will clip that and I will play it on Wednesday night's show. And actually, you know what? This weekend's kind of busy for me. I have tomorrow I got to go up to Pittsburgh, and then after that I have the coaches meeting tomorrow, a mandatory coaches meeting for the coaches this year. And then Saturday is kind of crazy. It's family time, but I will clip it and I will actually put it as a clip on YouTube. I will try to take some takes here. I just wish the Commanders picked someone bogus player so I can get a reaction out of you. You know, it's funny that the Cowboys are just the limelight of everybody's laughter. You know what I mean? Every year. So glad to get out of the box some film on this. You know what I mean?
Hey, and also thank you for joining us tonight, Eddie. It's always a pleasure. I know you chime in verbally most of the time to our shows each week, but thank you for joining us in person tonight. Taking some time out of your schedule. So
pleasure to finally meet you live.
Definitely. Well, guys, listen. Once again, we'll go around the room, tell you what where we're going to be seeing, where you can find us. Eddie, I'll let you start first. What show you do? Where can they find you?
I do the Saturday night wrestling show with my friend Ken Fry and Dave Arnell.
What's that show called, Eddie?
The Atomic Drop Podcast.
There you go. Saturday at 10 p.m. this week, guys. Mm-hmm. And, of course, Steve, where can they find you, my good brother?
I am at Commander's Gridiron on Tuesdays at 8:30 p.m. Right now in the off-season, we're doing every third just to accommodate my work schedule at the firehouse. But once we get back in the training camp, we'll be going every week as much as possible, except for every third week that I'm at the firehouse. So it will be Tuesday nights at 8:30 to 9:30 p.m. here at Out of the Box Sports.
Gotcha. My name is Paul Spencer. You can find me every Wednesday night on the 205 Boys, and also coming in 4 weeks, the College Football Frenzy. And, of course, we will be doing the Golden Dome podcast to talk about all Notre Dame sports coming up in about 4 weeks as well, starting that up too. So make sure you like, share, subscribe on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter for all of our schedules, live updates. We always try to keep it real for you, keep all the updates for all the teams, not just one. So, and also last but not least, if you're out there and you really want to do what we do, have fun, be passionate. All we ask is this: show up to the shows, do your thing, have fun. Reach out to me personally. My name is Paul Spencer, Steve Laughlin, Eddie Prather. Reach out to one of us or the Out of the Box Entertainment Group. We'll get you on here. We'll start you up. You know, Steve can tell you. Steve hopped on last year, started with this. He's having the time of his life. Eddie's the same way. I started this 2 years ago. So we're having fun doing it. If you want to do it, reach out to one of us and we'll get you pushed in the right direction. We charge you nothing. We just want you to have fun. So, gentlemen, I appreciate you topping on for 4 hours and 40 minutes tonight.
How crazy is that?
Isn't it?
Paul, I think me and you are Charlie Brown and freaking Jerry Jones is freaking Lucy pulling the damn football out of under us.
Hey, we'll put it this way. As long as I can be Charlie Brown and you can be Jerry Jones, I'll take it that way, okay?
No, Jerry is loose. Jerry is Lucy.
Well, you can be whatever Jerry is. You can be him because I don't want anything to do with Jerry Jones. Okay. All right.
Where was Steven? Where was Steven to lock him up in the closet this year?
Hey, they share the same last names, and that's Bright. You know, we already know that. So, all right, gentlemen, we're going to get out of here. We appreciate all the live viewers. 289 live viewers checking into us right now. We appreciate all the love out there. Thank you so much. Make sure you share, subscribe to all of our channels out there, all of our programs, all our social media. So, Steve, Eddie, you ready to get out of here?
Yep.
Guys, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow on the Silver and Black Nation at the Raiders edition with Ken Fry. Until then, see you guys later.
Have a good night.
Later.